Good morning and welcome to research vessel Falco, a 270-foot research ship operated by Schmidt Ocean Institute. You're joining us live from the Northern Marianas region, where today we're diving down and looking at some hydrothermal vent activity. For those who tuned in yesterday, we'll be revisiting the site and doing some more sampling. Today's dive depth is around 2,400 meters. 2,400 meters. We're currently about halfway there. We're 1,200 meters approaching that. It should take us another 30 minutes to reach the seabed. Overnight, research vessel Falco conducted mapping operations in this part of the world. Although we've mapped this area before, Falco transited 20 odd miles away and then conducted a series of lines to fill in some of those blanks on the map. Stay tuned and we'll keep you informed on today's activities. As I say, it should be another 30 minutes till we get to the seabed, and then our scientists will take over and give you a detailed explanation of what we're doing today. As with all our other feeds, you can tune in on YouTube and ask away. Ask plenty of questions, and our team here, ROV pilots and that, will try their best to answer. And if you have any science questions, we'll try and locate our scientists and get them to answer it. We love questions, and we also love some interaction from the people who are listening. At the moment, it's just us, a series of screens, and the deep ocean. So getting some questions from you at home, telling us where you are, what you enjoy about the deep ocean, and just seeing who's checking in.
Ask us why we've got a basketball hoop on the front of the vehicle.
Yeah, why we've got a giant basketball hoop on the front of the vehicle is a good one. Right. So yeah, ask away. The team on the descent at the moment is myself, lead technician Leighton. We've got Buzz in the pilot seat. I think Adam down there in the co-pilot seat, and Jason, our ROV manager, lead engineer, supervisor is also in. Yeah, stay tuned.
Say how far that is away.
Yep, and good morning. Thank you, Tony, for your information on the 7.8 quake that has just occurred off the Solomon Islands. We are monitoring that, and we'll keep you updated. At this moment, we are continuing our descent to the seabed. At the moment, hopefully we wouldn't feel too much of a tsunami as we're in 3,000 meters of water and not coastal, so I'd like to think it wouldn't really affect us out here.
No, we'll go up. It'll be open ocean, so we might go up a meter, maybe two.
I know there was a Royal Navy ship out at sea when the big one struck off. Was it Thailand and all that, and Indonesia?
Yeah.
And they encountered a little bit of chop from there. Look, one of the things we can do over the period of time is monitor our IMUs to know once that's gone through. I mean, actually, I will inform the bridges. So we're currently at 1,460 meters, continuing our way down, roughly 900 meters to go until we get to the seabed. At our current speed, that will take us approximately 30 minutes. We're coming to you live from the Northern Marianas region, where research vessel Falco is conducting ROV operations over 17 North Ventfield site, currently unnamed. This Ventfield site was discovered by research vessel Falco last year using a CTD to monitor plumes in the water column. It's been visited by the Oceanus Explorer previously, and we're using their ROV, and we're just expanding on that investigation. So stay tuned. Those who watched yesterday, we saw some cool stuff, some amazing vent footage, and we look to repeat that today. So we'd like to say a big hello to our shoreside team who are hopefully tuning in ashore. There's a lot of us on board the ship, but it takes a big team effort to get a research vessel out to sea. So not only do you have the techs, the ROV crew, the ship's crew, the chefs, the officers, all supporting science at sea, but there's a lot of planning that goes into a cruise. So a big hello and a big thank you to our shoreside team. I bet they're not in weather as nice as it is here. At the moment it's about 30 degrees C. I can imagine stateside it's a little bit colder. For our listeners tuning in, let us know where you're watching from.
Another hour.
Sorry, my maths was a little bad there. We're at 1,500 meters, and our actual dive depth is 3,200. So we're actually halfway. So it's going to be a little bit longer, probably an hour until we reach the bottom. My apologies there. So SuBastian descends at roughly about 30 to 35 meters a minute. So, yep, another hour. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we haven't really seen much in the water column as we descend to the seabed. We've seen the occasional fish, but not that many.
You want to watch those, or do you want to?
Right, thank you for tuning in. You're tuning into Research Vessel Falco, 270-foot research vessel operated by Schmidt Ocean Institute. We're currently in the Northern Marianas region, or the back arc actually, conducting operations and looking at hydrothermal vents. If you want to check in with us, many of you are watching through YouTube. There's a box on the right. Ask us questions. We've got scientists, we've got technicians. Anything you can think of, any questions you want to ask about science, life at sea, ROVs, we're here to answer those questions. You can also check in at our website, which is schmidtocean.org, schmidtocean.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, and you can also, what else are we on? Instagram as well. So, just check us on all the social media outlets for all the latest news. We'll be continuing down. We're at 1,900 meters, and Johnny Cash has just come on.
Thank you, Jason. That's more my age.
One of the good things about RV operations, you can imagine this is like a long haul flight, well, short haul in this case, to the seabed, 2 and a bit hours, and it's just darkness as we go down. Music is a big.
There's all kinds of life here. They're little tiny creatures.
There's creatures all the way through.
Larvation house.
There's a lot of larvae, and
squid.
we saw one squid. So there is always something to look at. They look like sea monkeys, though, to me. Yeah.
See, there goes the shrimp.
So, yep, as we go down, it's important that we have good music. If any of you have any music suggestions as we dive, let us know. But at the moment, we're enjoying Johnny Cash. Oh, actually, major point, having music in the background. And hello, we're still diving, we're at 2,086 meters. We're continuing our way down. Today's dive depth is 3,200 meters. And we know from yesterday's dive that there are some spectacular vents here, so stay tuned. Our scientists will be going around doing more sampling, and you should get some fantastic shots of some of the hydrothermal vents. We're coming to you live from 17 North. In the control room, you've got myself, we got Buzz piloting, Adam co-piloting, Cody in the back, watching what we're doing, and right at the back we've got Vite, who's keeping an eye on all our systems and making sure that SuBastian's happy as we continue down. Vite's giving us
Vitals.
he's basically our vitals of the vehicle. Buzz is preoccupied with ensuring that the vehicle's in the right place. Adam's enjoying descending down and keeping an eye on the cameras and all the stuff on the basket, and Vite's punching in the waypoints, making sure all the systems are fine, no electrical faults, all the lights are on, all the science sensors are functioning, and keeping a log of everything that's going on. You can see us in the control room, I think, on that live feed. I'll give you a wave. Hey, hey. Hi, Mum. As I say, if there's any questions as we dive down, just ask away. Someone asked if the mass die-offs around the world are anything that anything to do with vents. No, I couldn't give you a categoric scientific answer, but no, I don't believe that they are. There's a lot of die-offs at the moment on coral reefs due to bleaching, but they're not linked to the vents. I have worked previously with Wright and James. We did some work in the South Scotia Ridge around Antarctica, where we did see mass extinction events around vents, which were determined to be from an event that had happened around the vent, which had basically gassed everything. And as we were there watching, you had squid, which were like 20 or 30 meters off the seabed, and they'd come down and try and grab a shrimp that had died in this extinction event. But you just suddenly see the squid spasm and die itself and sink to the seabed. So there was obviously something toxic there coming from the vents, and the seabed was littered. But generally, around the world, the mass extinction events or mass die-offs aren't really linked to vents. But I will get one of our scientists to quantify that. The other question via Twitter: what is the hairy shell around the snails called? Wow. I don't know, but I will get Julie to answer that, or Verena when they come in. That'll be added to our list of questions, and stay tuned, and hopefully I'll get an answer for you soon.
First flight?
We're currently at 2,438 meters, which gives us another 900 meters to go. So now we are approaching the half-hour mark. Our depth today is around 300. Our depth for diving today will be around 3,300 meters. Our team are getting ready now. We're getting closer to the seabed. We're currently diving on one of the sites we went to tomorrow, which yesterday even, which is basically a crater-like shape. And we're going to deploy a special instrument there. It's on our basket, and it looks like a giant basketball hoop, which is rigged with sensors, and this will go over some of the diffuse flow that we saw in that location. Overnight, our research vessel Falco was conducted in mapping operations with our EM302 multi-beam system. This system moves along. Oh, I'm just being asked a question. Stand by. So yeah, back to what I was saying. Last night, research vessel Falco was conducting mapping operations with our EM302 multi-beam system. This is a system that maps the seabed in 3D, basically. It has 432 pings in each sound. So for every time we fire this fan of sound, we get roughly 430 sound-ins back. And as the ship moves along, we slowly paint an image of the seabed that's below the ship. When we're conducting mapping operations, we're usually steaming along at around 6 to 8 knots. Last night we conducted a line, I think about 70 nautical miles long. And in a line like that, we will collect many millions of sound-ins, which then we process on board and create these lovely 3D maps. These reveal features on the seabed which may indicate venting, and then we can explore more in the future. They also go together to form part of the huge picture of the area around here. A number of ships have mapped in this area already, and we're just filling in some of the holes. But even then, we've only mapped a small percentage of the Northern Marianas region. And throughout this cruise, once we've finished ROV operations, we'll switch to mapping operations and continue to fill in those holes on the map. Our system on board the Falco, the EM302, we've used in this area, and it's generally good for mapping from around 400 meters, and we've taken it down to just over 9,000 meters. So with that, we're able to map, I think, about 99% of the oceans. There's some of the trench locations, such as the Kermadec Trench, the Mariana Trench, which are just slightly out of our range. The Mariana Trench being the deepest location on Earth, that comes in at just around 11,000 meters. So even in our best mapping depth, we've still got another 1,800 meters to go. When we get to mapping at greater depths, like the areas we can map at 9,000 meters, it becomes a real fine balance between ship speed and our beams. Generally in 4,000 meters of water, we can map about, say, 8,000 meters across. but with all the weird ray bending that goes on in the deep, it actually narrows as we get deeper. So instead of twice the water depth and being able to map 22 kilometers across, when we get to the depths of about 9,000 meters, we're really limited to about 4,000 meters across, 4 or 5,000. It actually really brings the beams in. So when we start getting deep, our mapping time increases. But for depths of around 4,000 meters, we are mapping around 6,000 to 8,000 meters across. So we're covering a large amount of terrain in that go. Yeah, so it's a real cool system and allows us to explore. They usually work in conjunction. A ship like Falco is a true multidisciplinary platform. At the moment, we're not actually doing much in the way of other exploratory work because we've been here last year using an AUV and the ship. And that's really how exploratory work goes. First of all, we'll go in and map an area with the ship using our multi-beam system. In the case of last year, we'll then go in and use a system called Sentry or another AUV, which will map the seabed in much higher resolution than the ship. And then we might also deploy our CTD and try and detect those plumes coming from the vent. So it's really reconnaissance with the ship, then narrowing down with an AUV and a CTD, and then ultimately we'll stick the ROV down and we'll look around the seabed and we'll be able to look at those small areas a few meters across and really bring back pictures of what life is like on the seabed and takes tactical samples. In the past, research vessels have not been able to, for the last 20 years we've had ROVs, but before that the science community did trawling, some towed camera work, but a lot of it to get samples from the seabed were forms of trawls. And we know this is destructive to the seabed. Imagine the lovely vent fields that we've seen now. 60 years ago we probably would have just trawled through the area and painted a picture of what life would have been like. However, we probably wouldn't have found a vent. I mean, they were first found in the early 80s.
Yeah, well, the 70s.
Early 80s. And since then we've found, well, not us personally, the science community as a whole have found hydrothermal vents in all the world's oceans. I'm lucky with my previous colleagues, Veit and James, we've studied hydrothermal vents in the Arctic, Antarctic, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, in the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean. Yep, I think James is...
Sea of Cortez.
Yeah, Buzz has done some in the Sea of Cortez. And they're really cropping up all over the world. And you think, we've only found these in the last 25 years. What other things out there have we not found? As we say, we've only really understood a small... when you first found vents. Yeah, we've only really explored a small portion of the deep ocean. Ships, there are numerous research ships out there, and there are other ROVs. Woods Hole operate them, the Kiel team, the team in Southampton. There's a number of ROVs, but it's such a huge task to explore the oceans. Even with all our research ships, it's a monumental task, and that takes combining effort. Where we are at the moment, Falco and the Oceanus Explorer have been mapping this area and taking it in turns and visiting sites that they found, we found, to try and understand the hydrothermal activity in this part of the world.
Right now there's some, the Oceanus Explorer is looking at mini subs.
Yeah, we'll also plug the Oceanus Explorer, who does a lot of similar work to us. She's currently off Hawaii, looking at Japanese mini-subs from, I think, the attack on Pearl Harbor. This is the 75th anniversary just a few days ago. So she's engaged in that, and they're probably actually going to be moving offshore with the tsunami warning, actually, I can imagine. Yeah, they'll be, at the moment, one of the things that came in on our feeds is that there was a 7.8 earthquake on the Solomon Islands, so there's a tsunami warning in place around Hawaii. And I know we were told that some of the tsunami buoys are moving, so... And we've just been given an update that the tsunami warning has been cancelled, but please check with all your sources of that information to clarify that.
There's several earthquakes, yeah?
Yeah, this year there's been quite a few.
But one today with the Solomon, there was one. right.
Okay, we're at 2,767 meters. We've got roughly probably another 500 meters to go. Stay tuned.
The lower one is the sonardine, right? Or that one.
We've got a question of any of us ever worked with Sir David Attenborough? Well, it's funny you should mention that. We've never worked directly with them, but we on our previous ships we were involved in collecting footage which was used in those series. So yeah, it's cool to see, and we've seen some of that footage in the final documentaries. Although I've never personally met him, we all worked for NERC, which is now the recipient of Boaty McBoatface, i.e. Sir David Attenborough, the new ship, and I think that's a fantastic name. I would love to meet him, and yeah, he's a true childhood hero of a lot of us.
Him and Jacques Cousteau.
Yep, Jacques Cousteau.
With lieutenants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, it was one of those strange things. Well, as we've got time to descend, we'll talk about it. It's almost like radio here. David Attenborough is one of the real people who got me interested in actually the deep sea. When I was growing up, I remember we had a book in the house which was also it was an atlas of the world which showed some of the deepest places. And my grandfather also loved David Attenborough, and I remember watching one of his earlier series. It would have been the early 80s with David Attenborough, and having this atlas and seeing all these places on there. But also in that atlas there was this depth profile of the oceans which showed the Marianas Trench and some of the creatures that have been found at various depths along there, and they were some cool creatures, and that really got me interested in the deep oceans. And I remember I was out actually in a bookshop in Glasgow recently, and I found an exact copy of that atlas which I bought my son, and I've made some annotations and notes about where I've been in the world, what we've seen, where the cruises have gone, and hopefully that'll spark his imagination and his deepest interest in the deep ocean.
Well, when you think about it, the capabilities that we have, the technology that we have right now, if Jacques Cousteau had some of this.
Wow, yeah. When you think, what do you think? In my lifetime, twice your lifetime, Buzz. No, in our lifetime, since well, when you think of it, was Titanic 1986 plus the ROVs that were coming into use just slightly before them. The science community, when you think intrinsically tied with events in a weird way, in the last 30 years. The explosion of ROVs in the science community have become an amazing tool, and no, there's more than 10.
Well, big work class vehicles.
Yeah, big work class vehicles, but yeah, and how they're allowing us to conduct science. You know, they're commonplace in the offshore oil and gas industry, but they're also being used to conduct science. But also the other technology that has exploded for the oceanographic community, your multi-beam sonars, your AUVs, as we said, ROVs, and other technology that has allowed us to explore the oceans phenomenally more than we were doing even 10, 15 years ago.
This is slowing down. There you're coming up on 3,000. Okay, so I'm going to hold off. Do we want to just stop it paying out?
I'll stop paying out.
Yeah. You want to pay out?
Just wait to get autocast. What do you autocast to 2,000?
So we're just approaching 3,000 meters, which means, at the moment we've got about 4,000 meters to go. We're descending now at around 20 to 25 meters a minute. So maybe another 10 to 15 minutes and we'll start getting close to the seabed. As we do get close, I'll hand you over to our science team, who'll explain the purpose of today's dive.
5 meters to go.
As I said, if you've got any questions, we've had one or two coming in. We'll do our best to answer them. And I'll also pass on the question about what are the hairy growth on this snail shells called.
Science question.
So I've said about how I got interested in the deep ocean. Some of our viewers, why did you get interested in the deep ocean? What made you think, wow, you know, what captures your imagination about the depths that we explore and the places we go?
Start at 30.
head about music.
Yeah.
Just because it gets picked up and then right
Yeah.
to you on
Okay.
YouTube videos.
You want me to call it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come down in about 20 minutes.
We could sing. They have like an algorithm that picks up songs so that they know some the Iron Maiden, I think. Well, that's not
You said sorry. You said about music filters. It has to be music first.
That's 20 minute bus.
All right. And my brother.
Yeah, to our previous question, we've just got about the tsunami warning. We just got an update on that, which is saying that the tsunami warnings, most of them have been cancelled, although I would suggest those listening would check in with their own sources. The largest wave recorded near us was about 0.12 meters in Guadalcanal, which was about 200 kilometers northwest of the epicenter. At the moment, we're continuing our dive. We're approaching 3,000 meters, so most of the way there. Just another 300 meters to go.
We need a scientist.
Away?
Scientists will be taking over shortly, who will be able to give you a description of today's dive and take you through what we're seeing and what we're doing. So if any of you have any questions that you'd like to prepare for them, start thinking them up, some good hard questions for our scientists.
Okay. It would have squeezed down a little bit now.
Cody, I don't know if we asked you, would you go down in a manned submersible to the bottom of the Marianas Trench? Mariana? Nah. Adam? You would? Oh, 50. Buzz? No.
That'd
Fight?
be a good reason.
It takes two dogs to go dog at.
Fight would get bored.
I'd go down to
Jason's
the
though.
Titanic.
Okay, yeah, different one. Oh yeah, Fight's been in a submersible. He wouldn't ever do it again. I once went in submersible at Disneyland in Captain Nemo sub, but
I love
no. Yeah, I don't know.
It was a great experience.
I've had some experiences in my time in oceanography with seeing equipment go in certain ways that I probably would avoid going in a manned submersible. But I can imagine it's an amazing experience, and the two people in here who've been in one have said the same. But I probably would make myself go to the Titanic, or the Bismarck, or the Hood, if I could. Yeah. So if you could go and see anything in the deep ocean, albeit shipwreck or something on the bottom, what would you go and see, Buzz?
Titanic.
Titanic? John? Bismarck. I second the Bismarck. Cody, if you had the chance to go and see anything in the deep ocean, shipwreck or that, which one would you go and see?
A shipwreck?
Yeah. Or major like science find, if there's any that you know of.
Off the top of my head.
No.
What is this plane?
Jace?
That B-29, that's just
B-29
upside down.
B-29.
I think that's going into the port.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The two freezers in the basement? Okay.
So what was your answer in the end, Cody? Pirate ships, you're a treasure hunter.
I don't personally.
The U-boats would be cool. I know the Okeanos has done some work on U-boats as well.
I did one on the 166.
You did one on the 166. I don't know. I would also like go see Captain Scott's ship off Greenland.
Oh yeah.
The Terra Nova. We found that. That was.
Terra and the Erebus.
Although there's also them Franklin ships. Now that's a true find from the last few years. Is Franklin's expedition for the Northwest Passage. They've been. I was amazed. One of our friends is in the Coast Guard, and he was saying about it. The fact how shallow it is. I think was it the first one, Erebus, they found is.
Sheared the masts off with the ice floe.
Yeah. And then the other one was found recently because I think one of the indigenous population said we found some bits of wood stuck up here, and the ship went over it and then found it. So that's both Terra and Erebus, and hopefully they'll shed a lot of light on Franklin's expedition. And did they sail from? We got a person from Bristol. I think did they sail from Bristol? I think they might have.
I'm not sure where they came over.
A lot of the stuff that originally went to Newfoundland, the expeditions from there. I think Cabot sailed from Bristol. Shackleton probably sailed from somewhere on the south coast. I know the Terra Nova, when that went to Antarctica, that sailed from Cardiff. It went from London, and then probably sailed from the Thames, because I know that a lot of them were the West India docks.
Yeah. 3295.
Someone said, "Give me a good brine pool to look at any day."
Brine pool.
Yeah, brine pools are pretty cool as well.
Yeah. We've been looking at stuff that reminds me of a brine pool, but just inverted.
Yeah.
There's water coming out.
Yeah, under the flanges on there. I got another one. Someone who would go and look for Nessie. Well, I'll let you in on a secret. Some of our team, I think, have already tried doing that on a smaller ROV. There's been numerous projects to go up there, and they got roped into that. Unfortunately, no one's found any evidence of Nessie yet, but it keeps rearing its head, i.e. the myth, not the animal.
Cody's going after Sasquatch.
Cody is Sasquatch. I'll let you in on a secret.
Shave that beard off. That it was.
So yeah, there's lots of cool things out there, and when you work with ROVs for a while, you start getting a buzz about something you want to go and look for. Yeah. Right, we didn't ask you. There's a lovely plane at the end of the runway in Greenland you found, wasn't there?
Yep.
Yep. And anything else that takes your interest? You've done a lot of work at archaeological sites in the.
Liberty ship.
Yeah.
On
Right would go and look at archaeological sites in the Mediterranean. He's done a lot of work there.
870.
I think the UN recently released a statistic, and there is literally something like 10 million wrecks, or their estimate, around the world. There's some phenomenal number. And we've always been asked, do we ever come across stuff? And on some of our dives, we have found stuff. When we were testing ROVs, even for Schmidt Ocean Institute, we found a wreck. I think the estimate was around 1680 or something in the Gulf of Mexico, a fishing boat from the 1970s. And we also found the Terra Nova, a ship used by a famous explorer, Captain Scott, off southern Greenland. After it had finished being used for exploration work, it was supplying bases off Greenland and was sunk during the Second World War. Falco, using a shallow water system, found it. Actually found it within 45 minutes. She'd never been seen before. And then we lowered a camera down because we didn't have an ROV at the time, and we got some first glimpses of that ship in the 50 odd years. But it also coincided with the anniversary of Scott's death in the Antarctic, so real good find that was.
2012?
Yep, 2012. I had the privilege of being on that expedition. But our primary goal here at Schmidt Ocean Institute is advancing the frontiers of science. So although everyone asks us about wrecks, our true job is coming to places like this, looking at hydrothermal vents and adding that extra bit of the puzzle into understanding the oceans. Someone just said the seafloor is a fascinating place because it is unknown. That is true, and that's what drives us here. But no one is too old to become a scientist. So don't put yourself down there. You can even become citizen scientists. There's loads of projects like we're doing here where there's event logging, which is done by the viewers at home. So if you guys see something cool, or if we've got scientists on and they see something, there's loads of projects out there which allow you to become a citizen scientist and participate in this dive even more. But what these dives are also really useful for is outreach. We want the people out there to see we're in the deep ocean. A lot of it is out of sight, out of mind. Here at Schmidt Ocean Institute, we want to involve you, and we want to see what us as stewards of the planet need to take care of. So these pristine environments, some of them are under threat from mining. The rest of the ocean is a threat from mycoplankton, from ocean acidification, from the oceans warming up. So we're ultimately responsible for these oceans. So if we can educate the general population just a little bit more, then our mission is a success.
Okay.
And for that, we got to thank our founders, Eric and Wendy Schmidt, for making this possible. It's a truly unique mission. I mean, being able to have a vessel like the Falco, a really capable vessel, to go out and conduct the science and answer some of those questions. And also SuBastian, our newest addition to Schmidt Ocean Institute. A cool bit of technology that our team has been working on over the last few years. And now that's truly come to fruition with the last 10 days or so, with some of these successful dives and allowing our scientists on board to visit fen fields that they themselves have found. And hopefully they'll answer questions on the vents the vents themselves, how those critters get from one site to another, how the life is unique, and answer, hopefully, looking out instead of looking in at our own planet, some of the fundamental questions of life within our universe. So yeah, it's an amazing thing to be involved in, and thanks to Eric and Wendy for making this happen. But now we're going back to science. We've got 100 meters to go, and then I've got Dave Butterfield here, our principal scientist, who's going to take the headphone off me and is chomping at the bit to start answering those questions that you've got. Thank you for taking the time to tune in, for joining us on this descent. But now the real fun starts. The scientists start showing you what we're exploring. Thank you. Keep asking those questions. I'm going to go sit in the back of the control van with our navigator marine technician, Vike.
Starboard to the right.
Keep them coming. I now hand you over to David Butterfield. And as they used to say on the radio in the 1930s, the next voice you'll hear is that of David Butterfield.
can see the rim in the back.
Good morning. Or whatever time it is where you are.
Delta 71, they
It's morning here, 9 a.m., and we're on the seafloor, depth of 3275 meters, at 17 degrees north at a new hydrothermal vent field that we are seeing not for almost the first time. We were here yesterday, and Okeanos Explorer had a quick look at it last summer. This is Dave Butterfield with Andra Bobbitt on the logging system, and the ROV crew. Jason, Buzz, Adam, John, Cody, all standing here ready to get operations moving this morning. This is as I said, this is a new vent field that we're exploring for the first time. There are some really impressive tall chimneys here, all kinds of hydrothermal venting. We're going to be starting off at a low temperature vent site. It has kind of a very interesting bathymetric structure here. It's essentially a small crater, or like a small cinder cone, a volcanic explosion crater or volcanic eruption crater. It's quite small in terms of craters, but it's very symmetrical, around rim, circular rim, depression in the middle, volcanic rocks ejected and strewn about the area just around the rim. And inside of that small crater, there's a lot of low temperature hydrothermal venting.
So I think one of those marks were basically...
We're going to be discussing here now what's going to happen at the beginning of the dive.
Okay, so one of these sites was where we wanted to drop that. So small vent on crater, lots of snails, and marker 17. I think we did it at marker 17, wasn't it? No?
171.
Or 171, sorry, yeah.
Marker 171.
So aim for that there, Buzz, and look for our marker.
All right.
Relatively straight ahead. That's what we're doing first, right, Dave?
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're going to go to the site and take your temperature measurements first.
Make sure that there's one fluid.
Okay, and what the temperature is. Make sure you're happy with that, and then we'll put the ring on.
Fluids, then that's great.
What if we don't?
There's going to be good temperature range somewhere in there.
But there'll be good temperature.
Okay, we're probably going to have to take the hoop off regardless.
Okay.
To get at the temperature probe and just not be in our camera, because you can see it's right in our way. And
Yeah.
we get that off to
Well, if you want to, we could just deploy it where we think there's warmer water.
Well, you can just set it on a safe, flat spot to wait until you choose the spot.
The blood spot might
Well, no, we can take it off and put it anywhere. If it's off to the side, it's not a big deal. We'll do our temperature probing, find a spot, grab it.
Yeah, and then the final bit is once it's down, I just need a picture.
Yeah. We'll kind of come off.
Yeah, but it's more just that I just need to be able to see what's
Okay, so Amanda, this is coming into the site where the 117 marker is. You can see it right there on the other screen. And so potentially we could set the instrument down somewhere, like right in a place like that, but you need to tell us where you think it's safe to set it down to wait.
Relatively
Sort of smooth.
You want to land there?
Relatively smooth because the risk is getting longer for the rock.
Right.
So we're going
So you wanted to slide starboard and John rotate over?
you over, or do you need to be right there? We're going to use probably both arms.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna, once you guys are landed,
Let's
put the sonar back there and trim it.
let's hover and look for a second to decide where we can set the ring.
The bottom of the crater is probably the flattest, so let's get a good look at what's on the bottom. It looks like the marker's sort of still on the inner slope.
Yeah.
I mean, I think where we put the marker there was maybe a little ledge, but let's at least look at the floor of the crater just to see what that looks
Sure, I
like.
thought you guys wanted to run a small rock.
Don't you want it as flat as
No,
possible?
I think these guys are good. They know what,
Okay.
they know what I need.
Yeah,
Then
basically.
ignore me.
Okay.
These guys are on
Found this in the kitchen. Do you want it? I put water in it.
Oh,
that zone there.
Sure, I'll put it down here, thanks. Okay, so to be clear, we're gonna temporarily park the ring somewhere while we choose the actual deployment site.
There's some ship in there. Just kind of come in a little bit in here. That's not it.
You want me to come down?
That's a nice flat spot there.
I don't think you need to land until we decide where we're gonna set this thing, so let's just keep looking.
Close to the bottom, you're about a couple meters up, I think.
Do you guys have something you need to do sitting on the bottom to start with before we?
No.
You're okay. Okay. So let's not land until we decide where we're going to set the hoop.
It's not seeing the snails. Where were they? Kind of a warm patch. Maybe it's up to the left.
Well, when we put that out, it was kind of like fart.
Yeah, I think it's,
Right, or
it's
the
right
road
there.
Right. Yeah, it's green.
Right by the green. Oh yeah, that's right. We did it with the pork pen. What about that rock right there? That kind of funky looking one? Is that a lump on it?
So it's actually that.
I don't think there's rocks on, or snails on the rocks. There was never any snails on there.
There's some snails right there. Right there.
Take us down
Yeah,
a little bit
there's-
closer to that spot there.
We got.
So just don't land though.
Well, you can land if we need to land to get close enough to have a look. That's fine. You can set down. Because there's a lot of venting right there.
Yeah, I think it's great.
That's looking pretty good. They just come down nice and slow.
Yeah, we got a lot of people watching.
Thanks.
There's 12,000 people who can't be watching. No way.
Let's just amp up the tension.
So
Can you explain what's the hoop in the corner?
Back up.
so what we're attempting to do right now is find the precise location where we're going to deploy this instrument, which is a hoop that has a net with how many temperature sensors? 25 temperature sensors that will record data at different positions on the surface where the animals are living. So it's the hoop is about a meter across, and it's got this woven net with temperature sensors attached, and it's rather large, so we need to deploy it and get it off of the basket and not tangle anything up, which is a challenge. So
Okay, starboard arm.
Do you want to
we're looking at the seafloor here with some low temperature venting,
you want more?
lots of snails and shrimp and lots of other smaller organisms that you'll see in a minute when we zoom in. Lots of crabs, obviously, so that the dominant biota in front of us are
Okay.
snails, crabs, and shrimp. So potentially, Amanda, we can put it down right in here, and potentially that's where you're going to deploy it, or so that you don't have to risk snagging it on a cold rock next to this.
Don't hold it, move it.
Right.
Put it down. Yeah,
Okay.
I think here's great.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we just put it down.
Grab it. I can watch it with this camera.
Yeah, because there's not a nice place to set it on the bottom.
We're gonna hold it, yeah.
Okay.
We'll just hold it with the starboard arm.
But this,
Okay.
and then you agree with me. We think
Okay, great.
On the feed, they're asking about stats like depth and stuff, so it would periodically just let you know what depth.
We're working at a depth of 3,277 meters, and we'll be near that depth for most of the day. The pressure down here is 320 to 330 times atmospheric pressure. So for every 10 meters of seawater depth, you add one more atmospheric pressure from the weight of water. I'm not.
It seems to be going up, so we're getting
There's some warm water here. Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're watching detailed science in action here. We're currently picking up this temperature recording instrument that will sit down on the seafloor. The temperature sensors resting on the bottom. 25 different sensors recording data for a day or two while we're working in this area.
Biotemperature.
You can see all of the small titanium housings containing the temperature sensors attached onto the net. And this is the first time that this kind of instrument has been put together and deployed. Some similar ideas have been tried, but this is a new design. Amanda.
We're downstream.
Amanda Bates is on board, and she's put this instrument together with some of the ROV engineers and the ship's engineers who got involved in constructing the copper tubing frame and weaving the net, and it's ready to go down the seafloor. So now we're going to try measuring temperatures to make sure that we've got a good temperature range before we deploy this instrument.
I want to know why it's important to look at this vent field, this vent.
So we're in an area called the Mariana Back Arc. If you look at the structure of the ocean basins, you've got mid-ocean ridges where ocean plates are spreading apart, creating new ocean crust with mid-ocean ridge volcanism. Okay, here goes temperature sensor into the water. You can see it on the science overhead. Okay, temperature right. We're getting 26, 27 degrees.
What did you have?
I just saw 27 degrees. It's right over here now.
Oh, okay.
Conveniently located on that screen, which was new. 36. Yeah. There's some warm water in there. Is that right down in that hole that you're measuring now? Or? Okay, we're probably going to want to take water samples in there. 40 degrees.
Oh, careful, careful.
Got 40 degrees there.
That's 45.
Do you want to cover that? Do you want to cover that hole with the instrument?
Because that's where the snails are not, and it would be.
You want to kind of like this?
Yeah, so there's a hole, and then something like.
Yeah, so it's on an
So Amanda is
should be able to still.
deciding the details of how she wants to place this instrument back to where we are. So mid-ocean ridges, ocean crust is created. Interruption. We're up to 60 degrees Celsius coming out of this small opening, which is sort of the high end of temperature that any animals can tolerate. Probably up above it now, 75 degrees C. So this experiment will include a range of temperature that goes from very friendly to animals, where chemical energy is coming out. They've got it racked out to hold the sub in place.
It'll be like this, but it should be.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's heavy enough to lay down.
I'm not sure if is it going to hold the wing up off the bottom, so that's what. Well, the ring is going to be up on the ledge, on the edge of this. If we can just ring those snails that are over there.
And back to where we are. To make a long story short, we're looking in the Mariana Back Arc. It's a tectonic environment that hasn't been explored very much, and we came up with a systematic exploration plan a couple years ago, and last year We came out here with this same ship, but without an ROV, and looked at the water column plumes and mapped the seafloor, found volcanic sites that are active. And this year we're back here with an ROV exploring the details of the site. So the water temperature got up to 97 degrees coming out of that small opening. High temperature microbes can live at temperatures up to that high, but the animals probably don't spend any amount of time at that temperature and will avoid it. But part of this experiment is to determine what real temperatures the animals are experiencing. We'll get into more of that later. But the basic temperature sensor net here is going to go in, and then Amanda also has some devices that mimic the organisms themselves, snails or mussels, to get a realistic idea of what internal temperatures they might experience sitting in this environment.
Can you gauge how hot that is? Shimmering water?
Right there? Is that underneath you or what?
Yes, it's right underneath our midsection of our vehicle.
Okay.
It's right underneath the BVL.
Do you have any temperature sensors anywhere around there?
It's making me uncomfortable. This one's This one's 80.
That one's 80 out there. That's a hot opening. I didn't see anything like that underneath where we landed, but let's talk to Jason about it.
I kind of want to put it down to see if you guys are happy with it. And
Okay.
break the fans, because if we put it down, it might catch on things.
Okay, oh, yes, that's good. Good. Well done.
Oh my God, science kind of.
So we're at,
I think that's the angle of the panel. Just kind of start playing it in. Basically what you're kind of...
so we're out here with the Schmidt Ocean Institute research vessel Falkor, created to do science and bring it to the public, make data available to anyone. If you're joining us on YouTube, you can send in questions and we will try to answer some of them. We won't have time to get to every one, but we'll try to categorize them and respond to the different things that people are interested in. The group out here includes scientists from University of Washington, Oregon State, NOAA, Pacific Marine Environmental Lab, University of Victoria, Southampton, England.
Well, Cody should be able to just get his little...
Southampton Oceanography Center.
Now, have you got enough snails in there? So we're kind of pushing you to put it where the hot water is.
Well, there's, if you look right in there, there's a ton of snails right in there.
Yeah. Are you okay? All right.
So we are about to cover this area with the temperature sensor net. You can see, we'll get a close-up in a moment after we put this in, but there are lots of shrimp, snails, and crabs darting around the bottom here. The snails obviously they move very slowly. The crabs and the shrimp, you can see the movement as they jostle around, crabs defending their territory and shrimp roving around, grazing on bacterial mat that's growing from the chemosynthetic energy coming out of the seafloor here. Okay, the pilot's working on the details of deploying this thing, keeping it. Okay. Yeah, they're reaching across and breaking the small strings that are rubber bands that are holding the net up off the bottom, so that the temperature sensors will drop down and conform to the seafloor and the animals that are living on it.
What if you open your jaw though?
So that we'll get Amanda will end up with a temperature map and a time series of temperature data, seeing how much variability there is, and she can relate that to what animals are present, and possibly get some idea of what their behavior is in the different temperature zones. So, breaking the bands. One of the big ideas that we're working on out here is that the tectonic structure of the Earth has a major influence on ecosystems and biological community structure. I mean, that statement is obviously true in some sense. It has to be. You see different biological zones on land in different climate zones, different altitudes, and you get a similar thing going on in the oceans. We're focusing on the volcanic ecosystem that encircles the globe, where mid-ocean ridges create new ocean crust, and in subduction zones and back arc environments like the one that we're in here today, trying to understand how the different tectonic environment, there goes most of the bands holding the net up have been broken. Still got a hold of the right side of the hoop with temperature sensors in it. And this is looking really good. It's looking like an excellent deployment. We're not done with it yet. We're going to still be adding some more temperature recording devices into this net frame, and then taking some chemical sensor readings and water samples to get an idea what the available chemosynthetic energy is for the animals living here. So back to the big picture, mid-ocean ridges where new ocean crust is formed. You go to the opposite end of the plate, the ocean plates eventually will subduct underneath another plate. And in this case, the Pacific plate is subducting beneath the Philippine Sea plate, creating what's called intraoceanic volcanic arc. The islands of the Northern Mariana Arc are part of that system. And then if you continue to go in the direction that the plate is moving into behind the subduction zone, you get this back arc environment where another spreading center is created, and it's called a back arc spreading center. Similar to mid-ocean ridges, although it's in a different overall geological environment. But it's also new ocean crust that's created by spreading of plates, but it happens to be also very close to the subduction zone in the volcanic arc. So the chemistry is a little bit different here, and as this is the least explored part of this region, in the Mariana region, that's what we're focusing our attention on most recently. So the last few years we've been mapping, finding plumes, finding new vent sites, new volcanic features. We found a recent volcanic eruption south of here that we'll be looking at in a few days, where a difference in bathymetric mapping showed a new lava flow or series of lava flows at about 15.5 degrees north. Not too surprising, but you know, a good coincidence that we happen to make those maps in between before and after the lava flow, so that we could look at the difference and see where it was. Okay, so that has fully released the net from the frame and dropped it down onto the bottom. And the next step is to let go of the frame and let it set down over the bottom. All of this has to be done nice and gently. And when this is done, we'll have to recover the whole thing and get it all back. So you can
Go down. Go down.
Up and over?
I think rather than yeah. Keep going down a little bit.
actually works.
It's overall almost bigger than it looked. Yeah. Look at that now. Thank God it's not.
Yay, congratulations. So,
You want to reposition? We could kind of shift it over and move it over, but I think then it's going to be riding up on that rock. The fact that we're around the whole rock is actually good. That looks awesome. Yeah.
So it's cold on that whole side? Yeah.
well, you get the big gradient. I don't know.
Take your time.
Arm's gotta go over. Johnny oil.
You okay with that? What we could do is rotate it. So we could rotate it like that.
Johnny oil feels
Well, just to get more that way. I don't know.
We're currently discussing if we want to do a little bit of adjustment of the location.
Which we're in. There's lots of snails here, though.
Yeah.
Or let it sit where it is.
Can we get more of a zoom on
Right there. Do you want to take the temperature probe and just...
Another question?
Tell them about the individual loggers on that. What are they?
Okay. Sure, let Amanda talk. This is Amanda's instrument.
We'll do a description.
Are you okay with
I
this?
think so, but for you, do you have a different?
So this is an experiment for Amanda Bates, and she's going to come in and describe what it is she's doing and how she's built this instrument and what's next. Except we have a lot of discussion about the details of exactly where this is sitting on the seafloor, what it will measure, what it won't measure, and what else we're going to add to it. So Amanda's busy trying to make her final decision on placement.
So imagery is not yeah. But I think it's pretty good.
So discussion's going on while we're considering things. That the next steps coming up will be adding several more temperature recording devices and another instrument called the Mapper, which is made at NOAA PMEL. Mapper, MAPR, stands for Mini Autonomous Plume Recorder, and it has a temperature, light scattering sensor, and a redox potential sensor on it, as well as depth. And that will sit. It's a larger titanium cylinder instrument with sensors on one end. That will sit within this net frame and record additional data that tells us something about the chemistry of the water, as well as its temperature and particle density, particle concentration. So
we probably should do the water sampling first.
Okay.
Before we put the mussels out, so you're
Yes.
not constrained by the
right,
duties.
don't want to break
There's
anything.
3 of those, and then there's the mapper we're going to put out as well. But if you looked around, you might have a better idea where to put those.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. You don't want to break any of your snails or jostle the mapper around. Right. Okay. So shall we get that ready and just do some sensor mapping now?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about your instrument and what you're doing?
Sure.
Sure.
If I do that while you're doing the mapping?
No, but I'm going to have to sit here and do this, so...
Can I just do it like this then?
You can just hold it, or you can wear it as you...
Yeah, so the plan now is we've got the temperature array in place, and what we're going to do is map the fluids in the temperature array. So what this will tell us is now we've got these little loggers out. Ray Lee from Washington designed these titanium casings. We pressure tested them to about 8,000 meters. And what we've done is we put a small temperature logger inside these casings, and these are now logging temperature in these fluids. So we've spaced them in an array, in a regular array, and we've designed these on a net so they'll fall over some of the uneven substratum where these animals are. And we place the array across a very steep temperature gradient. We've got fluids of up to about 100 degrees with a species Para-Alvanella hesserai, which is a very heat-tolerant worm which lives in the hottest fluids in this environment. And the array is then across all the way over to where we expect there to be fluids that are about 3 degrees, so equivalent to about bottom temperature. And so we've got our temperature sensors out on this array, and now we can actually measure temperature in 2 dimensions. And so what we'll be able to do when we take these loggers back on the ship is essentially interpolate temperature across this array and produce a map of how fluids were changing through time for the next 2 days in this small little area where we've got many of the different species that live near these vents. And so what Dave Butterfield is going to do now is map out some of the fluid chemistry so we can understand not only what the temperature of the fluids are doing in this area, but also other aspects of the chemistry like H2S, which is key for bacterial chemosynthetic production, as well as the species that are dependent upon their symbionts, the bacteria which live within their cells, just like corals and algae. So these bacteria are dependent. Oh, sorry, just thinking. These bacteria are dependent upon bacteria which live in their cells, and they basically get their nutrition from these bacteria, their energy. And oh, I don't have a login. So, and then suddenly someone just. So we've got our temperature array out. Now we're going to measure fluid chemistry, which is really interesting. And after that, we have another important step. What we'll be then deploying are little robomussels. And these were originally designed by Brian Helmuth on the east coast of the U.S. for the intertidal. And these little robomussels were basically a black mussel shell with temperature loggers inside that were embedded in epoxy. And what Brian did is test whether or not the characteristics of his little robo mussel mimicked what live mussels were doing in the intertidal. And lo and behold, he found that they did. So basically, we can create a little mimic of what animals are actually experiencing. And this is really exciting and very, very steep chemical gradients, because in areas where temperature is highly variable, we don't actually know what animals are experiencing. So it could be that their body temperature is different than the temperature around them. And understanding what these animals are actually experiencing can help us understand some of their adaptations and their physiology. And so what we've done is we have basically taken our little temperature loggers and we've embedded our temperature loggers within mussel shells, and we've added epoxy, this epoxy that mimics how tissues are behaving under temperature. And we've also left space for water, because most of these animals are at least 50% water. And so basically we have shells that we are now going to deploy after we've mapped out some of the fluid chemistry within this net. And these little robomussels are going to characterize what the body temperature of a mussel would be within this thermistor array. And what that's going to allow us to do is see what the fluids are doing versus what the animals are actually doing.
Let's try to go over
I need to. Okay, let's take pay attention.
introduce you, though.
You pay attention to you need to write down.
Start outside if you want.
So
Take the
there's the
first reading
probe.
outside and then come across.
You want to go.
You can reach across that entire thing, right? Across the whole frame.
So we're just getting set up here to. There it is. I'm Verena Tunica from the University of Victoria. I'm working with Amanda while we sort out what the biology of the Mariana back arc looks like. I work on the macrofauna.
Yeah, and right down on the ground.
And what Amanda's described this experiment she's doing is just really exciting to be able to work in a context where we can put together a fluid chemist through what Dave and his team is doing to understand the habitat that these animals are living in. And then Julie Huber will be taking samples of the water for microbes, so we'll get an idea what the food supply for these animals is. The snails are also capable of doing a little bit of normal kind of feeding as well as their symbionts. Oh, so people are asking online what about the marker. So we have a big marker sitting on the floor. What number is on it? On the marker. 171. Okay, marker number 171. So we get around the bottom of the ocean by using acoustic navigation. But you know, to be really sure that you know where you are, sometimes it's best to leave a physical marker, and when the ROV comes into the site, they can see this big white marker in the distance and they know exactly to the point where to go. So when we come back to recover this frame, we know exactly where it's sitting. So we use the physical markers, and it helps other people who come back with other submersible systems, other kinds of navigation. Sometimes the navigation systems don't sync exactly, so the markers help them get back to the same spot.
It's equilibrating,
so the animals that we're seeing here are a typical Mariana back arc
getting our first reading.
assemblage.
Leave it there for a minute.
And we're looking at crabs, shrimp, snails are the bigger creatures that you can see. Lots of little crabs. This is a bithagreid crab. It's a group of crabs that are found only at hydrothermal vents. Bithagreidae. It's a true crab, brachyuran. Its name is Ostenagria williamsi, described from the Mariana back arc first. So the tip, we are looking right at the tip of that black sensor, which you can see just to the right of the orange tape. And we're looking at a temperature of 6 degrees centigrade, pH of 6.6, so the normal pH in the ocean is 8. So this is a pH of 6.6. Our ambient temperature away from the vents is 1.7. We've got a little bit of a temperature anomaly around 6 degrees right here. So that's not big.
So we can pick that up and move it into the frame.
So that's just outside the frame.
6 inches over. We'll probably set it next to one of the temperature sensors.
But when we push that sensor down into the holes where the water is coming out, which we did earlier, we got 60 degrees. So there's a huge temperature gradient. The temperature changes for any snail sitting on the bottom. The temperature will change because of changing rate of fluid supply coming out of the ground. It also changes with the tidal currents that go back and forth across here.
That looks like it.
We're at 3,270 meters in depth, and yes, there are tides everywhere in the ocean, and they do generate little currents that go back and forth, and those currents affect how fluid is delivered across these animals. So that's one thing that the sensors will pick up on, is probably overall we'll see a tidal signature in the temperature data. So you can see the lumpy gray things underneath the crabs. Those are our hairy snails, Alviniconcha hessleri.
Temperature is 6.4, variable 6 to when I was at 7.7.
So Dave's reading the display on the temperature.
Variable.
The crabs here seem relatively
Temperature 6.1.
relatively calm compared to a site that we worked at 3 days ago, where they were very agitated and attacking each other, attacking even the claw on the submersible. It was as if it was as if they were really hungry, and the vent we were at was kind of a dying vent.
Ready for another move.
Here we've got a lot of crabs. We're not quite seeing the agitation that we saw before, and so perhaps these are not quite so stressed in this environment. There seems to be quite a lot of fluid coming through, therefore lots of microbial growth, therefore probably a good deal of food supply. The crabs, occasionally you'll see them lunge at the shrimp, so the shrimp are pretty agile, but
That's good.
they can catch the shrimp as well.
So Amanda, we're kind of right in between three sensors there. Oh, that one went up quite a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. I know, no, so I'm saying, if you could tell the math software that we're not moving, more, because when we definitely respond to navigation of the dial, it's fast.
So this frame with all of the temperature sensors, 45 of them, will be down for about 30 hours.
Okay, that's a bit more.
We'll come back at the end of the dive tomorrow to pick it up again.
Gold rate a little bit more.
So inside the little black canisters that you're looking at, this black because it's got lots of electrical tape holding them on. You know, these high-tech some electrical tape and tie wraps. Oh, duct tape? Yes, okay. Yes, duct tape is a girl's best friend on the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, temperature 17.
In this lovely mesh, and the mesh
pH
was created by a master craftsman here on board. One of the ROV pilots, Buzz, made the mesh yesterday, quickly wove it up for us. It was great. If I now know who can make me a hammock, but it's sort of an art for making nets. So where did you learn to do that, Buzz?
When I was a kid, fishing on the island
Right?
in Maine.
In Maine. Yeah.
Sensor readings.
He's making me blush.
Is that type of improvisation important for ships?
Oh yeah, it's really nice to have people on board that have such a range of backgrounds, because you can suddenly get just a bunch of skill sets. And of course, you can't duck down to your local hardware store either to get what you suddenly decide you need. So you hope you're on good terms with both the ROV group and the ship's group, because every now and then you have to beg, borrow, but never steal.
Well, we do that too.
No. So sharing is really important here. So this whole frame idea, Amanda came on board with just the sensors and an idea, and everybody just ran with it. We had lots of different ideas of how the frame should be set up, and this is prototype number 1. So inside those little black cases, titanium cases, there's a tiny little temperature sensor with and a battery. And so they're taking temperatures every 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Taking a water sample.
What was your temperature here, Dave?
Almost up to 20.
Up to 20 degrees. Okay, so that's interesting.
17 degrees right now.
So we went from 3 degrees to 6 degrees to 20 degrees, just moving across there. So that's the kind of fascinating spatial gradient that these animals are living in. And then when he moves the sensor over to just the upper right, that was where we ended up with 40 degrees. It's a big temperature variability in space, but we suspect it will be also variable in time.
Can you take it up there?
Okay. Distribution of species across temperature gradients. So the temperature is one factor that is important to these animals, especially when it gets too hot. And too hot tends to be anywhere, for some species, too hot is above 15 degrees, and other species, too hot becomes in the higher end. So our most temperature tolerant species can live in, can tolerate temperatures up in the 40 degrees, but don't want to stay there. So temperature is really important, but also temperature is an indicator of how much vent fluid you have. And vent fluid is the fluid of life here, the water of life, because it has the hydrogen sulfide and other reduced compounds in it. So the higher the temperature, usually the more reduced compounds, therefore the more energy that can be put into the microbial production, therefore more food. So if you are an animal with symbionts, just as the snails are, finding the sweet spot, not too hot, but enough fluid to be able to feed those symbionts. So for different species, they're looking for the different sweet spot. The shrimp seem also to be quite temperature tolerant, because these are the ones we'll see up right near the black smokers. They're trying to get there because the bacteria are growing on surfaces very rapidly because of greater fluid flow. So temperature, it's not so much temperature, it's the amount of bacteria growth that they're after. Other species, well, you'll find out further out from the vent. So, for example, we do have mussels here, and mussels also have symbionts, but they seem to have taken a different niche. They're not competing with the snails. They are living in lower temperatures. They don't like getting over about 16 degrees, and they're very good at taking up hydrogen sulfide at quite low concentrations to feed their symbionts. As you move out from that, you get groups of organisms that are feeding on the particulates in the water, and they seem, right out on the edge of this vent, we'll see things we call squat lobsters. They're galatheid crabs. They are always right out of the main vent influence, way around the edges, and then even further than that, we'll find anemones. So it's probably less temperature that's driving them, but probably more the hydrogen sulfide and the toxic compounds that they are not adapted to dealing with. So you end up with this very notable zonation coming in from the outside. When we're searching for hot vents on the bottom, we don't know where they are. We often will follow the trail of animals. We'll see the anemones, we'll begin to see the squat lobsters, and when the density picks up, we know we're getting close to a vent. Then we'll see something like mussels and some wandering crabs, and then the density picks up as you come in.
Take the camera for a bit.
Nice camera. it is black and white.
Okay, so,
Yeah, okay, but we need
It'd be
to
really good for the,
the context of where this thing is.
Okay, don't worry then. It's quite, I'm just going to explore this if we need to keep that in context.
yeah, and it'll be really good when we get the robo muscles deployed to do a nice survey in there, but I agree with you, trying to look at closely with the camera, just at who's doing what in here would be really good.
And we can also map out who is where to get a little distribution.
Yeah. Well, so we're just talking about using the camera to do some mapping of who's where. It's a bit of a challenge here because the water is quite blurry. That's the warm fluid coming out, and it creates the density differential in the water. So when the light goes through that density differential, it looks like it's all out of focus. We use the word schliering. It's a German word. So you end up with this shimmer effect in the water.
So that's what we're getting.
So Tom's just been asking me what it's like to find a new site that nobody's ever seen before, and it is it is amazing. There's a lot of us here that have seen many hydrothermal systems around the globe, and yet that thrill of seeing something new is still there. We develop our
whole circle of them.
Oh, yeah, so I'm just looking at the close-up imagery here where the high-temperature probe is buried in there. What temperature are you seeing, David?
You got some Durrell vanillas?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Little tiny ones. We're getting 26 degrees. It's been 20 to 30 at this spot.
Whoa, okay. Good.
Just finished that one. Closing.
So what we're looking at right now is the mesh of the net. And you can just see it, some of the black temperature loggers beautifully embedded in there, and around them, the round fuzzy things are the Alviniconcha snails. And we, no, we're not fishing. It's we'll just call it a mesh, okay? The mesh that was built on a fishnet design. So we've got shrimp. This is Coracaris vandoveri. And we have the crabs, which is Austenegria williamsi. The names here that I just cited, they're all names of famous hydrothermal vent explorers and taxonomists that these species have been named after. So those are the big things that we can see, but Amanda's just spotted some polychaetes embedded in there that are polychaetes that are well known for tolerance at very high temperature. They're alvanellid polychaetes, and that's exciting to see as well. So temperatures up to 26 degrees here. This group of snails, another species, has been a fair bit of work been done out of Chuck Fisher's lab at Penn State. And Woods Hole researchers, Pete Gerges, on this species, and they're seeing temperature tolerance in the mid 40 degrees. And a tolerance means what it will survive, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what it wants to be at. So we might get a better idea here with these temperature loggers what the preferred temperatures are for these animals. In hydrothermal vents, one of the adaptations is that these creatures really need to be able to survive excursions of temperatures that can go quite high, and but it drops back down again after a while, and they seem to play with risk tolerance and keep a reasonable margin, because they can never quite know when the temperature may swing too high for them. Okay, so new vents, finding new vents. This was a new, yesterday we came into this vent field and we have a little competition going on board, or maybe not competition, we have a suggested list of names for the new vent field that we found, that the NOAA team with Schmid found this time last year using sensors in the water column with Joe Reesing's cruise that was out here from the NOAA group. So they detected where the vent field is, and then we dropped down with the sub to come in here and actually see the distribution of vents here. So this vent field is about 500 meters, half a kilometer across, and there are spots of vents and chimneys all along it. Yesterday we visited several chimneys. The chimneys are really quite hard to work on because the submersible has to thrust up against the chimney and work in the mid-water. So here we're nicely sitting on the bottom, so it's a much more stable platform to work. So we've come to this very brand new vent field, and we're trying to map the distribution of fluid flow. You're not repeating work people have done before. It's new work. Do we have new species? Do we have new chemical conditions? And that's one of our, as biologists, that's one of our main interests in being on board, is what we're sailing with fluid chemistry and microbial biologists to be able to put the whole story together. What kind of pH are you seeing, Dave?
We got down to 5.7, I think, on the last one.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
5.7. Okay. Folks out there, think about ocean acidification and the worries that we have for animals that are adapted to living at pH 8, which is the normal ocean pH up near the surface. And for those animals, if pH drops down below, drops well below pH, let's say 7.5 to 8, that's a real problem for those plankton and corals living up in shallow water. They need a higher pH.
And I'll give you a little
At hydrothermal vents, we've got animals that are figuring out how to adapt to those low pH conditions. It takes a lot of energy to deal with problems inside the animals where they're trying to keep the acid-base balance at a comfortable level so the cells can function. And to do that, you need energy. You have to pump ions around inside, so you need ATP. That means you need a good food supply to generate that energy to be able to cope with the pH. But we're looking at these snails are really fascinating because they have calcium carbonate in their shells, and yet they're living in these pHs well below 6. So that's one of the studies I'm interested in, is to look at how they are protecting that calcium carbonate shell and keeping it intact to keep a solid skeleton. And I'm intrigued by. Can you zoom in to the top, the very top of those snails?
On this one or this one?
In which one's being broadcast? The science kit?
This one.
Yeah. So just down at the bottom of the frame, you see this coily top? Yeah, right there. See the apex of the shell?
I don't know where they're on.
Oh, yeah.
Where the shrimp is right on top of that.
That one right in the center?
Yeah. So what I'm finding, and I don't know the answer to this, maybe there's somebody else out there, that when we collect the little tiny ones of these snails, they've got bright white calcium carbonate tops that are being dissolved. And then as I'm looking at different sizes of these as they're growing up, it's reprecipitating a new top on the shell, and it seems to have some mineral coating that is immune to dissolution. And they're beautiful. When you get them on board and look at them, they're gold. And so we will take the shells back and look at what that precipitate is on top, because I'm thinking it's an adaptation to prevent these animals from dissolving.
pH 6.14.
Why are these crabs cannibalistic?
Why are the crabs cannibalistic? Well, we have, just as many species on Earth have a lot of competition among themselves, so too here, you're looking at constant fights going on here among the snails. Believe it or not, they push each other out of the way. the shrimp are will attack each other and the crabs. So it's a dog-eat-dog world down here, and sometimes it's quite literal. When the crabs can't catch a shrimp or they can't find something else to eat, they will attack the weakest of their own. And we've seen a number of cases where they're shredding each other and eating each other. And it's also another way to recycle calcium carbonate. Again, the crabs also have to keep a shell. And so they, whenever they molt, they eat their own shells to get any bits of calcium carbonate back and recycle.
Okay. So we'll take it slow, but just because it's that you can see that it's on an angle on that incline. So for us to get through and down into the sediment, we run the risk of coming up to that flange, and that's a warning area. Okay.
See how it looks. Start over on the right.
Okay, I've had my chapter.
Okay, I can yak some more. Are there any questions coming in right now, or questions that we can answer?
Good enough. Can you talk a little bit about this area, the back arc?
Okay.
And also,
Yes.
do you talk about what you do with the fluids when you get them back?
Yeah.
Okay, Dave,
Sure. Yeah, that looks good. So you're down in the animals again. Let's zoom. 33.7 was the max, and that's right here.
Right when I tuned in, there was 24.
Before we put the net on, yeah. That's pretty warm. Okay, we're continuing our temperature and chemical sensor mapping inside the frame here, so you're gonna have to listen to me talk about that mostly. I'll try to get onto some other things too. So we just moved it across, and this is the warmest spot that we've seen so far, and temperature right now is about 36 degrees Celsius. We'll let that equilibrate, and pulling that water through our sensor block that's got a pH sensor and an oxygen sensor in it. We're using a Seabird Electronics oxygen octode. So it's a fluorescence quenching device that is sensitive to oxygen, and it's also not bothered by the other chemicals in this water. There's another type of oxygen sensor, an electrochemical sensor, that's pretty much destroyed by sulfide as soon as you put it into that environment. So we've attached that oxygen sensor and a pH sensor that's made by AMT in Germany. And that's essentially a glass pH electrode with a pressure compensation mechanism in it. It's got a gel electrolyte instead of a liquid electrolyte, so it's kind of squishy and gives good readings, especially when you're looking at a wide range of pH like we're doing here. It's not necessarily going to work for really tiny changes in oceanic pH, but for this environment it's great. So sensors look good. We're getting a temperature of 34 degrees, and Andra's getting ready to log some data. We're zoomed in on where the sensor probe is.
But the yellow is camouflaging the things.
Andra's.
How big's the net for scale?
It's 2-inch squares.
Okay. The net knitting in there, each one of those knit squares is about 2 inches on a side, and you're looking at some copper pipe that's probably a 1/2 inch diameter. Overall, the width of this thing is about 1 meter across.
I do.
Ready for sensor reading?
Yep. Okay. This is location number 5 equals
Temperature now 29 and pH 5.5 and 5.5 and oxygen is 1.1. Yeah. It's great to have this chemical information like right when you're looking at this. Normally we have to bring a water sample up and it'll, we won't know till 12 hours later what the result is. And so, you don't get that instant feedback of just looking at it and saying, yeah, that's a pH 5.5. Pretty cool. So let's pick it up again and move across to the left. Yeah, that looks good somewhere in there. Okay, at this point the animals are in a slightly lower spot on the ground. The ground dips down a little bit, and we're heading towards a opening in the middle of this net that's got some really warm water coming out of it. We had a look before, and it was almost 100 degrees Celsius, so probably aren't any animals living right in that. But let me see if we're down. Are we down on the surface? Looks like you're still got one snail who's crawling on the intake nozzle, moving around with us. How's that look, Amanda? It's okay? I think it's basically right at the surface.
Yeah, that's good. And it's right by logger. I'm just trying to figure out which number.
Yeah, we've got the temperature loggers. You can see some numbers on them. The one on the right there, 808.
So it must be, but that's not really.
Okay, so at this spot, the temperature has dropped down a bit. There's a lot of fluctuation everywhere in here. As you can see, there's water kind of wafting around. Crabs coming in to check out the intake nozzle. Anytime you put something new in their environment, they come and check it out. Might be something good to eat, and they may want to grab it and try to get away from their brethren out here. So I'll let these sensors, actually that's coming to equilibration pretty quickly. Let me just take another reading here. You trying to read something, Andrew? Trying to read it?
we were just
Read
trying to
another
get
number?
numbers up. I think it's recorders.
Okay.
This is 15.
That one said 8, which you already got.
That's 8.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Okay.
15.
Andra and Amanda are logging all kinds of information here as we go across. Come back, computer. Okay, temperature sensors. Temperature is currently going up. It was, okay, now it's going up. It's changing, so I guess I'll wait to give you a reading for a second, but not too long. Okay, a little spike there. So we're in the Mariana back arc. I was talking about this a little bit earlier, but it's the area behind the subduction zone. So if you're following the Pacific plate as it's making its way across the basin, it subducts or sinks down below the Philippine Sea plate. If you keep going in that same direction, there's the volcanic arc, the islands of the Mariana chain, and then continue behind that, you get the back arc zone where there's more seafloor spreading, and that's where we are right now, exploring some new areas there that haven't been looked at before. Back to a temperature reading. Okay, so we got 13.4 degrees, pH 6.0, pH 6.0, and oxygen 1.85. Okay, ready for another move. Got to keep working our way across here. Time is, we just lost the camera view, so hang on.
Are you moving the vehicle?
Nope,
Oh, okay.
just moving the probe.
So I want to sample that probe.
Yeah, we're headed that direction.
Okay.
You want that hot water?
Don't have it here though.
Yeah, I mean, just like 50
There we go.
before it went to jump to 90.
Okay. So, continuing our trek across the temperature net, taking readings every 15-20 centimeters or so. Okay, we're back into the animals. We get different zones in here. Now we're getting into a zone that's mostly snails, kind of on the edge of where the crabs are willing to go. Crabs will take temperature up to a certain level and then they back off. That hot tub is just a little too much for them. So now we've got sensor, actually not very hot right there. It's only 12.
I missed one.
Well, one location I did 2 readings, so that might be what's
Yeah.
throwing you off. I did it before we took a sample and after.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
When would a good time to get James to grab some of the microbiology?
Anytime, including right now if she wants to. So these fluids, what's going on here overall is, seawater is percolating down into the crust. It's porous, it's cracked, and somewhere down there is a magma body that's providing all the heat for this system. The magma is at a temperature of somewhere around 1200 to 1300 degrees Celsius, and the heat from that magma heats up the seawater. It reacts with the ocean rocks, the ocean crustal rocks, completely changes chemistry. All the oxygen is gone. The sulfur is converted to hydrogen sulfide. There's hydrogen, there's methane. Lots of things are super enriched in the water that are really, really low in seawater. Iron, manganese, so there's metals, there's gases, magmatic volatiles, all kinds of things that create a huge disequilibrium between these fluids coming out and the seawater around it. And it's that disequilibrium that provides the chemical energy for chemosynthesis. So organisms can park here on the edge of where these fluids are mixing and extract huge amounts of energy from the chemical disequilibrium. So the fluid chemistry tells us something about how the fluids circulate deep down in the system, what their reaction zone is like, and if we get a good measure of the high temperature fluids and lower temperature fluids that are mixing, we can look at those mixing systematics and figure out which compounds are being produced or consumed during the mixing of high temperature fluid with cold seawater. And that tells us what's chemically active in the system. And some of that chemical activity is due to microbial activity. Some of it may simply be due to inorganic chemical reactions that are going on. But in some cases we can tell the difference in that some reactions are simply too slow to proceed at a noticeable pace inorganically, but if you add microbes that catalyze those reactions, they will go really quickly. For example, producing methane from hydrogen and CO2. Hydrogen is in a big energy source in the magmatic gases and coming from high temperature water rock reactions. You mix that, or you add hydrogen with CO2 and there is chemical potential to make methane. And the highest temperature microbes in the system tend to do that. The archaea, the highest temperature classes of microbes are methanogens in many cases. There are other types as well, but methanogens are, for the chemist, easy to track in that we can see if there's excess methane in the fluid compared to what's coming out in the high temperature source. Okay, so time to take another reading if you guys are ready. Making more obs. Ready for numbers? No?
These crabs, they look quite sweet, but they're a bit bruised along.
Oh, yeah, the crabs are not nice to each other, that's for sure. It's a crab eat crab world down there, literally. They try to defend their territory, and you can see they're really crowded in here. So the big ones come in and clear out the patch that they want and chase the smaller ones away. And we've seen them on this trip already. If a crab gets injured, the other crabs will just attack it and tear it apart and have it for lunch. So it's not a friendly place for crabs.
Survival of the fittest.
Yep.
We did see the other day that
Okay, let's take.
Ready?
Okay, meeting number 7. Temp.
More temperature data coming here. Temperature 9.2, pH 6.3, and oxygen 2.35. All you people at home, if you want, you can do your own experiment with the numbers. That's it.
Pick it up and move. Yes?
Yes. Ready to move. Okay, ready to move again.
All right. Where would you like to go?
Continue across to the left, I think.
Give Jason the mic just to chat about the RV.
Sure. Okay, so Jason is the lead engineer out here with the RV. He's going to talk to you now.
Coming out.
Do I have to go right in?
Yes.
We're headed that direction.
All right, everyone. My name is Jason Williams. I'm the lead mechanical engineer for RV SuBastian, as well as the RV supervisor on this cruise. They just wanted me to explain a little bit about the vehicle and how we kind of came through the development phases, and now to be down at the bottom of the ocean exploring all this really exciting science that we're looking at here. The project started about 14 months ago with a team of about 5 or 6 people, and we've basically been going full tilt the whole time. And yeah, it was quite an exciting project that we kind of put together here, and we deployed it for the first time in May, and sea acceptance trials in July, and now we're doing our first science cruise here with about 9 scientists on board. A bit about the vehicle: it weighs about 7,000 pounds, 3,200 kilograms. It uses a launch and recovery system with a docking head and A-frame and an active heat pump winch. Its capacity can go down to 5,000 meters. We've got 5,500 meters on the winch right now. We use a catenary system, which is basically it's a single body vehicle as opposed to a 2-body vehicle, for those who know. Uses a catenary system which uses a bunch of floats on the umbilical that allows it to operate in a larger window underneath the vessel, as opposed to a 2-body which has to stay a little bit closer here.
How difficult is it to work down here?
It's really difficult to work because you're basically using cameras and instrumentation to figure out where you are and tracking, and with these depths and these distances under the ocean, a lot of the times things don't work all that great, and we've had a number of problems that we've had to sort through and fix on board here, but we've managed to kind of piece it all together and able to do the science that they're looking for.
And just about how you control these arms and explain the arms.
Oh, yeah, the main working functions on these vehicles are the arms, which is kind of the high-profile things. Basically what they do is, the way we control them is using all the cameras at the surface, and we have little master controllers that basically mimic the arms down below, up here. So as we at the surface, the slave arm down below basically follows exactly the same functions, and some operators are better than others, but you know, but we're training people here, so everyone's coming along nicely, and we've got some oil and gas workers here, so they're
you have to control like do very sensitive movements with these grabbers.
Yeah, basically we can do very fine movements, so what we do is we zoom in the cameras really closely, and we can just do millimeter by millimeter movements here, and that's how we can do precision positioning of the sensors and the manipulators, and grab the samples. So.
Is he running a sample right now?
He's getting ready to
Okay.
these plates. He's turning the sensors off.
Okay.
Number 8. It will be, yeah.
Are you getting questions? Okay. Hey everyone, this is Julie Huber from the Marine Biological Lab in Woods Hole, popping in on the mic. Going to talk about bacteria, guys. The ROV pilots are super psyched.
The things we can see, but there's some things we can't see anymore.
Sure. So we popped this net over this venting fluid where there's a bunch of animals beneath it, and you can see the shimmer. But what you can't really see is all the microscopic life that makes life in this ecosystem possible, and that's single-celled life, microbial life, bacteria, and archaea. And so in every single milliliter or tablespoon or so of water that's leaking out of the seafloor, it's carrying 10,000, 100,000 microbial cells, which is pretty crazy when you think about that amount of biomass being pumped out of the seafloor. So those microbes actually live beneath the seafloor, and they can do things like eat hydrogen sulfide, they can eat methane, they can eat hydrogen, carbon dioxide, iron, manganese, sulfate, nitrate, all sorts of things. And those microbes form the base of this food chain. And the type of life we're seeing here is supported by chemosynthesis. So the primary producers are the bacteria and the archaea. They're fixing CO2 using chemical energy to produce the carbon that allows these snails and shrimp to live here. Then you have these secondary predators. Those are things like the crabs, and sometimes we see fish or squat lobsters. Some other vent fields you might see octopus, spider crabs. And so what these organisms are doing, they're the secondary consumers. So if we make a parallel to life in the surface world, you have plants that fix CO2 and they use chemical energy from the sun, and that creates grass, and the cows eat the grass, and then we eat the cows, some of us. I personally don't eat cows. And that's how the food chain works up here in the surface world. But in the deep ocean, the primary producers are not plants, they're bacteria and archaea. And the cows are the snails and the shrimp, and the humans are the crabs. Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
But we don't eat each other.
Well, we are not cannibalistic. This isn't The Walking Dead. Oh yeah? Okay. So it's pretty remarkable, because if we were to just move, a few 100 feet off of this Venn site, all of this charismatic megafauna, as I like to call it, it wouldn't be there anymore. And these hydrothermal systems are really hot spots of biodiversity in the deep ocean. And that's one of the things that makes them so remarkable. So most of the deep ocean is sustained by carbon that rains down from the surface ocean. So again, those plants in the ocean fix CO2 using sunlight, They produce carbon, and it slowly makes its way to the deep, 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 deep ocean, which means it's kind of slow living for a lot of life in the deep ocean. But when you come to these hydrothermal systems, you have new carbon being produced by chemosynthetic microbes. So really, we should be thanking the microbes for all the beautiful life that you're seeing here. But that microbial life wouldn't be possible without the hydrothermal reactions taking place. So deep beneath the seafloor, there's a heat source, and seawater's reacting with that magmatic heat source and having these really cool reactions at really, really high temperatures, like really hot.
400 degrees.
400, 500 degrees. And that allows things like sulfide and iron and hydrogen to be stripped out of the magmatic chamber and the rocks, and you get food for microbes.
So what's your work on the ship when you get the samples? What samples are you getting and what are you doing?
Right, so the question was, what are we doing with the samples when they come back on the ship related to microbiology? So when the fluids come back up on deck, we fix a portion of them, pop them in the cold freezer so that when we get back, we can sequence their DNA and their RNA, which helps us understand not only who they are, but what biogeochemical processes they're carrying out. Like, do they have genes for fixing carbon? Do they have genes for eating nitrate? Do they have genes for those sorts of things? We're also running experiments out here that are measuring the rates of primary production, so the rate at which carbon is being fixed across a bunch of different temperatures, and who is carrying out that process. And we do that by mixing the fluids with some labeled carbon compounds, and we look at uptake into individual cells. And then the last thing we do is we're trying to culture some of these microbes. So we're trying to bring them back to life in the laboratory, which is really hard given the extreme pressures that these organisms are coming back from. And I don't have any pressure vessels out here, so everything I'm culturing at is just at 1 atmosphere. So we do our best.
Can you describe the typical day on the ship?
So the question was, can we describe a typical day on the ship? So for the scientists, the vehicle goes in the water around 6:30 or 7 a.m. The ROV crew has already been up for an hour or two prepping it. We participate in the dive just as we are right now, sitting in the control van, begging for our science to happen from our capable ROV crew. And when the vehicle comes back up on deck after dinner, usually around 6:30 or 7 p.m., and then the scientists get to work in the lab processing our samples. And then that can take, often it takes all night. Not only do we have to process them, but then we need to churn our samples around, our samplers, and get them back on the vehicle before it dives again the next morning. In between, we have 3 square meals a day by our wonderful chefs. Yeah, 3, yeah. The food's pretty spectacular. There's tea time at 10 and 3. And, you know, there's other things to do on board. I just never do them because I don't have time. Like, there's a gym. There's an outside. You can go outside. But we sometimes forget to do that. So there's a nice rhythm to it when you dive every single day. Yeah.
When you're out here, you want to make the most of it.
Yeah, so when we're out here, we're pretty focused on the task at hand, which, while exercising would be good for us, we're pretty consumed with our work. And also, since we can share it with the world now through the wonders of satellite technology, we get to engage with people not in the ship, which is really fun and kind of an extra bonus.
Ask if people have got any questions they can
Okay.
Are you ready?
Get in contact which way?
Facebook.
Okay. And if
Hashtag hydrothermal hunt.
right, if people have other questions, you can ask with the hashtag hydrothermal hunt on Twitter, Facebook, schmidocean.org, all sorts of ways. I'm at Twitter on Jules Deep, although I don't have my phone with me right now.
Yeah, tweet Jules Deep.
Jules Deep.
So how did you get into this type of research? It's really hard down here. Why didn't you pick something easier?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I need to move. I'm in the way. So the question was, how did I get into this thing, doing science on the seafloor?
I think you'll hear a lot of different stories about why people do this. It would be a lot easier to go study the soil in my backyard, probably.
This is like...
I feel like I'm in the way. But I was really enamored with the idea of studying life in such an extreme environment. What are you doing? Okay. In terms of, these are fundamental processes that have been occurring on our planet for over 3.5 billion years. And the microbial life here has, linkages to some of the first life on our planet. And that really fascinated me, thinking about, these processes happening in isolation from what's happening on the surface planet for billions of years. So life on our planet was microbial for over 2.5 billion years, which is crazy if you think about it. Humans are only like a tiny blip in time. And so I really like thinking about what Earth might have looked like a long time ago, and how these environments are changing now as our oceans change ever since eukaryotic life arose. Oh. Okay, sorry, I'm totally stuck here. And so what we're doing now is we're looking for some sweet spots of fluid temperature measurements. We're collecting for chemistry, for microbiology, and so that our biologists who place this thermistor array down have a good sense of what the animals under there are experiencing.
Okay, so I'm just going to go over to look at us.
Yes.
Not yet?
We'll meet it. Can everyone give a wave to everyone at home on the cameras? So this is the control room.
Over there.
How many people are in here, and how many people does it take to operate these ROVs?
Well, there's 4 seats in the row here. 3 of them right now are occupied by our ROV time, and we have 6 scientists clumped on the left side of the room. When it's more boring, it doesn't take that many scientists, but we're doing some exciting sampling and imagery right now. But we always have a pilot and co-pilot from the ROV team. We have a navigator sitting in the back of the room. Raise your hand, navigator. There we go. Oh, we're back off. Okay. He's helping us, make sure we know where we are on the seafloor, and that all the systems on the ROV are working, and we measure. They check the ROV every hour or two to make sure the oil comp levels are good and things like that. And then the scientists are, asking for samples and measurements and movements and things like that. It's a pretty intense place.
Some people asking why we're trying to catch crabs. Can you just explain?
Oh, right. So
We need to talk to Julie, too.
Okay.
There's a sample for you that we're about to do.
Dave's asking me a question.
So, questions with weight. It's pretty, we moved it up a little bit. It's still pretty hot, though. It's 84.
Okay.
And that's kind of on the edge of what we should try to pull through.
Can we just raise it another?
We can raise it a little bit.
Can we just raise it another inch and see if it gets closer to 50 or 60?
Okay, just a tiny bit more. That move you made dropped it from 128 to 88. So
2 or 3 inches.
Okay, let's go another 2 or 3 inches then. You might hit the nut?
Well, no, it might pop right out.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit. I'd say just like an inch or maybe less. We're still dropping, so it's 75.
Okay. All right, so we just moved the intake, and what we have in the van that you can't see is
You'd probably have to go back down.
a readout of, let's see.
Okay, stop. Okay.
All right, so we have a readout of temperature, so it just dropped from 80 to about 60. I'd be good with 60.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up.
And if you were watching, he only moved about an inch, and we had almost a 30-degree change in temperature, and that is what really characterizes these systems, these extreme changes in temperature and chemistry over really, really, really small distances. So for life here, it's all about being in the right place at the right time, otherwise you die. You either get burned up. I know. You either get burned up, or you You're too far. You're too far away. Then your symbiotic bacteria have nothing to eat.
All right, that's probably good.
What happens if these crabs get?
All right, I'm good. I'm with.
66.
Yeah, that looks great.
If it goes up to 100, we'll have to cool it off a bit.
Okay.
That'll melt the valve eventually.
Which valve?
Our big valve.
Oh, okay, the big valve.
Stuck in the hot water.
Got it.
Someone's asked, Bev Nicolat has asked, do you see any changes that can be attributed to global warming?
So we personally haven't done any studies in vents related to global warming, but other scientists have been looking at the impacts of acidification, especially for calcium carbonate forming organisms in the deep ocean. Things like coccolithophores and other animals. I'm asking Amanda. Oh, right. Okay. So Amanda is also reminding me that with global climate change comes shifts not only in carbon and pH, but also in oxygen and how it penetrates into the ocean. And one concern is creating more zones in the ocean where we don't have oxygen. They're called oxygen minimum zones or anoxic zones, right, where there's no oxygen. And obviously things like fish can't live in those. Some of you in the United States might have heard of some fish kills, and that's, for example, where the Mississippi River comes out into the Gulf of Mexico, you get all this stuff flowing to the ocean from agricultural things like nitrogen, and it quickly gets used up. All the oxygen gets used up and things die. I'm talking about death a lot. Life and death in the deep ocean.
But can you talk a bit about how you only see certain things in certain places? So
endemism.
You see snails where like hot, the way you see different things.
Okay. So if I sort of said earlier, so we have this net down, by the way, not to capture the animals, but what you can't see because of all the shimmer is that there's thermistor arrays tied into that netting, and we have scientists out here who are really interested in the temperature these organisms are experiencing. Now, if we were to move just like 100, 150 feet in any direction away from the venting fluid, this abundance of life would drop away. And the reason is that without venting fluid, you don't have any bacteria that are living there, and so you can't have these higher life forms. Different vents have different chemistries often, which means you get different bacteria and different animals. And so one of the big questions we're out here tackling is trying to link the geology, chemistry, and biology in the back arc and what we already know about other mid-ocean ridge systems and the Mariana Arc volcanic system. Does that answer your question, Tom?
Yes, that does.
Oh, yeah.
What temperature? All right.
Oh, now it's dropped down. All right. I guess we might need to warm it up a little.
Yeah, it dropped down to 23. Yeah, it's too low.
Let's try to, ease it back down in.
How do you choose an area to sample fluids?
All right, so the question is, how do we choose an area to sample fluids? And it sort of depends on the question. And, in this case, the question is, what temperatures are the animals in this area experiencing? So we put down our net, and now we're using the intake of the fluid sampler to collect the samples for geochemistry and microbiology. Later in our dive, we'll be visiting the end member hydrothermal fluid, so the really, really hot fluids that are being mixed with seawater to make these shimmery fluids. So we should see, temperatures in excess of 300 degrees Celsius later in our dive. And so we decide based on the question.
What's the white stuff floating around?
The white stuff floating around in the water is mainly carbon that's produced by bacteria. It could also be stuff that's being sloughed off the animals. Bits and pieces of things that are moving through our thrusters, for example. But it's mostly bacteria. It's mostly when microbes colonize rocks and surfaces like this where you have water flowing, they form something called a biofilm. And we all have biofilms on our teeth, for example. But then when you have this water moving through the biofilm, pieces of it get sloughed off and move into the water.
Up a little bit. Too high. It's a little too high.
Can I move farther away so I'm not distracting Dave?
Not really.
No, I'm at the end of my cord.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're leaking.
All right.
Coming down.
We'll add that to our commentary. Longer mic.
You're at the end of your umbilical.
Someone's asked what's the pressure down that far. Some hashtags. Actually, what's the pressure down that far?
What is it again? How deep are we're at 300 and
320.
all right. Wait. Okay, we're at 3,200 meters, and so the pressure in atmospheres is 320 atmospheres. We live at 1 atmosphere, and in PSI, pounds per square inch, that is
4,500 plus.
4,500 plus PSI.
How much does the ROV weigh in and out of water?
So the ROV weighs about 7,000 pounds on deck, but in the water it weighs about 20 pounds, and that's because the top of the ROV has this really cool syntactic foam, which pretty much makes it neutrally buoyant when you put it in the water. And you always want to be a little bit buoyant so that if something goes wrong, you float back to the surface. You don't stay on the bottom like an anchor. Okay. Jason is telling me that in air, the foam is actually the heaviest part of the vehicle. The frame is aluminum, for example. They use a lot of titanium on the vehicle, trying to make other components light so that it can still be picked up by a crane or an A-frame.
We want a little bit hotter.
A little bit down?
A little bit down.
So we're doing these really, really careful manipulations because we're looking for the Goldilocks zones of diffuse venting, which we don't want to get too hot because microbial life can't grow above 122 degrees Celsius. And we don't want to get too cold because then we won't be getting enough of the hydrothermal vent fluid. We also have a particular valve that this sample is running through that shouldn't get above about 100 degrees C.
So Julie, you have to go
I am. I'm the
See any change? So
Talk about ROV versus HOV, why we might use different.
Okay, people are asking about the difference between a remotely operated vehicle and a human-occupied vehicle. Just to be clear, this is an ROV. There's no people at the bottom of the seafloor. There are also HOVs, submersibles that can take 2 or 3 people down to the seafloor. I think there's a lot of reasons to use either one, especially in some of the places we've been working out west here. We get a lot more bottom time with an ROV, and we have been working around active volcanoes in some cases, especially along the arc, and those are too dangerous of situations to put people into.
keep moving and I'll tell you when it starts to go up.
In my own research, I've used both, but most of the time I use scientific ROVs. That being said, traveling to the seafloor, a couple miles down in a manned submersible is a pretty remarkable experience. So if you ever have a chance, do it.
Going way up.
What's it like being down there?
40.
The question was, what's it like being on the seafloor in a submersible? It's amazing. Probably the coolest part is as soon as you kind of leave the sunlit surface ocean within a few hundred meters, it's just pitch black. The HOV turns off all the lights and a lot of the power to save batteries, and you just gently spin and sink to the seafloor. And along the way, it becomes very dark. And then all around you, you see bioluminescence of all the amazing sea creatures that live in the water column, which is probably, it's called the mesopelagic or twilight zone of the ocean, kind of the space between the sunlit ocean and the bottom of the seafloor. And we know so little about the life that lives in that huge swath of our ocean. But sinking down in Alvin, which is what I've dove in, it's really amazing to see all the life around you, but all you see is blinking lights from bioluminescence.
That's where I spent most of my time.
In the twilight zone?
in the bios and the midwater.
Yeah, so our pilot Buzz has worked for Mbari, who's done some really amazing work in that twilight zone, collecting marvelous sea creatures, jellies and siphonophores and weird fish and all sorts of cool things. Squid.
Squid on the
So how do we know where to go? How do we find these sites?
So the question is, how did we know where to go? Well, this mission started years ago when no one had ever even made really good maps of the Mariana Back Arc Zone. So the first mission was to come out here and using the really great mapping capabilities of the Falcor to make really high resolution detailed bathymetry of the seafloor. We then put a piece of equipment over the side called a CTD, which at the end of that wire has a bunch of sensors to look at temperature, to look at particulate loads, to look at redox conditions in the water column, and we basically towed it all around until we got signals that there might be hydrothermal vents beneath it. And that was a cruise, part one of the hydrothermal hunt last year on the Falcor. And I know all the web blogs are still up on our website. We then put down an autonomous underwater vehicle, which is sort of like an ROV, except there's no tether, and you basically program it to run a mission, and then it comes back. It's more of a true robot, and it has a downward-looking camera and other sensors, and that's how we honed in on those steps. Hashtag hydrothermal hunt will help you find all of that. And you can find me on Twitter at JulesDeep. And you can go also at Schmidt Ocean on Twitter, as well as our website, schmidtocean.org. And what I like to remind people of is all of this started with a map. And we actually have really poor maps of most of our seafloor. We have better maps of Mars than we do the ocean seafloor. Mars has been mapped at almost 1 meter resolution, and the seafloor, most of it has not been mapped at that resolution, and you start to see these amazing features that are often volcanic when you make a really high resolution map.
But we didn't really go.
Right, and so there's some really obvious links between space exploration and deep ocean exploration, and I think, that it obviously invokes this idea of, wow, I wonder if life like this could be somewhere else in our solar system. And so myself and a number of us on board have worked with NASA to test instrumentation, to think about what it would take to sustain life on a place like Europa, for example, Jupiter's moon, that we know has a salty ocean beneath its icy shell. The Saturn's moon, Enceladus, which is spewing things like hydrogen out into space. Are there microbes on those planets that could be taking advantage of those energy sources? It's a pretty simple leap of the imagination, I would say, to make when you look at these remarkable ecosystems on Earth, to think about life beyond Earth. Hey, Heidi. Hey, Heidi. Could you hand me my phone?
Is it harder to work down here or up in space?
The question was, is it harder to work here or up in space? Well, I've never worked in space. One interesting thing about communicating with the vehicle on Mars, for example, is they basically do it via radio. There's maybe a 18-20 minute lag between when they send the signal up and the vehicle moves up there, so that's quite different than what we're doing here, where you get to a place like Europa is going to take, I think, 7 years. So that's obviously a big difference as well.
Have you found anything new?
On this mission, have we found anything new? Well, we have already seen some creatures that scientists aboard, Rena and Amanda, aren't totally sure who they are. And so we've collected them, dissected them for various genetic and anatomy examination. We have certainly seen some geological processes that are really fascinating. When we were up in the Ark, we saw some super amazing molten sulfur chimneys being formed, and with the microbial work, I won't really know till I get back in the lab and do a few months of hard time how the microbes here compare to other sites that we work at. So I'm standing next to Tom Hoffman, who's at Tom Hoffman on Twitter. And he is our documentary filmmaker, videographer, who's making a lot of this action possible. And so he works to communicate our science to the public, and that's a huge component of what we do when we work with Schmidt Ocean Institute. We try to bring science to everybody, to inspire the next generation, to share in excitement and discovery, and to help people see these places that, pretty much no one has seen before. And I grew up in the landlocked Midwest. There were no volcanoes and there was no ocean. And the way I learned about it was through TV, books, and aquariums. And so this is a new way for this generation that we can share in the excitement. We want kids to become ROV engineers. We want kids to want to become scientists and teach science and enable science. So I think back home, I'm going to take 1 second. I think my kids and husband are listening, so I just wanted to say hi to, that's my next generation. Hi, Alex. Hi, Adele. Miss you guys. So.
Do we have budding scientists, do you think?
I don't know. Alex told me he wants to be a race car driver, so. As long as he knows. Yeah, but a lot of great engineers start by tooling with cars, and how does that radio work? And I think a lot of us are scientists in our casual lives, and we don't even realize it. So.
What we can do is look around the vehicle. Look around the vehicle?
It's time for bed now, kiddos. Go to bed.
I was trying to find a place. There's no place I can see with the science camera that doesn't have shimmering water in front of it. So
I know.
It means it's an awesome.
But oh yeah, okay. Look at the arms. Okay.
So we've lost our view of the animals that we were imaging because the shimmery flow, the direction of the flow has changed a little bit, which makes it even harder to see.
We're showing the bumper bar where we have all sorts of.
I think the pilot's cam is being transferred.
Did you always know you wanted to be a
Which one is
scientist?
on?
The question was, did I always know I wanted to be a scientist? I'm not sure I even knew what a scientist was growing up, but I knew I wanted to spend my life studying the ocean, and I knew that since I was a really little kid, and it was only by going, quite honestly, to college that I learned what a scientist actually does for a living, and it hooked me, and it's been all science ever since.
Jason's going to give us a quick tour of the vehicle.
All right.
Do you want to take the mic? Sure. Or do you want Jason's commentate?
Well, we haven't switched that feed yet, have we?
Which hand?
So we're switching our live feed to show off SuBastian, our ROV, a little bit, which is good because my husband's listening. So this is a light.
There's a transponder. There's our backup transponder there.
Okay, the red thing is our backup transponder that helps us know where we are, right?
We got our different lights up there, the titanium lights.
At the very top of your screen, titanium lights. Is that a pressure case next to it? What is that just above it?
Right at the top.
Oh,
that's sonar.
Okay, that's a sonar, which allows us to see our the seafloor and other structures in front of us, so we don't run into things, for example, as we're moving forward. As we zoom out a little bit, you can see our elbow of our port side arm.
And right in the top of the screen, that's our situational camera. That's what the pilot uses to fly the vehicle. Basically, it gives you your inline view of the vehicle.
Okay.
As well as your looking down camera, so you can basically position yourself on various sites.
Okay, so that camera at the very top is the main pilot camera when they're driving. It's perfectly centered in the vehicle, or pretty much, right?
Oh, actually, there it is there. That's better.
Right.
Right in the center.
Right in the center. So what you're seeing there is kind of our top bar on the vehicle, and it has a number of cameras, sensors, and lights. One of the biggest challenges to working down here is having enough light to see. The deep ocean is so deep. When we turned on our lights yesterday, that was the first time this place had ever seen light, because no one has ever visited it. before.
Big vacuum hose.
Right, there's our vacuum hose, which is our suction sampler. We use that to suck up sea creatures that we want to study, and they go into a series of jars where they rest peacefully until we bring them to the surface. And now we're looking at the right side, the starboard side of the vehicle. Those are various, ooh, look at those lights. That's impressive. Those are our gauges. Just like in your car, you have a car that, it says, hey, your oil level is low, hey, you need to get gas. Those are our gauges that tell us quite a bit more, but we check them every hour to log the numbers to make sure we aren't losing fuel. And then now what you're looking at is the end of the vacuum cleaner. That's our suction sampler, and we haven't vacuumed anything up yet, but each of those jars can collect particular samples, and if we want to keep creatures from different sites separated, we can put them in different jars. That's a really neat view. I mean, we're basically looking a good third of the way backward at the ROV. And if you go to schmidtocean.org, we have a lot of diagrams of the vehicle that explain the different components that'll help put this in perspective. SuBastian's about the size of, what?
Minivan?
A minivan? It seems it's like as tall as a minivan, but
Maybe a little shorter.
yeah, it's like a minivan.
Nice MPV.
Like a what? I was gonna say a Volkswagen Beetle, like a Volkswagen Beetle size. Yeah, but it's basically a giant square. It's about 10 feet tall, weighs 7,000 pounds. All right, there's our a Honda Element. That's a good, yeah. That's like a square Honda. That's our port arm, our left side arm. It's a Titan 4-7 function arm. That means it moves quite a bit like a human arm. It actually has some better movements than the human arm. It can twist. Can the wrist do a full 360? Right.
It can do as many rotations.
Right. So that wrist can swivel around in a way a human wrist cannot. Those are our bio boxes that you're looking at now. They're hydraulically controlled to open and close. Yesterday we put some chimney samples in there, some rocks. We put some tube worms in there a few dives ago. You can see that we're sitting in this area that is just pumping out venting fluids everywhere. And again, all that flock in the water is because of what, Jason?
The flock in the water?
Microbes.
Microbes, yes.
Someone on Facebook is asking for a bacterial sample.
Oh yeah? Who is it?
Are you able to give them one? Daniela Bezdan.
I don't know. Tell her to email me. Ask me on Twitter. Message me on Twitter. Hashtag hydrothermal hunt. I'm at Jules Deep. Schmidt Ocean is on Twitter as well. And where are we looking now?
This is up at a light junction box.
All right, that's a light junction box.
All the lights go into that box, or part of them.
All right, and filling that junction box is
Silicone oil.
And we have biodegradable silicone oil. So if we do have a leak, the microbes will just eat it right up, and it will not harm the deep ocean.
That's a science junction box. Basically, it allows the scientists to plug in basically whatever they want.
All right, we also have a science junction box that you're looking at. For example, the sampler we have inserted into the vent right now has to get plugged in somewhere. And so SuBastian has a bunch of ports for various instruments that can be plugged in.
How much have you changed the configuration of the boxes on the trip so far?
There's only two things plugged in right now, and that's the hot fluid sampler and the mapper.
The mapper, right. So on this particular cruise, the main thing we've been changing between dives is just the configuration of the basket, whether we need markers or we have gas tight samplers. We have a couple milk crates. Do we have a milk crate? Yep, just for the gas tights and our marker. The marker is a physical marker that we leave on the seafloor at an interesting spot. We have the two bio boxes. One of the bio boxes is divided into 4 sections for 4 different samples. That's what you're looking at now. We also have our fake mussels, robo-mussels that we're going to be deploying at the end of these temperature and fluid measurements.
Can we get a shot of the robo-mussels?
It's right there.
That's the robo-mussel. Oh, that's the snail, sorry.
Samples taken, okay?
The mussels are next door on the other side.
Where all the monkeys
Right, okay.
People are asking whether the light comes in as a creature, how they react to it.
Right, so a really common question is what, I mentioned that this place had never seen light before. We arrived, and how do animals respond to it? In most cases, from what we've seen, nothing happens with the animals, and that's because most of them don't even have eyes. There's no reason to see with eyes in the deep, dark ocean. Instead, what these animals have... Ooh, there's a shrimp climbing up to us. Hello. The shrimp is a good example where it doesn't really have eyes, but it has a huge amount of sensory components, and what it's trying to sense is heat and chemistry, so that it's always in that venting fluid. And a lot of the animals down here are like that. Now, every once in a while, we run into a rat tail or fish or something else, and it looks into our lights, and nothing really seems to happen. So using eyes to see around here of these vent creatures is not their way of life. It's using chemical and thermal sensing.
Something, have you taken any sample critters on this trip? What kind of things did you find?
So we've vacuumed up quite a few animals from a variety of sites. We've gotten snails, shrimp, we've gotten tube worms, barnacles, limpets, crabs, mussels. Now, we're not getting bucket loads of them, just to be clear. Probably at each site we try to sample enough that we can get a complete population genetics sample. So in some cases that means 5, 10, 20 individuals. We only try to take what we need to do the science. Sometimes we do get accidental samples, meaning something, rides its way back up with us. The other day we collected a chimney, and when our biologists took a really close look at it, there were some polychaetes and other animals embedded in the rock structure, and so we got a bonus sample. We tried to collect an interesting snail yesterday, but we only got one. We're going to be on the lookout for it again today. And actually, in this mound of snails, Verena tells me there's at least 2 or 3 different species in there. Of snail. And it's really, by grabbing a bunch of them that you can sort that out.
So we see. Can you explain the gas tanks?
Right, so those silver things you're looking at in the box right now, those are gas tight samplers. Oh, okay. Whoops. That allows you to sample these fluids and keep them at in situ pressure even after sample recovery, and that allows you to measure the gas concentrations in the venting fluids. If you didn't do that, all the gases would come out of solution as we rise up through the water column and would basically come out sort of like carbonated water. Eventually all the bubbles disappear, or if you leave a can of pop sitting around for a while, all the carbon dioxide bubbles come out of it. And so we have specialized samplers to keep the gases in solution so that we can measure them back up on land. So we're back on our live stream of the seafloor now. We're finishing up some fluid sampling. We're on the filter right now. This filter is collecting microbes onto a filter that has tiny, tiny, tiny little pores in it to capture microbes for sampling. So the question is, how does resurfacing affect the samples, going from extreme pressure to none? So for the animals at this depth, remember we're at 3,200 meters, all of these animals, to be clear, they're usually dead by the time we get to the surface. The most basic, they don't explode, but their cell machinery, their proteins, their enzymes, their membranes, they just don't work. They have adapted over these long evolutionary timescales to only work at high pressure. And so when we bring them all the way to the surface, they just don't make it. from some shallower depths, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, we can bring animals up and they can survive for a little bit of time. Some scientists have done some really cool physiology experiments where they bring the animals up and keep them at high pressure. And have been able to measure, for example, the respiration and things like that. But on this, at these depths, we don't have the equipment to do that. So we are manipulating at very small centimeter scales here, trying to get the fluid sampler into the magical zone. We call it the Goldilocks zone for collecting these microbial and geochemical samples. And again, for those of you just joining us, what we have in our view here is a net that is not to capture animals, but there's little black temperature sensors sewn into the net, and we're trying to understand the thermal temperature regime that these organisms experience. And we're actually going to leave this thermistor array out until tomorrow when we come back with SuBastian. And that's so our biologists on board, Amanda and Verena, can understand the temperatures that these organisms experience, not at a single time point, but over time and space. So we haven't really, what are we calling it? Basically, it's a giant copper hula hoop with a net and temperature probes inside of it. It was a joint design between Amanda and the ROV team and some ship's engineers as well. It was a fun team effort to create it. Sure, and I think that's one thing that's really exciting about being out on these cruises is, there's a huge amount of planning, and we get out here and it's the first time that all of the ship's crew, the engineering team, the ROV team, and the scientists get to be together, and we have a plan, and quite often the plan gets mucked up, whether it's because of weather or something breaks, and working together, we find new solutions. And so Amanda came out with a vision for how to make this thermistor array. The ROV pilots said, that's a great vision, but I don't think we'll be able to deploy it that way. Let's try this. It turned out Buzz was really good at making these types of nets based on his days growing up fishing in Maine. And the ship provided the copper, right? Did they weld it for us too? Yeah, so the ship's engineering team welded that copper hula hoop for us. And so it's a true joint effort. And that's really fun, right? We all have such different backgrounds and life experiences, and it's fun to come together for a common mission, even though this is such a weird mission for many people. But we're all here because we want to be. You don't live on a ship for weeks at a time because you don't want to. Some people are laughing. Okay, well, some of us are like, hey, it's a paycheck. But I would say there's different ways of making a living that maybe don't involve going to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I haven't seen a single ship anytime I've gone outside. Like, this is not a very frequented part of the ocean. It's not a big shipping channel. It's not a big sailing destination.
Yeah, someone said they looked at the coordinates and we're in the middle of nowhere.
We are, well, obviously on the seafloor we're not in the middle of nowhere. We are at a to-be-named vent site that was just discovered, but on the ship we are taking votes on the ship for what to name our site, and I believe our chief scientists have ultimate veto power on what we will name it, but we have a lot of fun names that have been thrown out there.
We're going to reject all the fun ones.
Yeah, well, right now we have a marker out there that is 171? Yeah, so we're not going to name it 171, I promise. But we put these markers down. What is on the live stream? Okay, the pilot's cam. Okay. You can see that square diamond, that we left here yesterday, actually, because we identified it as a good spot for Amanda to do her sampling, which is how we came back here. We need to iris down. So yeah, I think what's really cool is when you look at that map of the Pacific Ocean, just how remarkably big it is. And we are at the edge of where the Pacific Plate subducts beneath after traveling all the way across the Pacific Ocean. And that's one huge part of our tectonic ocean. And I think that's really, really remarkable. This region is just tectonically so fascinating.
Timothy Bartlett is asking how many of these creatures can go directly over the vent?
Over the vent and go where?
Or like hang around right there?
Oh, in the hottest water. So, well, that's one of the things we're trying to understand. And if Amanda were in here, she would tell me that the question was how many of these animals can kind of go right in the hottest venting fluids and things like that. And that is one of the things we're trying to understand, sort of what is the temperature range that these organisms can live at. And I know there's this worm, Alvanella Pompeii, right? The Pompeii worms, aren't they one of the hottest? And I think
that one.
they can live.
The sulfide worms.
Yeah, sulfide worms, right? Paralvanella.
Sulficola is in
Okay, and they can live, up to what, almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
It's pretty hot. In Earth's crust up in the continents, there have been some really hot worms discovered in deep, deep African mines, for example, that have a high thermal range. But most of these organisms are kind of living on the edge in the venting fluid so that their microbes are exposed to the warm fluids, but so they don't get cooked. Oh, Amanda's here? Oh, no, Heidi.
Serena said yesterday, lots of them are adapted to withstand.
For a few minutes? Right, so our biologist on board says some of these animals are adapted that they can have short-term exposure to pretty high temperatures, but they can't live in it. And when I say short-term, I mean like a couple minutes. Sort of like, when you accidentally, dip your finger in boiling water, you can handle it for a second or two, but then you have to get your hand out or the skin will start to fall off. So they're streaming that one, okay. So this is SuBastian's 42nd dive. They had about 30 dives before we came out here that were all for engineering.
warmer.
What are we at?
Very much. Just keep it in that spot. Go down. Just kind of wrist or yaw.
Sorry, we're doing some little, that's really cold.
Yeah, down more. I think it might need to go to the right.
Doing some manipulations here to keep our sampler in the warm fluid. We don't want to get too much of that ambient seawater in there because we're really trying to understand the microbes in there.
That's 30 degrees, that's much better, 35. Yeah, let's try that.
I'm seeing if there's any questions on Twitter.
That's better.
And it's going to completely overwhelm me, so maybe I shouldn't even look.
Do you want me to put a laptop there with it?
No, it's okay. It's too I have Tom here. He can help me.
Okay.
Are you manning the YouTube feed, Leighton?
I will ask me the questions on the side.
Yeah.
I can answer them, yeah. Well,
Okay.
You could explain the overlay if you wanted to.
Oh, wait, that's what I was doing. Sorry. Okay. So, right, I was looking at the bottom corner. All right, so the overlay that you're seeing on our video tells you a lot of different things. So starting in the upper left corner, DPT is our depth. So we're at 3,277.8 meters. And then we have across the top where you see west to 300, 330, 3060, etc. That's the heading of our vehicle. So we're basically running off a compass here. So we are almost pointed due north. Over up in the right corner, it says churns, negative 0.81, and that has to do with our cable that's holding us connected to the ship. We don't want the cable to get twisted up, and so we are making sure that number stays close to 0, right?
Below 1.
Below 1, okay. because that would create a lot of tension on the cable, and so we want to keep it untwisted. So sometimes when they start to see that number getting closer to 1, they might turn the vehicle to try to avoid that. Let's see, at the bottom on the left, we have a temperature measurement for a probe that actually isn't in the vent right now. It's up on the vehicle in the basket, and that's ambient seawater here is about 1.7, so the vehicle is getting sort of covered in this warm flow right now. We have our dive number, our date. We run on UTC time out here. And then over in the bottom right, we have our latitude and longitude. What is that little bullseye above lat and long?
I believe that's our meters per second, which is our speed over ground.
Okay, that's our speed over ground. You can see it's pretty much 0. We're vibrating a little, maybe that's why it's registering a tiny bit. Right. The upper left, the pitch and roll is so we know if we're leaning forward or rolling side to side, just like a ship. You can see it's negative 3.3, so we're pitched forward a little bit, sort of ram the front of the, not rammed, gently placed the front of the vehicle, so we could get as firm as a position possible to do this sampling. And that's definitely one of the challenges of working in this environment, is trying to find a safe place to sit down so we can do some work. And later in the dive, we're going to be here all day, we're going to be trying to sample some black smokers, which are about 100 feet tall, and there's no place to sit, and so we have to hover while gently pushing into the structure to take those samples. And it is a challenging thing to do.
Pictures from yesterday.
All right.
See some cool stuff going on.
Right. So the hashtag for our cruise is hydrothermal hunt, and you can visit our website, look on Twitter, look on Facebook, and we've been posting lots of pictures of our expedition. We'll continue to do so. There you can see our marker 171, and if you look off into the distance of this image, you can sort of see where this venting ends, and there are less creatures as you get farther away from the venting. So off on the left there, I believe, are those crabs or squat lobsters off in the distance? Squat lobsters, and they're usually more distal to the vents as well. And often as we're searching for new vents on the seafloor, if we start seeing a bunch of squat lobsters, we know we're in the vicinity of venting. But as the shimmery disappears, so does all the abundant life. I do want to be clear, though, that even though the animals kind of go away, there's still microbes. Microbes can even eat rocks. They can oxidize the iron in the rocks. So anywhere on the seafloor, if you pick up a basalt or a sulfide, there are microbes in there that are using the chemical energy trapped in the rock to make a living. So right now what we're doing is sampling these vent fluids to catch all the microorganisms on a filter so that we can extract their nucleic acids, their DNA, and their RNA to examine who they are, what genes they're using to do things like eat sulfur, eat hydrogen, eat iron, fix carbon, and things like that. And what's especially cool, these guys are getting really sick of me talking about microbes, are that there are microbes living beneath the seafloor. And it's one of the largest habitable volumes on our planet, and we know virtually nothing about it because it's really hard to sample. And one of the ways to sample it is to capture these fluids as they're coming out of the seafloor, and we can infer the chemistry and the microbiology of what's happening beneath the seafloor. So after this sample is done taking, what is the plan? We're going to deploy some robo-snails mussels. Is that right?
Yeah, we probably haven't finished the scanning through here. But
for temperature?
Temperature has dropped. We need to fix it again. But I'm saying we need to continue to complete the scan within the HULA array, and then deploy the rest of the instruments.
Okay. So we have a number of instruments we're deploying in
okay, Russ, time to hunt for some more
with this net. But first we got to finish taking these fluid samples. And we're constantly, sometimes we get a little bit jerked by the ship, and so we have to readjust the arm.
About 35.
So in the feed you're seeing, the right arm of the ROV is on the right side of your screen. It says Titan 4 on the arm, and we have basically the same arm on the left side. It has a slightly different claw on it for different manipulations. That arm is holding the fluid sampler that has a temperature sensor on it. And we also have some sensors at the end of it to look at pH and oxygen. And so that's really cool to be able to do those measurements in situ.
30. Stopping. A little warmer would be good. 33.
People are debating saying that microbes are better than.
Oh, I've started a debate about whether microbes or animals are better. Well, I think I have an opinion, but I'm also an animal. So I think one important thing to remember is that almost all animals on our planet are colonized by microbes, and we all live in these symbiotic relationships. So you have microbes that are living in your mouth, they're living in your stomach, they're living on your skin, they're in the air around you, and most of these microbes are good. And they're doing things like breaking down your breakfast right now, and making it possible for your cells to extract nutrients, and things like that. And a lot of animals in the wild have evolved these relationships with microbes as well. And since microbes were here first, we have them to thank for even the fact that eukaryotic life or animal life exists on our planet. Microbes live in symbiotic relationships with plants around their roots, for example, fixing nitrogen. There are a million examples. Microbes are important for corals. Those of you who like going to coral reefs, there's a huge amount of microbes that are living with corals, with fish, with squid, all sorts of things. So be kind to your microbes. Don't feed them a ton of antibiotics unless you're really sick. Treat them well, and hopefully they'll be good to you.
How do the snails, for example, work with these microbes?
Right, so the question was, how do the snails work with these microbes? These snails have in their gills symbiotic bacteria that are fixing carbon and oxidizing hydrogen sulfide, and in the process creating carbon that helps support the snail, and that's why those snails are living in these venting fluids. These crabs that you see crawling around, they're eating anything that they can get their hands on, including one another. This is a cannibalistic species. We've also seen some shrimp, some squat lobsters.
Actually, this one will be done soon.
And lots of other things. Ooh, that's a nice temperature.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So how many?
Well, we've popped everywhere from about 12 degrees Celsius up to 60 degrees Celsius. Kind of the Goldilocks zone for the type of work I do is, around 30 to 50, 60 degrees Celsius. Can we zoom the science cam to look at, or whatever? Oh, you did. Oh, we switched it. Okay. Right, so those little black things that you see are ours. Those are not natural things. Those are little thermistors that have been tied to our net. Oh, that's a great view. So you can see the crabs climbing over the snails, and they're climbing over our temperature sensors. Here comes a shrimp. The reason our view is fuzzy is not because we aren't focused. It's because of the density difference between the water coming out of the seafloor and the temperature effect. But those black things that are tied into the net are temperature sensors that are every 5 minutes taking a temperature measurement, and we're going to leave it on the seafloor until tomorrow afternoon when we collect it, and when Amanda gets the data back, she'll be able to download from every individual sensor the 5-minute temperature experience those organisms had at that site. Some shrimp over there on the right side. A couple days ago we were watching one of these scenes, and we watched a crab walk up holding the claw of another crab in its mouth. And we've seen crabs attack our sampler. That crab on the right is on the sampling hose, actually, of our fluid sampler.
Well, we don't have to make.
It's a really dynamic community.
You're doing that with your temperature sensors, so we just need enough to relate.
Oh, it looks like modern art now. It's an impressionistic painting.
Yeah, so I guess that's the better thing of doing the light, makes them a little bit more of the
Yeah, it's pretty fuzzy. It's not your screen, it's us. We can't zoom in anymore, and so we're zooming out. There we go. That copper tube is what we put down there, so that we can have something to tie our net to. The ship's welders put it together for us, the copper tube, and then Buzz and the ROV engineers helped put the net in, and Amanda tied on all the thermistors that are from her colleague. The question was, any relation between the microbes at Blood Falls in the Antarctic and the microbes we're dealing with near these vents? Any similarities, or are they all around generally the same? So Blood Falls is this place in Antarctica. It's not actually blood, it's iron. And so the microbes there are related to microbes that can oxidize iron. They are related to some of the microbes we sometimes find on these rocks and sulfides that can also oxidize iron. But one really interesting question in microbiology is how are organisms distributed across the world's oceans? Unlike these animals, microbes have effective population sizes of billions of cells, and they're just passive drifters in many cases. So can they be everywhere? Is everything everywhere? And one of the things we're finding is that it doesn't really look that way. We know that vent fauna, the big animals, are endemic or unique to only certain regions. Most of the creatures we see here on the back arc have only ever been seen at the back arc, or some in the Mariana Arc region, and we're trying to figure out the same sorts of questions for microbes. This one?
Yeah.
So someone is saying, does the chemical sunshine provide necessary nutrients? Where are the chimneys? Well, later in our dive, we'll be visiting some high temperature chimneys in excess of 300 degrees Celsius. Although even right here in this little spot, when we've pushed our temperature probe down deeper, we got upwards of 120 degrees Celsius. So you can think of the seafloor as having a lot of different pipes, and those really hot chimneys are when you have a direct pipe to the hot pneumatic source, and these huge chimneys get formed, but there's lots of channels or branches off that pipe, and you can get cooler fluids that either mix with seawater above and beneath the seafloor. They might conductively cool, and all sorts of things like that. Right, so the question is, why are the crabs so white? And I learned yesterday that the crabs that you guys might see at the beach and things like that, they feed, amongst other things, on phytoplankton or other seagrasses and things like that, which have pigments, because carotenoids, because they are photosynthetic, and so that changes the color of the crab shell because they're eating that material. But down here at the bottom of the ocean, the crabs aren't eating photosynthetic materials that have those pigments, and so they don't have any pigments. They're white. And we have seen a couple crabs that looked a little burned. Their shells were a little bit brown or rusty, and that's probably just from exposure to this harsh environment. But that's why the crabs are white. And these crabs eat anything.
Someone's asking what are the angry faces for in the crabs?
What are the angry faces for in the crabs? I don't. Right. Right. As I said earlier, most of these animals down here are blind, so they just look angry to us. But they're probably angry because that guy next to them is trying to eat them, is what I would say. Like, look at, yeah. I mentioned earlier, this is a cannibalistic species. We have seen them kind of tearing each other apart a couple times.
Someone's asking, how big are the crabs comparable to US going?
They're like the size of a US dollar bill, I would say, right?
Smaller.
Smaller? Okay, a bit smaller than a dollar bill.
Now repeat the question, sorry.
What?
Just repeat the question.
Oh, right, the question was how big are these crabs, and they're bigger than a quarter. more like a silver dollar, maybe? Do you guys? Yeah? Oh, okay, and now we have, I don't see the lasers.
Sorry.
Oh, they're red?
Green.
All right, so now we have the lasers on our live feed. You see 2 green dots that are 10 centimeters apart, and so that helps us get a sense of scale. And now we're going to zoom in. We lost our lasers. Sorry. We have our Brina, our biologist, who's driving the camera. It's a little bit finicky.
Still on the upside on the camera.
Yeah. But that helps us get a sense of scale as well. Of course, you might be seeing some juveniles in there, some young crabs, young snails, young shrimp. So we're seeing big and little things.
And we're ready to move the probe again. We're going to lift it all the way out.
All right, so there's a question of whether or not there are any corals at this depth. And they're not in, right, not in hot vents, but if we just move a little bit distal to the vent field, there are in fact corals. We often see them as we approach a vent field stuck to rocks and things like that, but not, it doesn't look like a tropical coral reef like we have in Guam, where we left from.
That should be good. Right now. Yeah.
Yes.
What would happen if you went for a swim at this depth?
Someone was asking what would happen if we went here for a swim. Well, we'd never make it. We would die. We would have died a long, long time ago, though. Humans cannot swim very deep at all. I think the skin diving depth is, a few hundred feet? And under the pressure, your lungs would collapse, even just a few hundred feet in. And we are at, 10,000 feet depth. The deepest diving mammal is the sperm whale, and it can make it to, I want to say, 1,000 meters deeper, 5,000 feet maybe. But we don't see any mammals beneath a certain point in the water column because of the ability, first of all mammals need oxygen, so they have to come up, and you basically have to hold your breath. And we're just not built for that type of pressure. But there's lots of fish that can live at the very deepest points. Maybe not a lot, but there are fish. And other invertebrates that can handle, things without a backbone that can handle this type of pressure. Obviously, because you're seeing a lot of it right in front of you. So which camera are we live streaming right now? The overlay one? Okay. Right. Can we play with that one at all and zoom in on, I don't know, just... Where do you want to? I was thinking with this one.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's what we're live streaming.
Yeah, you could probably get a good zoom with that.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
We can't see.
It's not that much better.
We can't see with the other one.
So, Dave, these are chunks of iron, chunks of sulfide, we think, or do we think this is?
We think it's volcanic rock.
Okay, just really, really
ejected out of a pit.
Okay.
So we're looking at a small volcanic crater.
Okay.
Small, like 30 meters across, but it's nice and circular, and it probably formed from, spitting out volcanic rocks.
Okay.
Strewn around the outside of it.
All right. So we're, if we could show you our nav map, it basically looks like a donut, and we're in the middle of the donut. It's about 90, 100 feet across, and we're in the middle of that crater. We think it's a volcanic crater, and those rocks that you're looking at have been thrown out by a volcanic eruption, and then they've become rusty, right, or oxidized. The sulfide's been used up, and the iron is being oxidized. Can we zoom back out of that abstract painting we're now streaming? And again, it's hard sometimes to get good images while we're sitting here because of all of the hydrothermal fluid flow in these environments.
It's kind of far away. Yes, okay. But it's
and so we're putting our temperature sensor inside this thermistor array to get a sense of the temperatures that the animals under that array are experiencing, and we will be leaving that net out until tomorrow.
It's stable.
Oh, Tom is getting the questions for me.
So this is going to be meeting number 9.
Station 9.
Which one would it
Not a lot of great questions.
Okay. I don't even know. What size mesh are we using for the microbial samples was the question. We are using 0.2 micrometers, which is like 0.2 micrometers. That's less than a micrometer, which is like 0.00001 centimeters or something like that. It's tiny. Microbes are tiny, and so we're trying to capture them on the filter surface. So we have to have a very small pore size on that filter. John, are you on the YouTube feed? Yeah, okay. Just if there were any questions. I guess Leighton's probably handling them from another room. Sure, you want to take it? Okay. Hold on.
Somewhere where it was low temperature.
Sorry.
Wasn't.
Well, this is pretty low.
Well, what was it?
So we're here for a while.
No, I mean.
Suction sample.
I think we're almost done with temperature measurements here, right?
We're getting close.
Okay.
But the vehicle temperature, just sitting there.
I mean, the point of this whole array is that it has temperature sensors, which are monitoring.
Look at this, it's key in structuring these communities that gradient even at that scale. So we don't have a temperature that's below 5 degrees in our mapping. So I don't know if it's valuable to do one that's like 5 degrees or lower. Do a measurement within our array that is about 5 degrees or lower. So Dave, you have one sulfide measurement, is that right?
Well, we're at 5 degrees right now.
I have the hottest water in that circle, and I have a sample of
Right.
Say why we're holding on this and
Okay.
staying in the next
Sure. So we've been sitting here for a while, 2 hours now, at this one spot on the seafloor because we have deployed this thermistor array, which is the copper hula hoop with netting and temperature sensors in it that you're seeing. We're collecting fluids within it and temperature sensors. And when we're done here, we are going to move to some black smokers that we found yesterday, so really high temperature structures that we're going to get samples and footage from. And over the next 10 days, we're going to be working at this site as well as some other new sites that we discovered south of here along the Mariana Back Arc. We're not sure what we're going to find because no one's ever seen them, except for a few snapshots of new lava flows we have at one of our sites. And so we're really on the edge of discovery here. And that's why I was saying earlier that you make a plan and then you come out here and who knows what's going to happen. So, for example, when we first, this is a beautiful image right now.
That's great.
When we first came out here, we had really bad weather. That's beautiful. We had really bad weather at our dive site, and so we went up to about 19, 20 degrees north, where it's 16 now, almost 17 degrees north. We moved up there and did some dives in the arc to compare to the back arc. Then the weather cleared up down south, and we now are marching our way south back toward Guam, which is our home port for this mission. We are, for those of us who are going home for Christmas, we are coming back into Guam on December 20th, and then we'll fly back over the globe to our home ports. One of the questions is, do they use the vent for protection from other animals as well as a food source? I don't think these organisms are using vents for protection. Their livelihood relies on the vents, so they're using it for their food source and their energy. And sometimes you do get peripheral predators like those squat lobsters and such that you can sometimes see they're kind of taking advantage of these animals that have to live in these little hot spots. It's pretty hard to hide in these environments. We were thinking the other day about the poor crabs when they have to molt. All of a sudden they've lost their armor and they're very, very vulnerable, especially to their own kind, which eat them. So it's a pretty harsh world, but you can see there's a huge amount of biomass here. Some people have likened deep sea vents to sort of the coral reefs of the deep ocean, and I think that's a pretty good analogy because there's just a huge amount of both microbial, invertebrate, and other life in these systems, and we're really just on the cusp of understanding it.
Right in that area, but
So we have a question of, will you guys be looking at plankton level abundance and distribution? So we aren't looking that much at plankton in the deep ocean. I know we are interested in trying to understand the reign of organic carbon in this environment. It's not a core part of our mission, but we did bring we have some samplers to try to look at larvae a little bit as well. Was that the whole question? I can't remember. It's okay. So we are looking at the suction sampler right now on the ROV. That's what's in your stream. We have a question if we have found parasites in hydrothermal vent species. And I believe the answer to that question is yes. Are there parasites on any of these animals? Yeah, okay. So, okay. So Amanda and Verena are telling me the answer is yes, that quite a bit of these animals have parasites, and that they've explored them a little bit. And so there's animals that are parasitic on other animals. There are certainly microbes that are parasitic on the animals as well. So can we switch our feedback? Okay. All right, we're back to the sea floor as opposed to the ROV. You can see our marker that we put down there yesterday. That's marker 171. And we put that down yesterday when we were searching for a good place to deploy our experiment. And right now, I think we're about to take our last fluid sample for this spot before we start doing some other work. So Dave, is this our last fluid sample?
yeah.
Okay, and then we're going to hand it over to Amanda to deploy the rest of her stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for those of you who are joining us via IFLS, they're going to be streaming, first of all, thanks, IFLS. I'm an avid follower, one of your 25 million followers. We hope to be able to do this again, but also we are streaming video via schmidocean.org and our YouTube site whenever we're heading down to the seafloor. So you can always find us there. Our hashtag for the cruise is hydrothermal hunt. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I think that's it. And our website is schmidocean.org. I'm at Twitter on Jules Deep. Tom Hoffman, who's standing next to me, THOM Hoffman, he is also on Twitter. And with the hashtag, we'll be able to find you guys and answer your questions, even if we can't do it on the feed now. Great. Okay. So right now, we have a couple scientists in the van who are trying to figure out what we want to do next. And I think we're on our last fluid sample, and then we're going to start deploying some more instruments into that net that are going to monitor the changes in oxygen and redox potential, as well as put some robo-animals on there. So animals, these are not real animals, but they also have thermistors. To simulate what an organism coming into that environment would experience. Ooh, we got some crab action there.
I'm just going to ask David so Sharon's okay with it, like,
Yeah, we can't put it in that hot
no.
section.
But how about
Shifting priorities when things change.
So one of the questions was, how do we deal with shifting priorities when things change? Well, we have a lead honcho out here. His name's Dave Butterfield. He's our chief scientist, so ultimately he makes those decisions, but he makes them in concert with the science party, with the ROV team, and the captain of the ship. So as an example, when we first got out here, it was clear that the winds were too high and the swell was too big to safely put SuBastian into the water. And so the science team took a vote to head up to about 20 degrees north, which was about a day and a half steam from here, and where the captain told us the weather report was much more favorable. And so we started up there. For planning an individual dive, we simply try to balance everybody's priorities. You know, sometimes there are people who get left out just because we run out of time. Yesterday, for example, we couldn't find a good sampling spot for me, and so we just didn't, and that's just kind of how it works. But we have a good team out here. We understand each other's science enough to understand what the others need, and it's Dave's job to try to make it all happen. But the best thing that can happen is good weather. It all starts with good weather, so that we can safely put the vehicle into the water. SuBastian starts getting a little nervous when it's above 20-25 knots, but it's also the sea state that's really important. If you have lots of choppy waves and swells coming in from lots of different directions, it's really hard to safely launch and recover the vehicle. If you sort of have a regular swell, which is what we have out here because of the trade winds, the team can sort of watch the water while they're launching and put the vehicle in between those swells at safe times. And so we're in a good run of weather right now. I'm going to knock on wood and hope that we stay in it. Bad weather also stinks because a lot of us, myself included, get seasick. So not only can we not do science, but a lot of us don't feel very well. So we hope to still have good weather until we have to make our way home in 10 days.
Switch to the overlay.
I mean, we can
talk about the, like,
yeah, we can just place ourselves right.
Of the animals? All right. So sure. So if we look at the overlay image that you guys have right now, which is the main pilot cam looking down at the working area, you can see on the right side of the image there's all of this shimmering flow, which is the hydrothermal vent fluid coming out. There is it's almost covering the entire screen. This area is just leaking hydrothermal fluid from the rocky matrix below. But if we move just 10 feet, 20 feet outside of this volcanic crater, if we don't have any venting fluid, we won't have this abundance of life.
No, I know, it's really easy. It's a cool little thing. Excellent.
And so in the arm that you see, that Titan 4 symbol on the right side, it's holding our fluid sampler, which is poking into the net and taking vent fluid samples for us, which is why we're sitting here.
What sort of things will we find in the vent fluid?
Some of the things we find in the vent fluid are hydrogen, methane, hydrogen sulfide, iron, manganese, not a lot of oxygen. Sometimes we find things like acetate or formate or other really small organic molecules. We find lots and lots of microbes, millions of them, and stuff like that. Ooh, shrimp. They do. And so when we collect these fluid samples, Dave Butterfield and his team are measuring those things on board, most of them on board, not all of them. We have a gas chromatograph that Ben is operating that measures hydrogen and methane. We're measuring nitrate, sulfide, ammonia.
When the crabs and shrimp come to the top and they're not alive, how will we understand what we learn? Do the cells change?
Right, so the question is, if our animals are dead by the time we bring them up to the surface, how do you learn anything? Well, there's a lot of ways. One is by extracting their DNA and looking at their genes, and this helps us understand, by comparing those sequences to other sequences, you know, who the organism is and how it's related to them. For example, how is this shrimp related to a shrimp you might find in the Atlantic Ocean? And that helps us build this biogeography map. We can also look at their anatomy and help us understand how they get oxygen and, you know, how they breed, for example. Where are their reproductive organs, their tissues, things like that. And then by doing the types of experiments that Amanda and Verena are doing today, by deploying this thermistor net, we get to understand what their environment is like and what they experience. So it's really trying to bring together those different methods to understand them.
How rare are these samples that we're getting?
The question was, how rare are these samples that we're getting? I would say they're very precious samples because obviously this is the first time this site has even been sampled at all, and so they're incredibly rare in that sense. Deep sea researchers are, generally speaking, a collegial bunch, and I know that we're collecting samples out here for biologists around the globe. You know, we can't all specialize in everything, and so we might collect one animal so someone can understand its nervous system, and from that same animal, someone might look at the symbiotic bacteria in the gills, and someone else might look at the host's phylogenetic distribution, so its relatedness to other species. And so we try to make the most of every little sample that comes up. In a single water sample, for example, we split it probably 10 or 12 different ways to measure all those chemical nutrients, to count the number of cells in it, to measure hydrogen, methane, nitrate, ammonia, iron, silica, magnesium. So we really do try to make the most of what we have out here. We're only sailing with 9 scientists. Obviously, we cannot do everything, and so we're doing a lot of work for other scientists out there.
That's where I'm thinking, because it has the ORP on it.
So we
So if it's
just,
below 40 degrees, then...
can we, what are we streaming? Oh, that camera now, okay. No, it's all right.
Guys, you should go get some food. I can read you out some questions if you want to eat, Tom. You've got to eat, otherwise you collapse.
These microbial.
Your microbes need food in their tummy? Lunch doesn't end for another 45 minutes, right?
But there's chicken wings and stuff down there.
I don't need chicken wings. The food on the Falcor is really good. We get 3 square meals a day, and for those of us working the night shift, they'll put a meal out for us as well, which is nice.
It is just the machine down there.
Right, so for those of you just joining in, what you're looking at is a remotely operated vehicle. There's no people at the bottom of the ocean. This is the ROV SuBastian, and SuBastian is connected to the ship through a large cable that provides power and data streams back to us. We are all sitting up on the ship. We're very comfortable, we're cozy, we're well fed, and the ROV team is operating the vehicle, and the scientists are asking them where, what, and when to do. Sorry, we're having a shift shuffle because it's lunchtime. We got to make sure people eat. And I think we are getting ready to go into the hot seat with some deployments. Do you want to take the hot seat? Okay. Oh, God. Do you want to take the mic, or do you want to focus on your deployment? Okay. You need to focus. What? Let her focus? Okay. I'll stand. Yep.
Yeah, I can do it. You want to go to lunch or?
I asked
Right, I'm going to take the microphone out and see if we can extend it.
Yeah. Or just make it wireless.
Ready?
Okay, 3.
Yes, it looks like it's working now.
Yeah, plug it in the wrong thing. I'll plug it.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We just replaced the microphone cable out on the Falcor, so that's why we had a little bit of a pause there. We had kind of a short leash on the microphone, so we're trying to rearrange things in the control room. And okay, thank you. That's because Julie Huber, who was speaking to you, has gone to lunch. It's lunchtime out here. Thank you. And I'm Bill Chadwick from Oregon State University and NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Lab. And you'll get. That's okay. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, sorry, we're still negotiating the cables in the control room. Okay, I'm gonna pause the microphone for a minute while we get this sorted out. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back in business. So, right. So Julie's gone to lunch. I'm Bill Chadwick, and I'm a geologist. I study active volcanoes, so you probably get a little different perspective from me than from Julie, who's a microbiologist. But I was saying that's part of the fun of these multidisciplinary research cruises, is we all can learn from each other, and hydrothermal vents are one of those things that really it takes a lot of different perspectives to make sense out of the whole system, because the volcanic system and the geology is what drives the system on some fundamental level. There's the molten rock underneath the volcanoes provides the heat and the source of chemicals and gases that go into the hydrothermal system. And we also have we also have chemists that analyze the vent fluids. So we can see how the seawater has been heated up and interacted with the rocks and what chemicals are coming out. And then we have biologists that study the animals. So what you're seeing right now on the live feed is we're pulling out that's a robo-mussel, right? Yeah. So this is the shell of a mussel that also is embedded in an artificial substance that's meant to mimic tissue, the tissue of mussels, like the kind that live at hydrothermal vents, and they also have temperature recorders embedded in the middle of it. So the idea is to try to mimic the conditions that the actual animals live in. So we've got 3 of these that we're going to put out within that ring structure that has all the thermistors attached. And the idea here is that the temperature that the animals experience might be different than what we measure just by sticking a temperature probe in. So in this way, we can compare the two, because we've taken a lot of temperatures with the probe. We've taken a lot of samples of the fluid that are coming up inside that ring, and now we've got these what we're calling robo-mussels, which are these temperature sensors embedded in something that mimics the body of a mussel that might live in this environment. So to try to see what conditions the actual animals would experience inside their body. Okay, question.
Flat plane on top of
Right here? There was a question about the overall environment here in terms of, are we on top of a seamount or on a flat plane or what? Sure, if you're not distracted. Okay. Let me answer that question. So we're on the Mariana back arc, so we're at the on a segment that's spreading, and we're kind of at the shallowest part of the segment, which probably has the highest magma supply. But this segment is different from the rest in that it's very smooth topographically. So, and that's because it's had a lot of lava flows that have come out at a high rate. So they've formed these what we call sheet flows, where lava comes out slower. It forms pillow lavas that can be mounds. So, and this last one, we put out 3 robo mussels, and this is a robo snail. So it's more of a different shape, but same idea. So yeah, right around us it's very flat. We're inside a little crater here, and once we start moving, you'll get a sense of that. It's only a few meters high, about 50 meters wide at the base, and it's a pretty unusual feature because in the deep ocean we usually just see fluid lava flows like you'd see in Hawaii, but with different morphology. But here, right here, we're in the middle of a cone that apparently had some more explosive type activity. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to Amanda, who can explain what we're doing here, because she made the robo mussels.
So my name is Amanda Bates. I'm at the University of Southampton at the National Oceanography Centre, Southampton. And my colleagues and I have designed what we're affectionately calling robo-mussels. And these robo-mussels are very similar to mussels that were deployed in the intertidal. And so what we've done is we've taken shells, we've sterilized them, and then what I've done is embedded a temperature logger inside with epoxy, which mimics how animal tissue responds to temperature. And what we're doing is we're deploying 3 mussels and 1 snail, and the next step is we're going to be putting out a mapper, which is also going to be measuring temperature as well as pressure. And the exciting part about this is that what we'll be able to do is to detect a tidal signal in this area potentially over the next couple of days. So we're going to be able to see what the influence essentially of the moon is on the temperature in this tiny little spot, which is pretty exciting. So what we've done today is we've put out a array. We've got our loggers, our temperature loggers that are spaced about 10 centimeters apart. And we've mapped out temperature using a fine tip probe. And we've also got some fluid chemistry, so we've got some measurements of hydrogen sulfide as well as some oxygen and pH measurements, and the pH was very, very low, much, much lower than what we would expect animals to be able to produce shells. So this is extremely exciting. And then now we're going to pair this up with this pressure data, and we're gonna walk away. We're gonna walk away for a day or 2, and this is going to continuously log temperature and pressure as well as some fluid chemistry the entire time. We're now going to go off and do some explorations, and then 2 days we're going to come back and pick this up, and I will be so excited to download these data and see what temperature has been doing while we've been off on other tasks. Okay, so we're putting the mapper in the left lower quadrant, just next to the ring. And the idea here is that this is going in an area that's relatively low temperature. We've already mapped this out, and we're putting it where it's about 8 degrees. So we know that there's a vent fluid influence. But what we'll find over the next couple of days is that with currents, we're going to get a shift in the temperature. So we're trying to be cautious. We're trying to make sure that we're not going to put this somewhere that's going to basically damage the probe that's measuring the fluids on this instrument. So we're going to put it on the left, kind of lower quadrant. Is that possible? On the outside of the hoop? Great. And so this is going right in this bed of snails. And what's also really exciting about this is that we're going to be able to extrapolate. We're measuring temperature within our hoop, but what we'll be able to do, since we've done such detailed estimates of fluid chemistry, is we'll also be able to interpolate fluid chemistry over this area over the next 2 days. So this really is an exciting step forward in terms of understanding the ecology of these animals. And we're all on the science team really, really excited and also appreciative of the skill of the ROV team, as well as everyone who's helped me put this together. So it's a really exciting moment for me.
Why are we so interested in mussels?
Ah, okay. So why are we so interested in mussels? Well, I'll start with why have we started with mussels? And I was really excited to put these robo-mussels together because we can actually build a model of what their temperature is internally much better than any other animal. And this is because mussels have a shell. We all know this. They close up. We have trouble with these mussels when we try and eat them. We have to pick apart their shell, and also when we're at the beach trying to look at them, they close up. So what that means is that they're essentially a little package. They're a little package of tissue and water that's doing something different than what's going on around them. And so they're an excellent first model for trying to understand this. Snails are a little trickier, and why snails are tricky is because they've got a huge foot, and this foot comes out on the bottom and sits on the rock, and the rock can get hot. So even though I've made a robo-snail, the next step will be to try and mimic a foot coming out of this snail so that we get a transfer of heat from the rock to the snail. And we know that this occurs in the intertidal system, and there's some fantastic similarities between intertidal systems and hydrothermal vent systems in terms of the gradients that we find across very small bits of space. And in the intertidal, the sun heats up the rock, but here it's the fluids that are heating up the rock. But it's still a similar process. And so we've been able to detect this in intertidal systems. We've never been able to do this yet at vents. And so this is a really exciting kind of step forward that I'd love to do, is increasingly make more realistic models, not only for temperature, but potentially also for some other parameters of what these animals are actually experiencing in this environment. Are we going on to the next task? Okay. So I think we're ready to move to the next task.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fantastic. So well done, everyone. That's really amazing. I'm really, really excited about this. Well done. All right. Thanks for that. And I'm going to pass over to Bill Chadwick.
Okay. Hey, we're ready to move, I think. Let's see. All right, so since we're sort of down in the bottom of this crater, right? Do you want to do any video before we move, Amanda?
We've had the highlights on the whole time, I think.
Not the whole time, but whatever you want. It's.
Okay, I'm just going to show highlights. Do you want to zoom in the science camera?
All right, so we're gonna get record a little video. Yes. We're in the bottom of this cone, right? I would like to come off the bottom just a tiny bit and just look around. I think when Okeanos was here before, there was an area with a whole bunch of snail shells at the bottom of the inner slope, and I think she wanted to do some suctioning around there.
She's super excited to get the dead snail shells.
Oh, so let's do that now? I didn't know she
I
wanted to
think
do
it's
that.
like.
Yeah, I think we're done here. The other couple things on the list are up near the rim. I think yesterday we saw some areas with that blue mat and also some barnacles. So we want to grab a piece of rock with a blue mat, piece of rock with the barnacles up there. But I think we should finish, since we're down inside already, we should do that first. Yeah.
360.
Yeah, I think so, because when we were here yesterday, I don't remember seeing that. It's like a whole bunch of snail shells all in a pile sort of at the bottom of the slope. Yeah.
Still on the slope a little bit.
Yeah, but right where it meets the flat. I think the floor of the crater is kind of flat, so.
Ask how common these vents are.
There was a question about how common are vents right around here. Well, we only know a little. Yes, okay. Because this is only the second time that this place has been visited by an ROV. The first time was back in July with the Okeanos Explorer, made one dive here based on what we had found a year ago on Falcor, where we were hunting for hydrothermal plumes. So they made a dive and confirmed that indeed there were lots of vents in this area. So far we're just returning to the sites that Okeanos found, and I think tomorrow we're going to be exploring a little further afield. So we know there's a bunch of chimneys. And these are big black smoker chimneys. One of them is 30 meters high, which is pretty impressive. We'll be going there a little bit later on this dive.
Focus on where the net is as you're coming out.
Yeah, look. Oh, okay. Here. Yeah, okay. I gotta.
You want us to just kind of...
Just so we can see it?
Yep.
Yeah, not so high. We know these vents extend for about 500 meters across, and we haven't really explored much beyond that radius. All right, so we're trying to keep an eye on trying to look at where our hula temperature array was.
So we can see the setting. That's true.
Right, just get a view of the setting. Okay.
Oh, that's so good. Yep.
Is that good, Verena?
You're happy with that?
Yes, happy with that.
Start doing our scan.
Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, so we're going to back up a little bit.
Right behind you. You don't have a ton of rows
No, we want to stay close to the bottom so we can see it. So we know we're in the crater. We don't need the sonar. Nice and close to the bottom. All right, and then we're going to try to spin around, look. All right. What's that? A little cloudy view.
Feel free to say straight or...
Yeah, maybe just come down a little bit and see if we can see the bottom a little better. So we're looking for... Yeah, oh, here's a better view. Yeah, but... Okay, I'm going to look down a little bit. And that's where all that smoke is coming from. All right, we can lateral to the right.
right now?
Yeah. Maybe just see what's in that dark area up here. All right, so Verena is looking for this. There was a big area with a bunch of dead snail shells that Okeanos saw when they were here in July, and she wants to collect some of those snails. Why do you want to do that, Verena? Those shells.
Those shells right there?
I don't see them now. It's a big pile. All those little white guys are squat lobsters. Need to be nice and close to the bottom though.
I'd like to understand the dissolution of the shells.
Okay, so that could be it over there. That kind of that little patch. Yeah, I think that could be it. So Verena's. Let's take a look at this. Verena's interested in how these shells dissolve once in these acidic conditions once the animals are dead. So. Yeah, let's land on the bottom and take a look at these.
That's going to be it.
I think this is it, what we're looking for. So we're going to come down, land on the bottom.
Oh, and guess what? There's a bonus there, Jason.
Oh, some of those white snails?
The little white snails.
Ah, perfect. So these, we're calling this the snail graveyard or zombie snails. But apparently these are individuals that were probably living upslope where the vents are, and when they died, their shells rolled down the slope down to the bottom here.
Are we looking at are we down in the center, or are we looking at the south rim?
We are looking at the south rim where the rim meets the floor inside this little crater. Very nice. So the ROV slowly coming down, and it's a pretty tight fit because the ROV has a camera looking straight backwards. I can see the other wall right behind us, so we want to come down really nice and slow so that we don't stir up any sediment. You want to sit here, Verena? I'll pass over the mic to Verena.
That's great. So isn't that neat? So look at the so the white snails are buried in there too.
They're alive?
This guy up on the right is.
Or the left?
Left. Well, that would be the other right. So you can see. I'm interested in. We can see the calcium carbonate on these.
Are any of them alive?
These no.
The hairy ones.
The hairy ones. This is a graveyard. So basically, they've rolled down the hill. And I have a feeling there's going to be lots of little critters in here. So this is a suction on 7. Just pick them up. But some of those, like that white snail is alive. They're scavengers. So we try for him. And I'd like him dressed this time. Right.
We'll do 7 with all the shells so we don't smash them, and
then try for him, yeah.
Snails are bioluminescent,
So let's just take that out. Just go right in. See, whoa, okay. We're gonna come back out here. Yes, I'm afraid Verena's driving the camera.
You're way better than I am.
I think we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. It's just fresh water, so already
We are not on the subject.
Sam is punching buttons. Right.
Did it stop there?
We'll stop having the key up with this.
Maybe hit the suck right now.
So we're down in below the vent. When the snails get jostle out of position, they sometimes will start rolling. One of the design flaws of these snails is that they're round. And so if they're on a slope or on a chimney, they roll off. We're looking at the sample tray of the submersible. It's just being pulled in. So this is where they've just collected the currents, have basically winnowed them, and they've collected in this this little cemetery here. And still enough meat in the shells that the scavengers have gathered as well, the little squat lobsters. And the white snails, which are also scavengers, the big white ones. So we're suctioning up the snails gently, hopefully not going to clog the hose, which does happen sometimes. So what I'm looking for here, oh, we got a little brachyuran crab in there too. There's food here, so there's going to be lots of small animals living among these snails, living among the shells, and I'm interested also in looking at how heavily calcified the shells are. So we're now out of the low pH water, but we are in, still isn't necessarily a high, we're below the calcium carbonate compensation depth, so we will expect to see dissolution of these shells. You can see the white calcium carbonate in them. So you're looking at the end of a suction sampler nozzle. It goes back into a canister, and I can see that three or four snails have gone into the canister, but we have to do only a few at a time so it doesn't jam up the hose. To have Cody on the manipulator here as he's plucking the corpses from the bottom of the ocean. You see how look how it's rolling there? It's just, they're so light. You can just see how they're so light, right? So you can see how the currents would pick them up and just roll them down. So you can see them popping into canister number 7. We have a rotating set of canisters. We have 8 of them in the side of the submersible. Look at the little baby squat lobster down there. It's cute.
Yeah. I think it's just nice to mix between. I think it's good to have that sides camera as a place up. Just switch the.
Or you want to switch?
Yeah, I think switch because that's a nice shot, and then you get to mix between both.
Are you switching cameras?
John's okay. Just to show a bit of a.
So we're showing a shot from the brow camera, which is mounted up higher, looking down. By having the 2 cameras looking forward, the pilots get more of a 3-dimensional view of where they're sampling. And now you can see this pit where the shells have accumulated. So it's close on this one, right?
It's, now they're switching to the science cam.
Okay. Oh, that's right. That's what I... No, he's on the pilot cam still. So what?
It's not actually running right now, the sensors, but I'm trying.
Do you know what the bottom pH was? It's a matter of just normal ambient.
Since we got here, it hasn't been normal ambient anywhere, so it's something that would have been on the bottom because we went right to this spot.
Right.
But I have the record of what it was coming down, so 7.6 or something.
Okay, 7. Yeah. Oh, 15 is probably good, but you know what? When you're done with that, I'd like to rotate and have you just put the suction sampler deep inside to just get some of the debris that's underneath.
Wow, that's a white snail.
And then we go for the white one.
In a separate jar?
Yep. In a separate jar. Yep. So we could go for the white one next in jar 6.
What? Okay, so you have sensors right?
But I'm not sure if this guy's alive. So in the so which feed is going? Can't tell. Okay. So we're seeing a view of this graveyard area with the little white crabs are called Galatheid crabs. It's a species of Munidopsis. And I can see just a few brachyuran crabs. There's one just right in the middle, in the bottom. And then we have these large white phymorhynchid scavenging snails, the big white ones.
What have we seen when we brought these snails back?
Well, we haven't got them on board yet, so we don't know what we've seen. So I'm looking for how well calcified they are, and I'm also looking for what's living on the dead shells. Trying to understand. The bigger picture here is calcification in deep ocean conditions and low pH conditions. So I'm trying to understand how these animals are calcified, decalcifying, and I'm beginning to believe that periostracum is so thick. It's got its own structural members. You know, it's just. You're not really seeing collapsed shells. They're still retaining.
They're not going up anymore, but there's something.
Oh dear.
Serious money to do C14 dating onto the shells and see how long they take to dissolve.
Karina, do you want us to do the live feed stuff? From back here? No, okay. Just he's trying to answer the questions, but...
Pardon me? If you got questions you want to answer, that's fine.
I just didn't know if you were distracted. That's all.
No, I'm not distracted from what I'm doing, but if you want to be answering other questions, you could do that.
How many samples do you want to get? How many?
So we're just going to take samples of these shells. And then, so if you're clogged up, I can go with what we've got. If you want to just.
I haven't seen any come into the jar.
So I haven't seen anything come in.
Where are they going?
He's coughing it out a bit here. That's a bit of a shame.
Seems like when they die, is the receiver was like how many cents they come out? I'm not seeing that about here.
Are you seeing much flow into the chamber?
They've had about half.
We could turn it to 8 and bring the flow up full, Adam.
Yeah.
Does it reverse?
No, they don't have it doesn't have a reverse on it.
Alright, so we switched to 8.
So we switched our canister here. The suction sampler is a really, really useful tool because it can pick up smaller things than the arm, and it can pick up more delicate things.
Yeah.
But it's got to go through a long hose. Ooh, there we go. I got a bolus of snails went into the next jar, so that's great. No, it was the same mesh as the 8. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm good with that. Yes, I think between this and 7, I've got what I need. So if we go to 6, we could try for one of the live white snails. So we're going to try and get the white snail, and then I'd like to just put the hose deep inside and just do a couple of suctions to see what might be underneath this whole pile. Pardon me? Oh yeah, the suction sampler. Okay, good. Yep. Okay, so we've got a view online of the suction sampler canisters. This is mounted on the forward starboard side of the submersible, sort of in the armpit of the arm, actually. And so the jar number 6 is what's lined up with the hose at the moment. And what we're trying to do with the other end of the hose here is we're going to try and pick up a white snail and see if we can get into the suction sampler. These white snails are really delicate, so it's not clear we'll be able to get one. So the suction sampler was built in Vancouver. Whoop, there we go. As you can see, a couple of snail shells just came into jar number 6, and you can just see the water swirling around in there. It's a variable pump, which means you can do different levels of suction.
That was not the white snail.
No, it's not our white snail that went in. We've got, we're trying to...
Looks like one went up the hose, the small white one.
So we're still just waiting to see if... No, we picked one up, but it's fallen back down. Yeah, you might want to... Oh, is that what you're going for? The guy on the edge, yeah. So we're going to try again. This time, a snail that's just out on the edge. And up. So you saw more of the round snails coming. These were caught in the hose from the previous sampling. So we're still trying to lift. You might have to... Oh, you did. Okay, so the suction sampler did pull a white snail off the rock. We'll see if it comes through in... It's in the hose. But he's not coming through yet. So sometimes it sort of gets a little jammed up sideways in the hose. So it has the. It's how long is the line? The hose? From
15 feet.
It's that long. Okay.
It's got to go.
Yeah. Okay, so we got 4.5 meters of hose that this snail has to travel through before it gets into the canister.
A normal vacuum, but if they put it against the rock and it's
Yes.
hard, it would...
Yes.
Then it might break it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that.
What are you looking at? Oh, so we. So as you can see, we're looking right down the nozzle of the suction sampler, and it looks like our snail is in the suction sampler. So yes, sometimes there's a few little snags. Now this suction sampler had never been used before. Let's see, when did we use it, Andra, first? Must have been 5-6 days ago. This is 6 days ago.
I don't know what day it is.
So,
It's coming through now?
oh no, we lost it. Yeah. So it's a learning curve on how we manipulate it, how the pumps work. Brand new instrument, probably still needs some refinements. So what happens when the flow goes into the canister, it goes out the outside, and there's filters that I've put around the outside, and so we can filter the water at different sizes. This canister has got a 2mm mesh on it, but we've got meshes at 1mm, 500 microns, and you can go smaller than that. So you can filter plankton out of the water with it, so which can be really useful as well.
You could let them drop it in the bio box after sucking it.
Yeah, that's certain. You mentioned that already?
Yeah, we can do that.
He's trying to get it all
Try
the
this
way.
one because we're going to just go
Is that one
pointy in.
live or is that already all done?
Pardon me?
Is that one live?
Yep.
Okay.
Just resting, having a siesta.
We're going to try to get this one pointy in first to see that.
That's called the apex.
I mean the apex first.
Yes. So this is a group of snails which is fairly well known in the deep sea as scavengers. This one's looks like he's resting, drawn in, but often there's a nose that peeks out of the bottom side of the snail that senses the water. Oh, there's his foot underneath.
Yes. Okay. So is he going in?
Where is he going to go? Yeah.
A little bit of a show.
I think so. I think we might have left. Is he going to go through? So we're going to look again inside the hose. Oh, don't see him in there. Up. No. Oh, no. Sometimes can be a bit.
You're getting a bunch of movement in there now.
Yeah. So there's flow inside the suction sampler. Just keep hoping. Well, if he drops out, let's drop him in the bio box.
You want to just get him over the box? Get him over the box and then get out of the bank?
So we're now racking out the porch with the bio box on it, and we'll just see whether we can drop the snail into the box and call it a sample. So here you're seeing the front of the sample tray pulled out. And the two bottles in front are bottles for sampling gases in the middle, and then we got a bio box or a sample box that's divided in 4 quarters on the left.
Can it go anywhere in there? Yes.
And so we're going to see if the snail might fall out if we take the suction off.
Well, it may just have to come up in the suction size rows. Come on, little fella. You want to come and be famous. So here we are trying to pick up a very delicate snail, and we are something like 3,400 meters away, dangling on a cable. So just think about that, you know, over 3 kilometers away, and you're trying to pick up a little snail. And the manipulating prowess of these guys is just amazing. An ROV team who has just done many hours of practice with the arms. The manipulators you see are made by Schilling, a company that has a lot of years of development of manipulating arms. We're kind of interested in this snail because we know it's not been collected here, so this part of this work is all about diversity discovery. So what happens with these samples that we take, the biological samples, they come on board, the canisters get taken off, we go out into the boxes, we suction everything out of the boxes as well, and then I'm in the lab at night going through all those specimens, figuring out where the animals are. So we have a network of biologists around the world, people with different interests and expertise. So somebody in France who's looking at the worms, somebody else in California who's interested in different worms. We've got somebody in Sweden who looks at the snails and the gastropods. People that are doing the genetics of these organisms, working with Japanese colleagues who have also explored this region. So when we collect samples, it's not just for my lab and my students. Those samples are then sent out and disseminated to experts, museums, and public display in many places. So we're going to try once more. So we're so you can see from the brow cam, we call it the pilot camera. The arm is trying once more to just one more shot. So that's the view that the pilot has, the one that you have, trying to estimate how far he is from the snail. Cody's had an amazing amount of experience working in the oil patch. He's from Houston. That's the pilot that just plucked the snail. And now that was a serious, that was pretty impressive. Remember, 3 dimensions, we don't have, we're looking at flat screen TVs trying to do this work. Haven't asked him what kind of video games he plays, but oops.
There he is.
Jason? Go ahead. I was just wondering if you wanted to talk about the manipulators.
I like that it's
Tom Hoffman here on board RV Falcor. Just to say thanks to the IFLS team, and we're really glad to have everyone joining us on Facebook. It's been great to have you along with your great questions today. The live stream on Facebook on IFLS might be finishing in the next hour, so just to let you know that you can follow Schmidt Ocean on YouTube. The live stream will be streaming here for a few more hours, and we're going to be out on this hydrothermal hunt for the next 10 days, diving every day around this same time. So make sure that you come and join us. It'd be great to have you along. And yeah, follow the hashtag hydrothermal hunt for lots of highlights of the things that we're finding. So yeah, but we should be still on IFLS for a while, but keep an eye out for Schmidt Ocean.
And we'll be finishing up at this site pretty soon and moving on to some other interesting areas at this vent field. There's some giant towering smoker chimneys that we're going to look at, and a little bit more exploration as well, so we might see some things that we haven't seen yet.
Okay.
So finish this, and then
If you want to look for the barnacles and the blue band, that's up around the rim on the east or northeast side.
okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Might as well do that while we're here.
Deep as it'll go. Should be nice and degraded underneath.
So I was just getting ambient pH values here, Brina. No, I mean 7.5. No sign of any hydrothermal input right here.
Tell us when you want to. Is that enough?
Just keep going and move it up a little bit and do it once more. Yeah. So we're just putting the hose right in among the snails, just to see what's living down in among the corpses here. The shells, the skeletons, not corpses. See what we've got that's digging in the graveyard, so to speak. Because there's still going to be a fair bit of tissue left on the snails once they die, and that's part of the role of the scavengers, is to do the cleanup. So again, thinking about the productivity of the hydrothermal vents, how much biomass they're producing. So it's pretty amazing when you think of the productivity and the biomass in this area. So that should be pretty good if you clean that through. So we're just pumping all that dust storm through into the suction sampler. Coughing out a few dust balls here. The dust bunnies are flying.
Is one of the white snails enough?
Yeah. Okay.
So.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
You want to index that?
Yeah, we can index to something else if you want.
Yeah, let's go to the flush jar.
The flush is full of snails.
Oh, right, Scott. So can you move to 5 and just rest on 5?
We've got a comment for you, Cody. It says, I guess SuBastian's given up being subtle. Nice digging in the graveyard.
Well, there we go. If we could get up with the blue mat, yeah.
Do we have a marker on that, or?
No, but I think we came in from the west and went to the east rim.
You want a digital marker on it, or we already did one?
Maybe.
So the east rim, so just do our.
We have a digital marker on the graveyard.
Which is at the southern side of the crater wall.
Thank you, sir. So, come up and lateral forward.
Just turn the corner.
We're just taking a last close look at these shells. You can see some with calcium carbonate, and there's a snail that's got its foot out, a little crab.
Okay, coming up.
And a lot of these snails that look black are just periostracum, the remains of the outer organic coating of the snail. So the more recently dead ones are the ones that are gold and bits of white, whereas the other ones are blacker. So we're going to move out. We're at the bottom of this funny donut-shaped cone, which is a remnant of a little eruption pit of lava, and vent water is seeping all around the sides of this pit. So we're down in the middle of it, and now we're just going to come back up the wall. See an anemone there too.
The systems used in space similar to the ones that are
Squat lobsters on the wall. The rocks you're looking at are basalts, but they seem to be really strongly altered, and probably a lot of hydrothermal sediment here as well. So a reminder that we're in a control room on board the Falcor, and the control room is in the dark. I believe it's beautifully sunny out, but none of us see the daylight. We spend the whole day here in the dark at the bottom of the ocean, with the ROV is down below us.
They were up near the top.
So coming up, you can see. So the rock. Do you know what we're looking for? The rocks actually looked blue.
Almost fuzzy.
Yes, that's right.
And they were together. So the barnacles.
This would be the site the snails came from. Yes, probably. Yeah. Yeah, and I think what happens when they die, the currents actually pick them up after, because they're so light in seawater. So now we're going over a venting area. All the smoke, probably sulfur is the particles, is what we're looking at. The rocks with red staining, probably iron oxides. And we're just we're looking for what we call blue mats.
I didn't see it. It's got orange first. Those are probably the barnacles, and then the blue is right after it.
Yes, there they go. So right down in front of you, where that anemone is,
Yeah.
I think we've got it.
That anemone is where you're thinking?
Yeah, because the mat's just put to the right of it, right, Bill, Dave?
I don't think it's a camera color aberration, is it?
Those meter off the bottom.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Yeah, the orangey.
So let's just do a bit of a zoom there. So those are barnacles.
Yeah. Are your lasers on? Right there.
And
there's an anemone up above when you see the big anemone on the rock with the, okay, you're starting to come into it there. So those rocks with the anemone.
So we don't land on top of them?
We'll be able to sample them.
So we're just.
See about 2 feet in front of that anemone?
Yeah.
Aha, so there's an anemone up on the ridge, and you can see to the right the rocks look rather blue. This, well, we'll get in a little bit closer and just confirm what we think it is.
Object here is to collect one of these rocks that are covered with barnacles on.
Okay.
So we have a big rock again.
This is Marina's sample, so she's going to tell you what
So what we, let's just take a close-up look here at what we've got. So what you're looking at is an anemone at the bottom of the screen, and those are barnacles. And they are barnacles, probably the name is Neoverruca, verrucid barnacle, and all the feathers are the cirri, the legs, modified legs, that they leave extended, and they're growing bacteria. So every now and then they pull those cirri or legs in and lick off the bacteria. And there's a little shrimp running across. You can see them, the barnacles pulling in. And then you can see the little lumpy shells. So let's just take a look at what we can collect here. So what were you looking at there? We can probably get one of those, right?
Yeah, they don't seem too big. I mean, you know,
You should probably.
it's not huge, right?
Yeah.
Less than this size.
Yeah. But
You
like
couldn't
this.
get the larger one behind it, or any of those ones. There's lots of specimens on there, right?
Yep.
So you choose. Which one do you want?
How about we come into this one that is right in the middle there? That guy.
With the shrimp on it, or the one?
The
little one.
one with the squat lobster there on top.
So,
I
you got that?
think you can get him?
That one with the squat lobster?
That one with the squat lobster.
Piece of cake.
Don't kill the lobster.
No, we want barnacles, not cake. Well, cake would be good too. It's somebody's birthday on board today, isn't it?
Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe there's cake tonight. That's something to look forward to. Hey. Yes, yeah. That is one feature of the Falcor is spectacular food. 2 chefs on board. Or the one you just moved. Yep, we can go for that one. Or let's take the one you moved. Yeah. No, go for the little one that you moved. That one. That's great.
Don't crush it. Johnny moves on the tree.
A gentle little pickup.
Okay.
Excellent.
Why are they taking some?
So,
Why are we taking
do we have any in the front forward port quarter? So we have.
The snail's here.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's in the back.
It's in the
Okay.
back.
So sure, we could put it in the front starboard quarter. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's, and then jump up to the blue. So let's go in the forward starboard quarter, please.
John, the job has just been described as, it's like one of those games you play at a pizza place to get out stuff.
No, it isn't, because at those places, you never get the bear. Here, we always get our rock.
We don't have pizza, so there's no correlation.
We have pizza tonight.
Yeah, somebody online just likened this to those silly little carnival games where you drop something to try and get a stuffed bear. But you never get it, right? You just waste your money. Not here. No, we always get our samples. So that's great. That's a sample with barnacles on it. And again, it's for diversity, trying to understand the species. We think we know what they are. But it also gives us people who... So we're going to just hop up. We'll come up to the blue rocks. Yes, just up behind here. I think those were the blue rocks. So for example, just this morning I did receive an email from somebody who would like specimens for the crabs he's working on to be able to understand evolutionary relationships among crabs. So these specimens are going to feed many different kinds of studies, whether it's looking at the microbes that are on the feet of the animals. We want to verify who the species is. We can look at population genetics. We can look at comparisons with other species. So one sample goes a long way. Now we're just inching forward with the sub, Just a reminder, we're at 3,276 meters. We're looking at squat lobsters, which is a species of Munidopsis, probably Munidopsis marianica, described from this area. Little anemone.
Are we worried about that vent there?
Purpley blue. I haven't seen it yet. That's
So,
gray.
so I'm not right. That's not the blue. You're right.
I'll have to keep moving a little bit.
Less, yeah. I thought that was it, but I think
Drive
it's the
towards
blue
the
mat.
anemones.
And it was up on the.
I think it's near the anemones.
It was up on the rim. But now we're just going over the rim.
Yeah, down by the anemones. Possibly at the base of them. I don't know, the colors.
Yeah,
get far off
it's
the
yeah.
ground, it's hard to tell.
Hard to tell the coloring. There's something specific we're looking for, which is we call it a blue mat, and it's formed by a protozoan, ciliates.
Yep.
It's kind of around the edges, so it's probably between the anemones and
Where we just were.
that blue right there.
Yeah,
It's the color's hard to see.
Yeah,
so
I
get
was.
right on it.
I didn't think it was over the rim,
Okay.
so it's not here. No. It was.
So I'm going to turn to my port and we'll
Yes.
just skirt the rim.
Just take. It was just as we came up to the rim there the other day. So we've just crested the rim of this little caldera. Looking at gray sediment in the background with squat lobsters. So these are the species that we find the farthest from the hydrothermal vents, along with the anemones. If you're searching for hot vents, when you start to see them, you know that there are vents nearby. So we're just turning back onto the rim. It's one of the white snails. It's interesting, you can just see that lineation here. Just going right on the crest of the rim of this little caldera.
The last time, like I said, I was in it 2 days ago. So if I had that many jars.
The anemones are feeding on the organic material. There's a little swimming squat lobster. And when they swim up, they stop and then they parachute down. Most of these animals don't move very much because movement takes energy. So often they're not entirely sure what these squat lobsters are eating out here, but it's going to be little scraps of organic material.
But if we don't find it,
We may see it, yeah. Yeah.
We're going to be back here tomorrow.
Yes. I still think it was just as we were cresting up from the inside, and I'm not sure we're going to see it on the rim.
Was it near that white smoke?
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be just down off to the starboard here. How far across is this little thing? Oh, it's really small, isn't it? This is just so cute. So we didn't go here. No, I thought we had. Okay.
Keep driving if you can. See if we see it.
Yeah, we're just driving the rim.
The racetrack.
Rim drive.
Would it be rude to ask how much cost this acquisition? Oh, well, you'd probably be the best one to answer that, aren't you? You said, well, my wages alone are £50 a day. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, just this portion?
Just this portion. You're thinking about ship time and our average ROV costs, et cetera. Yeah.
It's like 50 to 100 a day.
For the whole thing, yeah.
I think it's about 40,000 a day.
No, it's, no.
You forget about the free part.
Ship or maintaining the ship. Right. I think that's in all the people. Thompson was 35 years. Just more Thompson. It's more now.
More now.
Well, that was 6 years.
Yeah, so the project always takes. What you guys?
So we estimated.
What you guys think? The total cost per day? Yeah. The whole operation? Yeah. 75K a day.
That's for like the whole show.
I think we're, unless you would just want to explore, I think we're not going to find it, Dave, so we,
Yeah.
so it looks like there's more venting down the side.
Is there something coming up from the right?
Is that right there, Dave?
They all kind of look blue. in
No,
the
this is
distance, and
all,
then you get
this
close,
is
and
all
it's not.
altered rock from the water coming through it, which is maybe what I saw in the distance there.
We'll find it another time and pick it up.
Oh, God, that's it. Someone's gonna.
It's not like top priority, but it's something we like to get.
Okay.
All right.
So why don't I hand off to Dave Butterfield, who's going to take us to our next site.
Everyone's been on this side? Okay.
Oh, okay. Andrew wants us
driving around.
to. All right.
Just drive around a little more.
All right.
I need it.
Andrea Bovitt's doing our logging and our navigation. She keeps track of where we've been, what we've done. She wants us to keep going around just so we don't miss anything, like the blue map right now. As she says, well, there you go, right in front of you.
Coming into some venting.
So it is always one of those things that you probably, you never know what's right around the corner. So just, just gonna,
right here.
yeah, so we've come into a little more venting lots. The white stuff in this case is bacterial mat. And we have quite a lot of crabs here.
Put another marker on this spot if you want, not a physical. But you want a marker? No, you don't care for a net marker?
No, we're just...
Too small an area.
Yeah.
Oh.
We mark this as event.
On the northwest rim.
So it looks like we've just got leakage through the sides of this little cone. Yep, just keep going.
No, before they just let me
Keep going around. We'll just drive the scenic drive around the rim.
They're supposed to only give a certain amount, but
And we're just looking at basalts that are really highly altered by the fluid that's gone through them. We're just seeing variability in color and incrustations. So right now it's red, probably iron oxides.
yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's so David's just suggesting that maybe we can show you what our bathymetry looks like and what. So when we're driving along the bottom, the pilots can see what their compass direction is, and we have a little track behind us so we know where we've been. So here you're looking at the yellow. A yellow icon, which is SuBastian, and in front of it, it's got this funny-looking fan. As a matter of fact, that's a copy of the sonar image we can see elsewhere in much higher resolution. So there's sonar in front of the ROV, and they've overlaid it on the navigation. The white donut is the caldera, the little cone that we're traveling around, and the green dots are navigation markers where we've seen things. And where was our snail array?
Right, because it's close to the marker.
Okay, so we're just coming around looking at it. So we're just going around the rim here. The
What's the 360?
So those are 10-meter squares, are they, Andrea? On there, so the grid on top of the screen, on the screen here is a 10-meter display.
Where was it exactly?
So that's all the center part, but you can also see two types of sonar over to the right that the pilots are using. They're always wanting to know what's coming. They don't want to be surprised. So they need to look in front of them, and lots of information on the screen that is telling them depth. They're looking at heading. We've got information about the ship and what the ship's doing as well. So the pilots are constantly checking all of this information. We've got information going back in time about location, lat and long as well. Okay, so we've done the circuit, and Andra now is happy. We've between yesterday and today, we've been around the entire rim. Okay, so we're going to. We're just having a discussion of what we're going to do next here.
Put the volcanic rock sample.
Aha. So we're going to head off to Sequoia, is that right?
Sure. We can like stop partway there and grab the volcanic rock sample.
Okay.
Wants it away from the vent area?
He wants something that's not messed up by...
For the rock, volcanic rock.
So our next target is back to Sequoia?
That's the big one, right?
That's the big one?
So
the second one we were at yesterday. Yeah.
So I'm going to move the ship right now. You ready to do that?
Yes. We're ready to do that, right, Dave? Move the ship? Hold on. Wait a sec. Sorry. Wait a minute.
I want to pick up a volcanic rock from outside the crate, outside the rim of this thing that has been, ejected out and been sitting there, but not right here on the rim where they've been altered. So just go off to the left and out of the crater, and just get down.
Get down on the floor.
And pick up a volcanic rock.
So one of our scientists on board is Bill Chadwick from Oregon. He's a volcanologist, done work on Mount St. Helens, and pretty well known for his work on deep sea eruptions, Axial Volcano off Oregon and Northwest Rota Volcano near Guam. He likes to understand he maps the lava flows and the behavior of volcanoes. So he's just asked us if we could get away from this cone to be able to sit down and collect a rock that's lava and been thrown out of the cone during the eruption. So you can do petrology on the rock samples, know a little bit about how they've been affected by their transit through the Earth. Okay, here he is.
Right, so we're shifting sites, so we're just going to pick up a rock a couple rocks probably, on the way. So this cone is pretty unusual, so most deep sea eruptions on spreading centers are back arcs, so let's see.
You want it just on the top level here?
No, I want way down on the bottom, because and we're looking for rocks that aren't all brown and orange like this, so something darker that all the light colors mean they've been cooked by all the hydrothermal fluids, so looking for an uncooked rock if we can find one. So now we're looking at the outside slope of this cone, which I was saying is pretty unusual. Most eruptions in this environment are very fluid lava flows, and that's all you see, all the different morphologies, pillow lavas and sheet flows. But this was obviously a place where there was some explosive activity and more gas than usual, maybe, or so. Yeah, kind of like a cinder cone. So we're trying to get a piece of this so we can have a look at it and maybe do some chemical analysis of it later on. There's a little bit of your wash off to the left. All right, so we're coming down, moving backwards down to the base of the cone.
Oh, there it is. That's the middle of
the I think we need to go all the way to the base and maybe where the cone is meeting something else. Yeah, this all, no. Let's keep backing up if we can, or turn around. Yeah, let's have a look. Don't you agree, Heidi? All this looks too altered. Yeah. So what we mean by altered is when hot water passes through rocks or over rocks, like a rock sitting in the hydrothermal vents for a long time, like we've just been seeing, it slowly changes the minerals in the rock, so eventually they're nothing like they started with. But we're more interested in the starting compositions and mineralogy. So we want to grab a piece of rock if we can find one that's relatively unaltered. But this whole cone might have been kind of bathed in warm water for a long time. So we'll see.
Yeah.
That where there's those little shells, that's probably the trough, the base of the cone. So why don't we look down there? Yeah, just.
I gotta stay a little bit away from the ship.
Okay. But.
Safety zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what's down here.
And over the cone on the other side to get away from the ship.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, you might have to take a rusty rock.
Yeah.
If you want something from this cone.
Right. It looks like that's what it has to offer. All right, well, let's grab one of these pieces. Looks like there should be easy to sample here.
There's something here you want?
Sure, yeah, just grab a fist-size rock.
Only the robots that can water.
That's right. We are using a remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, to take this video. And what that means is it's a robotic vehicle, about the size of a small SUV or minivan. Boy, are those orange rocks. And it's lowered from the ship on a cable, and it's all controlled from up on the ship. So all of us are on the ship. The vehicle's on the bottom of the ocean, and no one's inside it. It's not a submersible or a submarine. It's all controlled remotely, and it's an incredible piece of engineering, really. So made to withstand all the pressures at the bottom of the ocean, and controlled remotely on the ship. So there's pilots up here in the control room, and one of them has the controller for this, the arm on the right side of the vehicle that's going to try to pick up a rock here. Another pilot is controlling the vehicle itself, so all the thrusters that move us around. And there's also a co-pilot kind of keeping track of the cable from the ship, because as we move up or down, we have to bring in cable. Yeah, that looks good. Or let out cable. And keeping track of all the vehicle systems, making sure it's all looking good. Looks like we're on Mars or something from the orange rocks and sediment. All right. Oh. Hey Tom, could you change the view to the science cam? No, that's the pilot cam on the feed. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Okay, so we just switched cameras to our science camera that's zoomed in on this little piece of altered rock that we're trying to pick up with the starboard arm. Looks like we've got it now. Okay, so we're going to pick it up, and in the, let's see, Heidi, where should we put it? Small bio box?
Starboard sides are empty.
Okay, starboard side of this. Well, no, there's the barnacles in the front right, so well, let's put it in the back if we can. Either side. It looks, oh, I guess there's just sediment in the bottom of it. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look over here. All right, bombs away. There we go. All right. So next, we want to start driving west. So you'll want to go to the other side of the cone. You can go over the top if you want. And then we'll want to pick up another rock a little bit away from the cone.
Just kind of on.
Yeah. I think there's some pretty flat lavas that are broken up and that are platy, should be easy to pick up. And so we want to be able to compare this cone rock to the lava flows adjacent to it.
If you see a chimney, small chimney, or
okay, on the way.
On the way.
That's sampleable. Yeah. Okay.
Going for 6 here.
6 chimneys total. All right, so now we're going back up the east side of this cone, the northeast side. And we're just going to go fly over the top, coming up to the rim. Pilots are turning off some of the lights. And here's the rim of the crater. So we're coming up the outside. Now we're peering into the inside of the crater. Okay, and here we are looking inside the crater, but we're probably just going to fly across the top here. Yeah. No, we can just, it's only 30 meters across, we can just fly straight across. So I don't seem to have control of the iris over here. Oh.
Show us who you guys are.
Not in the water.
And lately, this is the guy who's answering all your mail.
Oh my God. God wants to know who Orlando is.
Are you sure? He's asking where what's his name?
So are you moving the ship, Jason?
What's that? I thought you wanted to stop here and get a rod.
Yeah, let's move probably, we want to move like 30 meters. Well, let's try moving 30 meters out and see if we see what we see. And then
Vehicle or with the ship?
with the vehicle, yeah.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
I was gonna move the ship up.
Okay, sounds good.
Start now.
Yeah, or anything sampleable. So Jason, I can't adjust the iris over here.
Can I try something real quick? Before you do it, I'm just kind of curious if I can go.
If I can iris you. Yeah, okay. Alright, so what do you need, bud?
I would like to be able to adjust it over here, like.
I got 4 buttons. I want to tell the ship to go 100 meters and bearing.
Is that a range?
I push that and I turn it and nothing happens.
90 meters, I'm bearing 245.
245, 90 meters?
That's this one, yeah.
245? Yeah. Or is that way far? Oh, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, we're going to Sequoia.
I think we're inside the cone. Oh, there we go. How'd you do that?
Just kept playing with the buttons till it worked.
And which ones did you push? That one?
Backline.
Okay. Did you hold it down long or? Okay.
So long, it's like a 1 second push.
Okay. All right. Are we still inside the cone, Adam?
Yeah. I'm just going over the back ridge.
Okay, yeah. So we're inside. We're coming up the west inside slope. And now we're going over the top. So this is the west rim of this cone.
235 meters at a bearing of 250.
And then going back down the outer slope.
You're way ahead of them anyways.
This is still the cone, so we want to get past the cone.
Go 230 meters. 230 meters. At a degree of 250. Which way fits?
Number 2.
I thought you had 192 meters.
Sorry, what's that?
I'll be there is 256, 192.
To the Sequoia. Yeah, exactly. I think you got to position the ship slightly above that.
Jason, could you tweak the ISO for me? Increase up to 1,000. Let's try.
It levels out about here, though.
All right, that's good. All right, so let's just fly along nice and low and look for something we could grab. Any place where it's kind of broken up. Okay. Okay. It looks like up in that little depression you could probably grab something on the edge.
So it's like sheet flow, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's a nice little
Yeah, so there's some broken slabs in here. Let's grab something here. Whatever's kind of fist size. And whatever you can get to. Like these pieces you're flying over might be possible. A lot of these are sort of down. Yeah, those are little, I don't know what those are. Yeah, those aren't drained back, are they? Or they could be. Well, let's sit down on the bottom first. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at these. There's a little deep sea fish. I'm going to zoom in here.
You want me to highlight this?
Sure. Those are odd. I think it's probably a drain out feature, that there was some molten rock in this depression, and as it drained out, it made all those little shelves.
It's got really sharp angular edges on it.
Yeah, it just looks wavy because it's three-dimensional. Yeah. I'm going to zoom out, get a little broader view.
Like contour lines.
Yeah. All right, so what do you think you can grab? Okay. Yeah, that one that the squat lobster's on is sort of overhung. You might be able to grab that. Sure. Yeah, so one thing that's unusual about this site is the lavas are so fluid that have been most recently erupted here. Almost everywhere else on the back arc we see pillow lavas, which come out, we know, at a slower rate and pile up and make big mounds. But here the seafloor is almost flat as a pancake from these really fluid flows that came out really fast. And at least in some places they drained out, like this little pit that we're settling into. And the morphology of this area is also very smooth. Looking at our maps, it's really different than all the other places we're going to be visiting. So we're just setting up to grab a piece of this lava with the manipulator arm. And then that'll give us an idea of the chemistry of the most recent eruption here and how it compares to other places in the back arc. Anything you can grab. Yep. Yeah, so it's always a challenge for the ROV pilots when they only have two-dimensional video screens to work from, but they're trying to work in 3 dimensions. So with it, the ROV has lots of different cameras at different angles, so they can partially compensate by looking at in lots of different views to figure out exactly where the arm is in relation to what they're trying to grab.
I haven't flown yet.
Yes, you have. You're doing the tour this morning. I sat on the set.
I sat. Oh, that doesn't count on the descent? Oh, the descent? No. I haven't touched you were here. From 2000 to 3000. Oh, no.
Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, see what...
I drove the camera. Now, you can stay your office, so I'm only going to fly the I have an office. License, only about... We have a workshop.
Okay. Let's see if we can pick up that little crust. Okay, if you close, I think you have it. A little more. Yep. A little more. I'd squeeze all the way on this. I think it can take it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, you need to get that done, please let me know.
Give it to the trainee.
Don't be taking my move now. Straight down, straight down.
Backseat driver session.
That one crunched.
So much for that idea.
All right, in between those two.
Wow, that's 2.4. No, that's 2.4 million people that watch this feed.
There we go, perfect. Let's see.
That's good.
Where's it going?
Let's put it in the aft starboard part of the front bio box. Here we go. Didn't.
This is the only empty one right now.
Oh, sorry. Port forward. Should I get another piece? That seems kind of small.
It is quite small.
Must be happy then, John?
Okay, we're going for another one.
2.4 million people have seen Cody stuff.
Ooh, okay. One more. Try to get a little bigger piece. Yep. All right. You could grab that big piece that you're bumping into, and then it'll probably whittle down to smaller. Yeah. There you go. That one you're bumping. You could grab that, and then half of it'll fall off probably. The pilots are being really supportive of each other.
Some interesting comments coming on it. There's a lot of people commenting. One guy said, everyone's a critic, we are not a mile below the ocean.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, there was a comment online, everyone's a critic, but they're not a mile below the ocean. Yeah, this is not exactly easy.
That's the one? Okay.
Oh, looks like we might have it by our fingernails. Let's see if it survives its way to the bio box. Is that going to fit in the... Is that going to fit? We'll see. Ooh.
Oh, stay with me, guys.
Okay, here we go. Left, forward. Uh-oh, arm is having a mind of its own. There we go. Back in control. It's funny how...
Do you want this site marked?
Sure. Rock sample 2.
Yeah.
Port forward. It's funny how when one pilot is sampling, everybody in the room is tense. They feel like they're doing it themselves. It looks right. There we go. Perfect. Okay, good. We're done. So now, ship's already moving, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we can hightail it to waypoint 2. So in about 15 minutes, I'd say, we're going to be at a really amazing black smoker chimney. So we're going to drive from here to the west about 100 meters or so, and this is a site we visited yesterday. We called it Sequoia Chimneys because it is a massive sulfide chimney, 30 meters high, so that's like 100 feet, and black smokers coming out from many. Yeah, that's great. That's good. Okay, I'm going to look forward with the science box. We're going to be probably flying kind of fast, high up off the bottom, so it's going to be a little dark for a while, but only for about 10-15 minutes probably. Let's see. I'm losing my focus on the science camera. How do I get the focus back on here?
I think John's got a picture.
There we go. That's better. Sometimes it goes out of focus and doesn't know how to get back.
It's not very fast. I got it took on pretty fast.
Yeah. All right, you can see those really smooth pancake sheet flows, those lava flows that were really smooth, have turned to really all scrambled up in here. So this is just a part of the lava flow that was more turbulent, and the crust that was forming on the surface got more mashed up as the lava below it was still flowing. So now it's a little bit smoother, so we're going to be going in and out of those two morphologies on the way to the chimney. So this big chimney has lots and lots of active spigots with smoke coming out. Yesterday we measured a temperature over 300 degrees Celsius, and when the Okeanos Explorer, the NOAA ship, was here in May, I think it was, earlier this year, they measured a temperature of 340 degrees. So it's we're not sure that's the highest temperature even, because we haven't measured it in that many places. But the chimney is covered with all kinds of hydrothermal life. All the animals we've been seeing, including the snails, the shrimp, mussels, squat lobsters, chimlets. They're little chimneys. And our aim at this big chimney is going to be trying to collect some of that really hot fluid coming out of the smoker vents. And this is a really challenging thing because the ROV is going to be well off the bottom, and so we're going to have to kind of survey for a place on the side of the chimney where the ROV can come up against it and push against it very gently to steady itself. Because it's pretty much impossible to just hover and try to use the arms, especially when you're trying to get the intake of a sampler in a small little orifice where the hot water is coming out. So we have to go up against the chimney to steady ourselves, and then that allows us to, have the ROV firmly in place while we try to put the sampler in the vent. So it's going to be a challenge, but we'll see how we do. All right, so we're zooming along here. Looks like we have another 70 meters or so to go. And at the same time, the ship is moving ahead of us because, of course, we're attached to the ship. So anytime we want to move the ROV beyond the extent that our tether can reach, then we have to also move the ship at the same time. So we have to orchestrate long moves like this So we ask the ship to move a certain number of meters in a certain direction, and then we can move at the same time. Well, that's
Squiggly lines.
yeah. So just from changing the display, yeah,
Color and it changed.
gives you more information. Huh? Yeah.
That's actually what it should do, because that's the image you saw.
Uh-huh.
So we're actually getting images of the rocks now.
Yeah, that's cool. There's a usual deep sea fish in our view in the science camera. I guess you're looking at the pilot's camera though. All right.
So which one did you name Sequoia?
This, yeah, the big chimney.
The first one?
No, the second one. The first one was 2 towers. It was found but not named. Yeah, well, and we found the vent field from our work on Falcor last year.
Stopping now?
Yeah, pretty close. No, yeah, it's supposed to stop now. You start now.
Coming up on
All right, so we're about 30 meters out, and we're starting to see some reflections on our forward-looking sonar on the vehicle, so we can't see it visually yet, but we should be coming up on it shortly.
90. Is that like?
He's over 250 right now.
Yeah, so what did we say, 245? 245?
So you can see in the distance there lots of little white specks. Those are squat lobsters on the bottom they hang out in the periphery of these vent sites. So you can see.
Cody? Like, is he still moving?
He said he's still moving. This happened last night too, that's what.
You want me to?
Yeah, he needs to stop and go back.
Stop. Thank you. Cheers.
No,
It says he stopped.
Can you tell him to go back 20 meters?
Back 20 meters.
Or, yeah, 20 meters.
So we're just adjusting the ship position because it's a little bit too close to the ROV. We have to have it a little ways off so that we don't have to worry about the cable getting kinked. So we need a certain amount of. We want to keep the cable straight between the ship and the ROV. If the ship is too close to us, we risk the cable doing a little loop on itself. All right, so I think looks like the chimney's about 15 meters out. You can sort of barely see it in the gloom. Can we change cameras on the feed?
Coming in.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the base of it. Yeah.
We can see it from this side. That's the one.
Yep.
You are 11 out.
So
The wire, Cody, the Wirecast is what's going into the recorder.
That was fast.
It was fast.
It said 15 minutes.
Was it not 15 minutes?
It was gone like 5 minutes. Oh, okay.
He put it in turbo.
well, I got him going right away, so that helped pull me.
Yeah. Oh, look at the sonar. That's cool.
What's that?
You see that?
Wow, that's beautiful.
All right, so we're slowly coming up to Sequoia Chimney. This is the base of it. We're speculating that the dark part that's narrower is an older part, and then this white part that's wider is newer. Maybe the older part fell over, and then this newer part is grown up. Let's see, so all those white dots are the squat lobsters that don't like to be in the hottest areas of the vents. So on that dark base doesn't have any hydrothermal fluid, or not very much coming out of it, whereas the white part above does. And right there in the middle you can see one of these black smoking vents. That black wispy plume coming up is coming out of a little tiny chimney on the side of this big thing. There's another one up in the upper right. And so we're just making sure that the ship is all settled out.
Northwest side, that's all right.
Okay. Yeah. On the west side, yeah, just because the ship's on that side of it.
Yeah, so it doesn't plug into the chimney.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the science camera here.
Want me to go higher or just stay around this level?
You could go a little higher, yeah.
You're driving again?
I was. What's amazing about the chimneys in this area to us are all these skinny little chimneys that are coming out the top of all the bigger ones. So all at the top of each of these spires is just a narrow little chimney. You can see how many different areas where that black smoke is coming out. I can see, 5 different ones just in the front.
The gold is clogged up with...
Yeah, I think the golden colored chimneys are no longer active, and the white areas indicate there's fluid flow, because that's probably microbial mats growing on the surface. So all the... Boy, that is just a crazy view. There's so many individual little chimneys, and tiny little chimneys. Yeah, so there's a lot of black smoke coming out of a lot of different places. And amongst all the hot water coming out of this chimney, there's all kinds of animals. There's shrimp, there's crabs, scale worms, snails, mussels, all animals that only live at these hydrothermal vents.
Only 13 meters up almost.
Right, so we're...
Not even halfway.
I'm going to look up now with the science camera.
We're going to start going up now?
Yeah, so what we're doing is looking for a place where we can park and sample next to a vent. So that looks pretty complicated from down below, so let's see what we can find up above. So it's interesting, there's kind of a big bulbous part at the base with all those individual chimneys. Then there's this big, massive tree trunk interval without much fluid coming out.
Burl shaped.
Yeah.
The name.
Yeah. Like a burl on a sequoia tree. And above this, there's another burl-shaped part where all the fluid flow is coming out. All right, so we're rising up. We're 16 meters above the bottom. Here's a little flange coming out with chimneys coming out the top of it. And there's some more black smoke over there. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this one is really sticking out far and is delicate, but I wonder if, coming in from the side on one of those, but there's a lot. Yeah. But it's only coming out of little spigots, they're really down or?
Yeah, no, it's really dark. The science cameras seem a little dark. Or maybe shut off the light. I don't know, it's up to you.
Yeah, just maybe we're a little distant too.
We're 3 meters from there. Any better? All right, you're doing it.
Yeah. All right. I think more light would be better, but really? Okay. Okay, that's better. Yeah, more contrast. All right, so we're looking for a place where we can park and access one of these smoker orifices. Yeah.
Did you get?
Yeah, go out and sun for a bit. Yeah.
I'm gonna look down a little. Now going back up.
So you probably didn't stop to get a chimney on the way, or?
No, we didn't. What do you think of coming in from the side and being able to reach that thing?
Maybe. Yeah, because you're okay if I knock things over, right?
Want to minimize it. I mean, just having the basket against the chimney, you might even be able to kind of fit it in that notch right there.
What are we trying to get?
A place where black smoke is coming out. We want the fluid sampler in a black smoke orifice. Wait, you want to sit here, Dave? You probably can direct him better than me.
See the little V inside right there? There, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if I can get my porch right into that.
Right.
Right.
Gives you a little grip.
Let me just look up for a second. There's nothing.
There's also, below the V, there's a little ledge that you can almost put the basket lip on, maybe.
Hello, Dave Butterfield coming in to the mic here, taking over from Bill Chadwick. Bill's been driving us around from the little volcanic crater where we started. It'll work. Which was a unusual little feature, unusually small for a volcanic crater, and sitting out there in the middle of these sheet flows. And now we moved over back to the west to this giant, towering hot smoker chimney, where we want to get some water samples, which is a difficult thing to do. What are you looking at, Jason?
I'm looking at, see that little piece right there?
That little one up high here on top of the flange?
Yeah, but I'm gonna ledge in. It's hard to see how my depth perception there.
Okay. The first preference would be go for the biggest smoker plume that you see, because the problem we had yesterday was the orifice was so tiny we couldn't really get into it. So.
But if I'm.
What about this looking down?
But we can look at it.
John, see that kind of V right there, where this thing's outcropping with this.
What we were thinking was putting the basket up against that super white ledge and then reach that black orifice.
Reach down to it, or the.
At the same level. See the really white out.
Yeah, I see that.
See the orifice over there?
Yes, that looks like a good sized one. Yeah, that's a good one to go for.
That's what we're leaning for.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Even on the science camera. See, that's see the little crevice right there?
Yeah.
I can jam in there a little bit. It's just hard to get my depth perception.
John, you're doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So subs altitude now, we're 27 meters off the bottom, off the seafloor. So this Sequoia chimney that we've named it is towering up above the seafloor here. It's got these large protrusions coming out from the main trunk. This is one of them. It's like as wide as the trunk itself. projecting out and all this hot water's coming out. So it's impossible to just hover with the ROV and get a sample. You have to nudge it up into the chimney to give yourself something to stabilize on. So we're looking for a place that's safe to use as kind of a bumper bar to slowly drive the vehicle into the structure to hold it in place.
Ship's pulling over there a little bit. Is it mark as one switch?
Yeah. Meter out right now.
Right, just switch to the
These chimneys are the seafloor outlet of conduits of hot fluid that are coming up from deep down where the magma is, and it heats up seawater, reacts with the rock, and comes back up and forms all these minerals when it mixes with the cold seawater at the seawater interface with the rocky floor. So is our iris control is working?
Yeah.
And left is dark, or is right? Left is dark. Okay. As you get close to this, I'm going left, but it's not getting. I guess it's probably maximum closed by now. We've got a chimney right in our face. We're leaving some room to operate on the right side, starboard side of the vehicle, where the manipulator arm for the fluid sampler intake is located. I'm going to reach over to the right. It's actually down over there on the science, on the
I think I'm pretty good.
sit cam.
Seemed to work pretty good.
No, on this camera. We got a chimney right in the face here.
Jason, let me broadcast that camera.
We could, yeah, we're going to be here a bit, but probably before we leave, we can grab one of these and take it as a sample.
That's all right, eh?
Why don't you pan up and down a little bit?
Sure,
You can do that?
yeah. So, here we are, parked right on the face of this giant smoker. Is somebody competing with me? Okay. All right.
Okay, hold on. What's going on here? I need to take over this one. Okay. Let's see. I don't have a lot of room. Okay, put the science camera back straight ahead, please.
Who's running it?
Bill? You are. Oh.
Okay. It is
Nice.
straight ahead, isn't it?
No.
Oh, no. All right. No wonder I was looking at... Yep.
Yeah, I shifted there a little bit. Got a gas tank under there right now. Those things are pretty strong, right? Alright, alright, okay. You good there, John? Seems like you got quite a bit of work in the
Sorry, John, I was not looking at the right place when I moved the camera.
We're all good. I just want
It is, but I think there are more lights. Yeah, there are more lights to turn on when we need them. I think I had it maximum closed. Yeah, I wasn't getting any more out of it. Okay, so currently watching the manipulator pick up the hydrothermal fluid sampler intake probe. There's a titanium nozzle on the end there with a temperature sensor in it. High temperature hoses coming back and a cable that gives us the temperature signal. Okay, we got that out of the holster. Okay. What's the ISO set to now? Like 500. Okay.
Where do you guys want to get the hole?
Well, you had the one over on the right, so I'm going to need your other lights on. The big smoke plume over there. Got more light over there?
Oh, look at that big one sticking right over.
But isn't there another side light you can turn? It seems dark over there. Are they all on?
Well, check this out. Hold on. Oh, you got the minute light. That's pretty cool.
There's a camera that is right on the end of the manipulator arm.
Hey, Cody.
Although I don't see it right now. Apparently it might have a light right on it, which would be really cool. We can shine it right on the chimney. Well, it's on 500. Oh yeah, I can open it up.
There you go. Seems like it. Are you right?
I'm opening the iris on that.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
So that sucker's gonna break off if you touch it. Thank you.
Oh, what? The smoker?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna break.
Well, it looks kind of cool right now, though, right?
Yeah. I don't think so, because it's probably just going to break apart, and when we go sampling it, it's going to break down to the hard core, and then we're going to get it. So, yeah.
Really good hole, right?
Yeah.
What is
If we didn't have the fluid sampler already in the arm, then we could do it. But
you got a good setup there.
Okay,
Pretty
so
much on the camera, unless you got your
over the suction hose, which is not good.
Okay, it looks like you're in the smoke now. Come towards us a little bit. Dave, did you want to stay there or go?
Just go right on down into it until. Guys, don't even worry. Just plow right down in there until you get to a stable spot.
Oh, tell me that's not.
Well, we'll see. You know, if that's a hard opening and we can get it stable, then we'll take it.
Right out of your clothes.
You're not even in it. Sorry. 2.5 degrees. Okay.
Now on.
65. We want 300 here, guys. 300.
John put it there. It might be like.
It peaked at 65?
No, it's going up. So 106.
Yeah, go for it. Operation. Got him.
Small movement, John. Small movements.
140. So we are going to break this thing, guys, and that's the only way we're going to get a good sample.
Dave is asking us to break it.
I am asking you to break it. That's right. It's my fault.
Okay, zoom it out.
Not because I want to break stuff, but because
Getting too much cold water into it.
yeah, we can't get a good sample unless we break it down to the hard opening and get the nozzle right in there. It's on the record. We need it. We need it for science. And given the size of this huge chimney, if we knock this tiny little nub off of there, it's going to make no difference at all. So.
Very good.
Okay, that's getting up to 170.
Down to 170 or up?
170 we got.
You're halfway there, so half more on the off.
Crumbled though, I don't know when I lost this fucking thing. Sorry. This silly thing here in the way of the... I can
Oh, we've got that thing.
It's the suction hose.
Yeah, I know.
Suction hose handle. You're moving the camera around? Okay. Look at that. Jason just moves the camera. No problem.
When they finish breaking the chimney, you're not going to be able to see it.
Oh, wait. There we go. All right.
Okay.
That's full zoom.
Is it? That's full zoom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Coming live.
So it is. All right. 195. 196. Try to, basically plug the opening. All that weak stuff will fall away. We'll get down to some solid.
Looks like I'm too far out.
One.
Backside.
We'll probably got to do a manual focus on that, right? Because we're.
There you go.
Yeah, you need. I'm not doing it, but I can. Okay. Hang on. Are we? Okay, so that's.
Then it bounces over to this.
Yeah, we want it.
No, he didn't do it. That's auto.
It's on auto.
How's the temp look?
92.
Yeah, we went down. Okay, there you go. There you go. Pretend you're trying to plug that whole thing up. Okay. Yeah. We.
want to take the sample.
Highest was 1.
They're going to be like each one will be about a 3-minute sample.
You can do the flex arm hang. Okay.
John's going to get
Try that.
a sore arm from holding this thing up there.
Scan the camera, see if it's on the other side again.
Okay, temp going up, 150.
I'm actually frozen right now.
Temperature 195, 200.
You can see the very tip of it right there.
I'm going to get ready to take one because 200 is better than we got yesterday. Just hang where you got it, 233.
Okay.
240, 250.
Keep going, baby. Keep going.
256. Kind of hovering around the 250 to 260 mark, which is, I said, that's better than we got the first time. We were only able to get up to about 100. So we're getting there. 270. Okay, we have switched or are switching to, okay, piston 2, unfiltered piston 2, and let's go for a 600 milliliter sample on that. And you're good. I'm starting a sample, 273. We've got no diagnostic on the output, but I assume it's working. So, perched here on the side of this Sequoia chimney, taking a high temperature water sample out of a really small opening. It's It's just barely larger than the inlet tip on our nozzle, which is about a ½ an inch wide, producing these big clouds of black smoke, metal sulfide precipitates that form as soon as that hot fluid mixes with seawater. And we are sucking that black fluid through our manifold. We can see the black smoke coming out the flush manifold exhaust, and our sample pump pulling that water into a titanium piston. We made this whole sampler at NOAA, Pacific Marine Environmental Lab. The first version of it was 1998, and I've been modifying it progressively since then. This is probably about version 4 now. Taking this sample, and what's our depth here? Depth is 3,261, altitude 26 meters off the seafloor. Okay, Sequoia. Taking a couple notes in my sampler inlet here. Okay. Heading 219, depth 3261, altitude 26. Still pumping, 450 mils so far. Maximum temperature 274. Sometimes in this kind of operation you got to go for good enough rather than perfect. If you keep trying for perfect, something will go wrong and you end up getting nothing. So I'm sure that this water is above 300 degrees, but we're able to get 275 or so out of it. Still taking this sample. Nothing moving there. Okay.
Pretty solid.
Okay.
Are you just dropping the temperature a little bit?
I'm just getting no, I'm just getting disoriented by the moving camera, that's all. So, and that is done. Stopping that one. Report some of the figures on it. T-max is 274.6. Average 261. Volume 603. T2 63. I'm going to take another one here for good measure. Let's see, that was unfiltered piston 2. We'll go with filtered piston 5. When these fluids come back in the lab, they're just full of black smoke that sticks to everything inside the sample container. It's tedious to clean it out. There's
The beanstalk going on. I guess we're about 5 meters. You have the manifold that up.
Considering whether we try anything. Could you try zooming on that orifice again to see,
Water come down?
work your way, see if, just a little bit. Just want to see if there's something going on there. Down to 220. Our setup is such that what we're interested in is, yeah. Let's just see here.
Well, before we can see the tip, there's a
Darn that thing.
You can see the tip. It doesn't look like it's really moved. It does not look like it's moved.
I'll take a replica. We can get a It's a mixing line. We'll try this one and then we'll try moving it. Okay. So 600. Starting filtered piston number 5. So the water coming in the inlet, 210 degrees now. By the time it travels through the inlet hose and gets back to where the samplers are, it's down to about 55. That's after passing through about, I don't know, altogether maybe 20 meters of tubing. The fluid comes into contact with a titanium nozzle and then a Teflon lined hose, a flexible hose. It's got a thick layer of Teflon with a stainless steel braid around that, and then a steel spring that goes around the entire hose to keep it from getting kinked off when it's heated up. Because this thing really takes a beating being pulled and contorted while you're trying to take a sample. Zooming in on the shrimp there living on the surface of this chimney. When you're far back you can't tell, but all of the surfaces except the very hottest water are sort of crawling with animals. Shrimp, especially up here on this steep-sided sulfite chimney, but also there are pockets of snails that essentially spend their whole life cycle up here. They couldn't climb up it from the base, from the volcanic rocks, so the larvae settle on the chimney and grow here, reproduce, die, fall off. There are also crabs that are crawling around looking for a meal. All right, taking this sample.
There's potential.
You know, I almost think there's a bit of shimmering water coming up the loose end of the hose, maybe right underneath the camera or something. It goes by there, so that might be a good sign.
You want me to pan the science camera over again?
We tried it and didn't see it, but no, that's okay.
Not working right now?
Okay, Bill's going to move the science camera around while we're sitting here sampling. The samples I'm doing now don't take very long. They're water samples for chemistry, and we're collecting about 600 milliliters. Takes a few minutes.
Oh, is it a demo? Okay. So now as soon as you squeeze them, then it's done, right?
Right. So you open up the PDU cabinet and
there's smoke right there too. Yeah.
Up to 490 now out of our 650 that we're trying to take. So this is pulling water into a piston. It's a titanium piston with a, titanium cylinder with a titanium piston in it. And it's connected on its front inlet end to the manifold, which is a titanium manifold, and we pull on the backside with our sample pump and pull the water out of the cylinder and pull the vent fluid in. Then it has some check valves on there that will hold the sample up to 100 psi. So if there's excessive gas pressure in the sample as it comes up, some of that gas will vent, but most of it will stay in the sample. So far we've the sample we got from here was not super gassy, so these samples probably won't be very pressurized. But we sometimes come up with samples that have so much gas that by the time they get to the surface, the gas is expanded and you have 4 times as much gas volume as water. Those are a bit tricky to handle when you bring them in the lab. We keep a 2-liter graduated syringe to collect the gas into, so that we can, in most cases, get all of the gas pulled out of the sampler into one container and then analyze that. Okay. Temperature falling down. Temperature falling down, seriously.
No, it just takes a while.
Yeah, it's already.
Yeah, but it drains 4 point. It's already drained the 2.4 liters. Now we're on the 3 liters left.
T-max 209.9. Average 163. Volume 640. T2 is 30. So, John, are we going to need to move the inlet again? We dropped way down. Try for a new high. So we got to 275 previously.
You driving there, Bill? Yeah. You want it back? No, I'm just getting ready because the ship movement might cause me to get home.
Yeah.
Finish that sample.
So we're right behind the suction grabber. Oh, there's the top of the Did
you come back in?
Yeah.
And his chat is just in the wrong position.
Yeah, way back out just slightly.
Can you see anything, John?
Got to do it blind right now.
I can try and
I think I'm below it right now.
Okay, we're definitely down low now, 42 degrees.
Hold it right there for a minute.
Can they pick it up close and like stuff it somewhere else? The other arm, just hold it up.
Yeah. I don't know if you can reach the other arm over there. With all this stuff right in front of us.
Way back there.
You could take the. It's going up a bit at 115.
we could come back and flick this down so we can see better.
Why don't we do that?
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Pull it back, John.
So we're going to take the nozzle and use it to tap this offending hose out of the way. You had a really nice position there, though, John. I think if you got good visibility, you'll nail it. So you just can't see it.
Say hi to my daughter, Fraser.
Here's Jason. Jason,
you can say hi to him. Oh, okay. Hey, Fraser. I think you're listening and watching. Yeah, that's about it. Miss you. Hey, Karen. I gotta say hi to my wife too. She always gets mad at me.
Don't forget Karen. Yeah, Jason's doing an awesome job driving the vehicle here. While we're at it, I'll say hi to Janice and Natalie and Elise if they're watching, and maybe Sam and Jesse and my mom and Gail and maybe Ben and Al. I just sent them a note saying this stuff is available on YouTube. It's late evening in Seattle. 8:30. Not that late. 8:30. Back home, and it's 2:30 in the afternoon here. Sunny, hot weather here.
All right. Business.
Okay, now we can actually see that thing. All right.
That's perfect.
Okay, get your angle the way you want for basically going right in there.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom out and see the arm. So you want to just kind of go in straight. Looks like you got a lot of your jaw used up.
So Jason's driving the vehicle, holding it in place, and John is operating the manipulator arm with a joystick. The joystick is really interesting. It's basically a replica of the arm with all the segments and joints on it, and you just move that joystick arm the way you would want the actual hydraulic arm to move, and it responds with the commands going through the cable on fiber optic communications, and translating that into the many hydraulic, well, the 7 hydraulic functions that operate the arm. And they talk about the various motions. They've got a language associated with this arm that I still haven't quite cracked. They'll use, rather than say, move the first joint this way, they'll say azimuth out, or pitch that, or yaw, or rotate. So they've got a name for the movement of each joint. Okay, so we're getting got a view of the inlet nozzle tip here. You can see how small the target is that we're going for. Watching the temperature as we're trying to get that into position. So that's if you can see that, it's a titanium nozzle. It's got little slits on the end to keep the big chunks of material from coming up through the hose. It's being run by a pump that can go variable speed from about 2 to 5 liters per minute. It's about the rate of, slow garden hose rate. And we put a canister filter in front of that pump so that we don't destroy the pump head with particles. That slitted little tip of the nozzle is about a ½ inch wide.
Just to give you perspective of what they're trying to do right
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's smaller than a typical finger. We're cold, 4. Yep. Yep.
All yawed out.
All yawed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
pulling back the yawn.
Right. Azimuthing and pitching and rotating.
Yeah, doing
And I don't know what else.
a little bit of executing.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to sit there and watch them and figure out what all those terms mean. No, it's not in. It's still ambient, actually. I guess it's
behind it.
Optical illusion behind it. Yeah. Maybe you got to start from the front side until we see it go in.
Until you start crumbling it away.
Okay. Now we're pitching in. Pitch in and wrist rotate. Okay, there's the wrist rotate. That's pretty obvious.
Oops. In the basket.
The rotate bumped the hose, but I think it's still okay. You gotta work hard for these samples. They don't just like get served up to you. You gotta get the vehicle in place and struggle to get the right angle. And doing this while, without depth perception, we just have essentially two different camera views that we're using to try to locate. There are no special 3D glasses here to let us know where the thing is.
The claw camera never seems to really do much. Good for sampling.
Okay, no heat yet. No heat yet. I don't know. I don't think so.
Is that?
That's lit.
Auto manual.
Okay. That should be manual.
Yeah. Now it's an auto.
Now it's you want it in auto or you want it in manual? You've got it in manual. Okay.
Oh, there.
There's multiple. It won't stay? Oh, let me turn this off. That should be off, right? Does that work?
I don't know why that worked this time, but
okay. I switched it to where the auto button is actually on, but apparently it's not auto. So. All right. Everything is new on this system. So this is the first real science expedition for the Schmidt Ocean Institute ROV SuBastian. It's rated to go to 4,500 meters. We're currently at 3260. We got down to about 3,700 earlier on the trip. These vents are on the deeper side of typical vents, not the deepest ones ever seen. That's a little over 5,000 meters at the Cayman Trough. And this vehicle was there also with the ROV Nereus. That is not going up yet. 2.9.
Yaw this way, yaw to the left.
What vehicle saw this thing?
Nereus.
No longer with us.
Nereus is now gone, unfortunately. Nereus was a hybrid ROV that could operate on the end of a fiber. It had battery power, and the connection to the vessel, the ship, was just a fiber optic line that was transmitting the data. It didn't have any power. It was a really thin fiber, so just giving us the data communication. And while it operated on batteries, pretty amazing vehicle. But unfortunately, there was a catastrophic failure that destroyed it on a deep dive. That's going up 70, 80, 80, 70, 60, 55, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120. Still going up. Are you actively holding it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the temperature now?
130. 130 going up, going up. 150. Still going up. 160. Sort of leveling off. Going down a little. Now back up. Going back up. Okay, that's 180. 180.
Can't see it.
Can't see anything for all the smoke.
No, the gas is
Okay. 200, 211, 215.
You can see it there, barely.
Uh-huh.
You gotta flicker the...
Alright, I'm gonna get ready to take another one. Piston 8 has been our lucky piston. We'll go with that one again. Piston 8. Oops, dropping a bit. Going down. 150. We're headed up to 216. 130.
Shift a little bit again.
Try moving it. Give you the feedback here. Okay, it stopped going down. Nope, going down again. Going down. Coming back up a little. 98. 99, just coming up a little bit. That's going up. Going up. 165. Going up. In position. 196, 200, 206, 210. 233. Okay. 240 going up. Good temperatures. We got okay. We got to what did we get to before? 270 something?
Yeah.
Okay. 250 going up. 255. So this may seem a little slow, but this is going actually really well for these kind of operations. So we're stable. We're just trying to find the right spot there. 265 now. Getting ready to fire another piston. Coming up to 270. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Starting unfiltered piston number 8. We're getting a pretty level temperature there of 269.
That's the highest yet.
I think we got to 274 on the first. Well, I don't see it there. Actually, it's gone off the screen, I guess. 270.
Relax puzzles.
Well, it was like, actually, it's funny because sometimes the job is like,
yeah, this for sitting in a chair, this kind of work takes a surprising amount of energy. You really have to concentrate on what's going on. Especially the guy trying to operate the arm and then the one trying to keep the sub stable. They've got the hard job. we just sit here and ask them to do things. See if we get any wafting water here. No, it's probably end of our exhaust tube is randomly flopping around somewhere. Hopefully it's not very long. Huh?
The one inside or
the one that, yeah, that should be in that camera right there. It's attached to the camera cable, so it's probably just behind the camera right now. All right. Sub moved a little bit, tiny bit. Hanging in there, 250.
Just made it go up.
It should be a good sample.
Over here, those
Yeah.
things I could see when that moves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just a yeah. There's a tiny bit of motion on the sub. I mean, you know, it's got a 3,200 meter cable hanging off the back of the ship. The ship's moving, so that cable is moving. Try to isolate the movement of the cable from the ROV with floats that are attached to the tether and make it curve up in a big arc and then come back down, so that sort of decouples the ship movement from the ROV, but there's a little bit of motion that still comes through. 200 and almost done with this one.
You should be able to do that, right?
And I'll stop here.
They want it.
Close. So that's three pistons from this site. I think that should do it. T-Max 271.5. Average 256.9. Volume 650. T2 63. Okay, we can stow that.
Stow it? What's,
yeah.
You need that
Well, you can try for. I mean, you can try for a hotter temperature while you're at it, but.
What's this thing right in front of us? I think I can jam it in there? Jelly it in for a minute? See what we get?
Yeah, we got up to 270.
He's saying
You can.
jam it in there.
Jelly. Get the jelly in.
He's trying to shove in even deeper.
You can, John. You can see whether you can get a higher temperature. Just tweak it around a little bit and see what you can get. As long as we're all the way out there.
Okay, so think about basically elbowing out. I just want to go
Still pumping black smoke through the manifold, coming out the exhaust tube.
I am. Jam it in there.
If you jam it too hard, you'll move the sub.
Anything?
Yeah, that's going up. That is going up. 270.
I just stole it.
277.
Oh yeah, baby.
280. Well, what the heck? We just have to take another. Just have to take another sample.
Oh yeah.
You know, when there's nothing on the line, you can just go and see what you get. Then.
What's it up to now? Just 280.
286.
Well, should we try a little harder?
I know. That feel like
It was pushing the vehicle.
That was okay. That's about right. It will go for this. 286. That's the new high for at least for this sampler. We got 302 with the 287. We're creeping up there. Okay. Go for another.
So
650. Oh no, we don't want number 7. Number 7's bad. Number 6. I don't trust number 7. Okay. 650. Okay. Ready, starting unfiltered piston 6. Okay, we jumped up to 285 degrees. So up top side here on the ship, we can feel the ship rocking back and forth. Just started. We're gonna hope that that doesn't go down to the ROV. For some reason, we are rocking a little bit.
Oh, really? Oh, there's that wave went all the way down.
Yeah, it's arriving at the ROV, huh? So it took about 45 seconds for it to get down there. It's really small, the movement, but it did drop our temperature a little bit. Yeah, you could try it. Also, I'm pausing. Drop down to 250 and unpause it.
How's that? I'm doing it blind right now. So.
Okay, yeah, that's coming back up.
Okay. We are frozen.
Going up past it now. 290.
Oh, we're gonna break 300. 295.
It's going up.
Yes.
300. We finally got there. 303.
Super deal. I got 303. 305.
Yeah, it's going up still. Gonna fill the whole damn thing up here, I guess. It's still paused. Yeah, it's going up. 310. Okay, it looks like it's sort of leveling out there at 311 or so.
12. 13.
Turn the pump back on. $317, $318. You can tell by looking at this chimney that it's hotter than what we've been getting. With this really dark black smoke like that, that's usually more like above 330. And temperatures on these smokers can get considerably hotter. This could potentially get up to 400 degrees and still not be above the boiling point at this depth. 330, yeah.
What's that?
Gonna have to try to get a gas tight here too. That's gonna be a whole different setup.
Gotta get the nice little look down view there. It's kind of creepy.
333. 333, John.
33?
Yeah, 333 and still going up.
That must be a record.
So, you don't fool around with trying to,
You don't want to
tinker around the edge. You just stick it in there.
And don't look. Geez, don't look.
Don't look. Okay. Okay.
Just keep pushing.
Okay.
Did you reposition or?
We just jammed. It's hard.
Same vent.
We have
Just
closed our eyes.
Wow, it went up a lot.
Mm-hmm. 337.
I gotta, just put the whole shout out to Marina for her strategy.
Yeah.
There you go. Get your ball
Oh, I'm actually, I'm over the pump limit here.
330 something.
It'll probably say P1 sudden obstruction. Be a completely full bottle if it works now. I'll stop that one. Got to take another one. Fill them up. T-Max 338.4, average 332, volume pumped 790, and T2 78 now. Okay, close that. Don't have too many left, but as long as we're in this awesome position, I'll take another one. This will be unfiltered piston 4. With all these samples, shouldn't be record for this sampler. Oh, we've hit 380. Yeah, I think about 380 is the max I've seen on this. Okay, starting another unfiltered piston number 4. Man, that's a hot vent. The temperatures deep down in the system get quite a bit hotter. In shallow systems, the maximum temperature is limited by the boiling point of seawater. So, for example, if you're at axial seamount off the coast of Washington, Oregon, the depth there is only 1,500 meters, and seawater boils at about 345 degrees or so at that depth. So you just can't get water to be hotter than that unless it's all completely in the vapor phase, which doesn't typically happen. So as the water comes up from depth within the crust, it cools off due to boiling. Here you could get up to 400 degrees. We're actually beyond the critical pressure of seawater. So if there was, instead of getting normal boiling here where you produce vapor, we would actually be at the pressure where you would condense a bit of brine out of the water, and the bulk fluid would be more like a vapor type density. So that's rather than boiling, we just call that brine condensation. You could call it supercritical phase separation, although some people argue that that's an impossibility for using that term, or an inconsistent term. In any case, we are not close to the boiling point now.
How much fluid can you take in?
Well, in one sampler, the pistons hold about 800 milliliters of water. Yeah. I've got currently 8 pistons and 8 bag samples, plus the filters and the large volume bag.
There you go. No, it's about like 20 liters. You're going 20 liters.
About 20. Yeah, we'll be bringing back close to 20 liters of bottle of water. Yeah, it just keeps going up. 340, 343 now.
343.
Yeah. There's probably a mineral casing forming around the end of the nozzle, and slowly insulating it and getting it hotter and hotter. If we could see it when we're done, if you take it out of there gently, and we look at it, it's probably going to have minerals forming on the tip. So, and at this temperature, there'd probably be chalcopyrite. Although with the mixing, you can get other things too.
Oh, look at those palm worms. Nice. Is that you, Heidi? No. Oh, that's nice.
It's blurry, but it's nice.
Well, I mean,
It's shimmery.
we had a quick view.
Yeah.
There. Oh, perfect.
There they are. Okay, zooming in on some shrimp, and then there's some worms with worm tubes there. Paraalbanellid. I don't know whether these are the... I'm not sure what the species is. Sulfincola. That shrimp is sort of munching on the... Well, he's just grazing on the tube worm. Okay, that sample's done.
Oops. Okay, let's get into sample mode. Okay, stop.
T-max 345.9. T-average 343. Volume 650. And T-average 79. T2 79. Okay.
Is that any more?
There's only one left. Not really.
Okay. We've got 2 hours left.
We've got 2 hours left, but I probably won't do any more.
What about the gas tank?
We do need to do the gas tights. Oh, well, we dropped off. That decides it. I'm not going to take another one. Okay. So I think we're ready to stow that intake nozzle. We should have a little look at it just to see if there's something that grew on it. And we need to try to set up to get a gas tight out of that same vent. So opposite side. But before we do that, we're in really great position to take a chimney sample. So into the rear bio box. So before we move,
Starboard arm, port arm.
we can definitely get some chimneys.
First, you want us to look at the tip, right?
Yeah, let's look at the tip of the sampler when it comes out. You can just... Yes. So just bring it over by the camera, see what we got. So the pumps did pretty well, just continuously pumping that hot mineral-rich water for that whole time. Sometimes they, get too hot and start to working in real close to the chimney. You gotta keep your arm tucked in to bring it around. Let's see what we got here. Wait till we focus. I bet it's got chalcopyrite on the end of it. A little bit, and it's got some black stuff, which might be pyrrhotite. So yeah, metal sulfide minerals precipitated on the inlet from staying in that vent for 45 minutes or whatever that was. So okay, we can put that away. Keep the cold seawater flushing through there to clean it out. It's already dropped way down, so cooling the system off.
What's your strategy?
Strategy is we're going to sit right where we are if possible. We're pushing on it. Okay. There we go.
You know what? Just get the port arm out. You can stow that later. I don't think we're doing anything else with the starboard arm. So, are we?
Not if we don't need to. If you want to use the port arm to do the chimney.
All these little chimneys.
Yeah,
Here. Is
yeah.
that good for you?
I think so. They're right in front of us.
We don't have a lot.
Heidi, do you want to come up and talk to us here?
All right, they're floating.
I mean, these are right in front of us. It's like we should take one of those orange ones, don't you think?
All the way out.
One on top of the small firebox, we should.
Yeah.
So let's start with that one there.
If we can try and get one
Do
that's
that one there.
actual
Try
black
and just
smoke,
kind of.
that would be awesome.
Right. Okay.
And then another one.
Okay. Let's.
We did look.
Did you look at one of these orange ones?
Remember, we're really tight. Shoulder up.
Well, it's right there. I don't know. I mean.
I just think it will fall apart. It's sort of interesting how it changes from bulbous to skinny.
Yeah.
To get that transition.
So this lower one that has the little twig coming out the top, maybe. Just trying to figure out what they can reach here. It's really close in. Oops. No, we don't want that.
This might just snap.
You want to just.
Oh wow! Look, hang on.
Move it off the side.
Well, hang on.
Can we just slide it down in between there?
Yeah. Just slide it between.
Well, there's a chance coming through the surface it'll just get washed away.
If you can pull it over the small bio box lid. Yeah.
Your arm is right into that other one. I would just knock it in. You're not going to get it. It's going to just go through your fingers.
Oh, I'm going to knock it into the tray?
Yeah. What we could do is I can just open the valve box.
How would it?
Shoulder up, shoulder up, shoulder up.
All right, the sample jumped on board.
Well done. Well done.
Maintain your name. Cody, what'd you do?
Oh man, come on.
Johnny and Tommy
on the field.
I'm just kidding. It was Pile Driver McGee.
On the pond.
Grab that one now.
Well,
You want that one?
yeah, that's a great one. Yeah. If you can, you want to try to get it into the rear bio box?
Yeah.
Okay. It won't last there. It won't last past our next stop.
You're okay. First rotate.
You've got a lot more to go.
You're like Godzilla. Just don't knock down the big one. We want that one intact. So wrist rotate more. There you go. Slowly. Okay, I'm going to zoom in there. You ready? Okay, try closing that. That looks good. Oh, it's so brittle. Okay, just squeeze a little more. This thing is brittle.
Yeah, that's a very friable one here.
That's what I'm getting.
Okay, hold on.
Is there anything back there though? No?
You're wrapped in, Rob.
Oh, it can't be. Hold on.
Which one you want to do?
Is that all I do? into that? It's all empty. Okay.
So what's the big box? Half and half?
Yeah, it's half and half.
Okay.
Out, yeah. And then just shoulder down. There's the cameras, we're missing some cameras.
You have or
What's that? Have it down? I don't know.
or even
You're good. I'll make this a little bit into the bottom.
Okay, we've got one chunk of that orange chimney sample into the bio box and back. We try to get a bit more of it in there. It's a pretty soft structure, so it's not holding together very well. But we can still do some chemistry on it. One of the main things, our geologist on board, Heidi, who works with Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences in New Zealand. One of the things she wants to do is get a set of chimney samples from this field to take back and use a radiometric dating method on to see how old they are. This one obviously is not very old. It's growing right on this chimney right in front of us. But there are a bunch of inactive or extinct chimneys in the field that sort of give you a view of what the history of the whole field has been. And by collecting those and getting a date on them, we can get an idea how long this field has been active. How long does it take to grow a giant redwood tree scale sulfide mineral chimney? We expect that's going to be hundreds of years, possibly more. So the isotopes of radium that get captured in the mineral barite, which is barium sulfate. Barium and radium, both alkyl and earth metals, and have similar properties. So when barite precipitates, radium tends to precipitate with it and get trapped in that mineral. And since radium is radioactive, it decays over time. So by knowing what your zero age starting point is, and we get that from the active chimneys that are actively forming in front of us, that sort of tells you what the radium activity level is at zero age. Then you go back and look at the older samples and use that zero age starting point and the radiometric decay rate to tell you how old the chimneys are. So if they're within, several half-lives of the radium, then you get a date from that. Okay, behind us we got all kinds of crab activity going on here. Suddenly, there's just a huge amount of crab activity in the background. Yeah, we could have done something by toppling this chimney. Maybe the activity has attracted them.
You might be able to go. You might be able to just go like this and just kind of break it off. Yeah.
Heidi is searching for another chimney to sample. She's hoping to get something that's actively forming, one of these grayish structures here that has hot water still coming out of it. Again, that's for the zero age part. There's a very tall, skinny, spindly little stick of a chimney coming up in the middle of the picture there behind the black smoke. It seems to have some hot water coming out of it. The orange ones are not active anymore. They probably were. A gas tight sample right in that 340 degree spigot
Dave's trying to test us.
Every day.
Can you take the gas tank and then could you grab, after the gas tank stove with that on, grab the chimney ring and
We need
sample?
to take the
Yeah.
It's the port arm, and the port arm can't reach that right now, so I have
Right.
to move and try and somehow find another.
Try to take advantage of our parking spot here and grab something that's reachable. But did you see anything?
Not a blank smoker is not reachable.
No.
They have to reposition for the gas type.
Mhm.
Why don't we do that and then see?
Okay.
Potentially reachable.
The little spindly gray ones, the stick-like ones there, they have a little bit of hot water coming out of them, but I don't know if they would stay into. Yeah. Yeah. Is that reachable?
I think it'd be good with a scoop.
Yeah.
There.
Over in the jaw.
Like, so let it
Okay.
fall in.
Just kind of come in.
Yeah.
Because I think we've had two.
I think we've shifted.
Yeah. Okay, well they're going to stow that. We're done with that for at least, probably for the rest of the dive. But
Unless we pull the torch back. Well, get it after. Get it after. Pick it up after.
so we're just debating what to do next here. It's hard to get a good stable position on these chimneys, so we want to try to see if we can take advantage of where we are.
So what else would you like to grab?
Well,
This giant one?
the main thing is we're interested in a chimney that has hot water coming out of it. We don't need that big orange one. We got a good sample of that just now. So, well, a broken sample, but still, it's a good sample. So really, we want one that has hot water coming out. There's that sort of string of little stick-like spindly ones that goes up through that gully there. I think they've got hot water coming out of them. Can we zoom on? No. What about that stick there? I mean, it's really small.
Well, they broke it into divided
Black coming out of it, that's just in the black.
It doesn't have black, but does it have anything coming out the tip? Yeah, that thing. And on the very top, it's really small. Okay. That's all right. What do you think?
They're going to try.
We can try it. Okay. With the scoop or
With the arm.
with the arm? Okay.
Which one are we trying?
The little stick that we were just looking at. It's amazing, all of these
Different
growths here.
morphs and
Yeah.
colors, options.
The white surface is usually, I mean, it's associated with active hot water, and the orange, which is mostly rust, so iron oxide, seems to take over when the flow of hot water stops. You can look at different zones on this big chimney structure that are either mostly white and smoking or mostly orange and not having any hot water coming out of them.
Well, here, let's just keep elbowing up and I'll watch you. Elbow up and pitch in. So pitch in. Okay. Start azimuthing really well. Actually, you might be there now. Hold it there. Pitch out now.
No, I ain't gonna pay
Pausing here while we try to put away the fluid sampler intake. We're really cramped up against the face of this chimney, so we can't move the arm in just any direction. You gotta keep it all tucked in tight against the ROV, which makes it harder to put this away. Twisting that. There is no downtime. In our downtime, we try to sleep.
For at least 4 hours.
Yeah, for 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, the schedule out here is so the ROV is getting ready to go early in the morning. We wait till sunrise and try to start launching it shortly after sunrise. And out here, that is about a little bit after 6 a.m. Typically, we've been launching it closer to about 7 after, we have an hour of checking everything. Alternative holster there. Is sticking it into the plastic frame. That'll probably hold it. Yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't. Okay. So, rather than use the holster, we just poked it through a hole in the plastic grating. So as I say in the schedule, so the RV is getting ready to go and launching about 7. Takes a couple hours to get to the bottom. Then we sit in the control room most of the day, observing, taking samples. Off the bottom, maybe 5 p.m., 2.5 hours. Sometimes we stay later, but getting back on deck about 8 p.m. and then all the samples come off. And depending on how many we take, we spend the next 4 to 8 hours working on the samples and getting this equipment ready to go back on the vehicle. We're usually done between midnight and 3 a.m. And then, some people get to sleep in. Some of us have to get up again about 6 and start the day over again. So that is the life out here now. And fortunately, the ROV has been working great. This new Schmidt Ocean Institute ROV, SuBastian, is doing some great work. We're seeing a lot of places for the first time and figuring out how they work, putting all the biology and chemistry into the regional context of other sites in this area that we've known about previously. Sort of filling in gaps that will let us understand the pattern of how the tectonic environment influences the chemistry and the biological communities. Okay, we're working on collecting another chimney sample right now. One of these little sticks with the starboard arm. the two arms have slightly different grip mechanisms on them. The starboard arm, the one you see moving right now, has a flat face grip on it that closes down, in parallel, and you can squeeze on things that way.
Over there, if you can, I don't know if you can see that. Let me zoom in.
The port side arm has claws that, with 2 fingers on each side, and two go on the inside and 2 on the other side go on the outside, gripping down on T-handles usually to pick up tools and hold them securely. The green and yellow tape out there, and the red and black are the ends of the T-handles for gas tight samplers. We just bumped that one. We're going to try to get in position to use one of those next, or 2 of them, to get good samples of the hot water coming out of this chimney. We took one yesterday, which took a lot of effort to get, and was right on the edge of what you could do with one of these samplers.
No, just stop. I'll back away. You ready? And I'm just going to back away.
Okay, we're moving slowly away from this structure. Going to try to hang out here, get the arm situated. We'll need to pick up one of these gas tights and get it in the claw.
So right here, right now. Do you want to work the camera, Dave, or
where do you want to? Yeah.
Well, fine. Okay, that's it right there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the smoker.
So I might be able to ledge in on the other side there. Can you guys? You probably don't want to start manipulating these gas tights in midair, do you?
Maybe not. Yeah, it's pretty hairy up here. If you drop it, you might never find it. Maybe we could go straight down to the bottom and get it ready, and then come up.
That's probably because if I nose in, we're basically handcuffing ourselves.
Yeah, you can't move. So.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, we don't want to drop one from that altitude. It'd be tough to find. We have dropped these samplers from similar altitude before, and if you depending on where they land, you can retrieve them or maybe not.
Yeah, you might as well start working that way.
So, just for reference, our depth at that chimney was 3261.
Hey, what do you guys want to run the science camera over here for?
Bill's got it.
Or you got it, Bill?
He's got his hand.
Okay. See what you're doing over there? Okay.
So the head-on view is at 210.
Can I tell you down a little bit?
Heading 210?
Heading 210.
Okay.
Oh, me?
At 3261, right?
Right.
Okay.
You can rack that other science camera out, though, too. Here, I'll do it.
Oh, below you.
What?
Flange, burl.
That was cool.
Just a kiss. It's just a kiss. Okay, so maybe I don't want to go
straight down? Okay, yeah.
I was thinking I was going for the video.
Yeah, these...
Good thought.
Yeah.
Maybe discourage that.
As long as you don't power grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way this chimney is
formed. It's got a really thick trunk, maybe, I don't know, 10 feet across, and it's got these big protrusions, ledges that stick out. We're calling it, like burls, giant burly growths off the side of the main trunk that are as wide as the main trunk itself. And we're coming up underneath one of them right now. See that big horizontal protrusion out there, unsupported by anything underneath it. And the base of the chimney, as we come down here, see all the little white spots are these Galatheid crabs or squat lobsters. They're sort of scavengers hanging around the base. And there's a lot of big chunks of sulfide piled up down here. It's basically got a big conical mound of debris that's fallen off the chimney down to around the bases. So, these things are active.
Hey, Adam, you want to move the ship 20 meters north, please?
Chunks fall off. They regrow. As long as you got the heat supply underneath and that flow of hot water, this will just continue to grow.
Underneath.
So, now that we're down near the base of this, we're going to unhook the bungee cord that's holding the gas-tight samplers in place and pick up one of them and get it into the port arm in position to fire. Then we'll move back up the chimney and try to get in position to take a sample of that 345 degree vent that we were working on earlier. Bungee cord is off, and we're sitting down here at the base of the structure. You can see behind the arm there the apron of sulfide debris at the base. We're still not quite down to the level of volcanic rock yet. We're down here at 3283 meters. I think the volcanic rock here is somewhere more like 3290. So that reddish material in the background is sulfide logs, chunks that have fallen off the top. Yep, it's all giant chunks of sulfide that fell down. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what would make it hard to retrieve things if they ended up behind boulders or something. So.
Okay, I'm landed. Not the best spot in the world, but.
Yeah, these particular samplers are quite expensive. I think they're close to, I forget what he pays for them now, but $5,000 to $10,000 per sampler. There's a lot of machining goes into them, and they're all titanium, thick, able to hold 10,000 psi of internal pressure, and
Okay, so we're picking one up, not by its T-handle, but by another part of it, and handing that off to the other arm. The left arm, the port arm, is the one that has to fire these bottles because it has a hydraulic ram mounted on it. So the T-handle goes into the grip. These arms are both really strong, so you have to kind of go easy and line things up and not have one fighting against the other.
Look at my tilt cam there, Russ. You're looking pretty, that's about, if you got a right
So
angle,
the
that
T,
should be far enough in if you want to start closing. Yeah? Yeah, right there. Perfect.
so that was a good grab. The
Lock there, Russ?
unlock and release. So now they both have a hold of it. Sort of a tug of war, and still one of them lets go. Now the right arm's going to let go. Open the jaws. Okay. And now the left arm will completely grip down on that thing and tighten it up. It looks loose in the left. There you go.
We didn't put any rubber on that one. I'll put rubber on that.
Oh yeah? Is it okay?
So if you can tuck your arm in as much as you can.
Want to make sure we got a good fit with the ram. We actually held it in there last night, so it should be fine.
Yeah, it should be good. Okay, so you want it over that same hole, don't you?
Yeah.
Only the other side.
Yes, with the other side of the vehicle.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, the right-hand side work went well. Let's see how it is on the left side.
Nice little ledge. We just have to find that ledge, another ledge.
Yeah.
It's perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, we tried to get as much as we could out of that parking spot. I think we did.
You pretty much filled your sampler, didn't you?
Yes.
That's good stuff, though. That was a good one.
Yeah, those are ideas. Are just take as many as you can. If any of them don't work, you've got some for sure.
Gotta rack my camera out there.
Okay, there's a good view of the base. The base is a really wide apron of sulfide debris. Buried inside of there is the main trunk. It starts to come out.
You want to lighten up the presses or?
So coming up again from the bottom, coming up the length of this chimney, see the big tree house projecting out from the main trunk. Yeah, it's a strange looking thing. I mean, the horizontal growth is bigger than the main trunk.
It's really precarious there in the middle, like.
Yeah, it's really kind of like a treehouse built on a giant trunk.
Can you reduce my
Horizontal growths come out. You get this. The fluid starts coming out the side of the chimney and grows a little projection, and then it just continues to work its way out horizontally. And then once you get a horizontal platform built, the fluids that spill up over it can grow vertically and then fill in the top. And if things are solid enough, you end up with a massive structure like this growing on the side of the supporting trunk. Okay, so we're back up at the depth where we were sampling earlier and moving in to relocate the vent that we sampled. I mean, I think it's the one making the really intense black smoke.
I guess you're right.
Right in the middle of that view. Because we were... Yeah, there's a big, I mean, you'd have to look around it, but...
You guys want to look up? Like, see the little lumps there?
Yeah.
I might be able to wedge in there.
Yeah.
But just look up and around and see if there's anything above that. I'm just going to reposition here. I'll be coming in closer here in a second.
Oh, sure. Just come over here and they won't pay attention to you.
This auto iris. Yeah. It's got to be off the old one. Is that box up? Maybe if it's not.
So if you can kind of position the science camera so it's kind of looking straight out and so I can tell where the porch is, like the height of the porch. Keep going down. Yeah, like that. Yeah, just like that. So Russ, you want to get your arm out to the left, like azimuth it right out?
Hey! What have we done here?
Coming up to the structure again. Our smoker that we want to sample is the black smoke coming off the left side of the bright white portion that we're trying to park against. We were parked on the other side last time because we had to use the starboard side arm. For this operation we got to use the port side arm. So we're coming and parking on the opposite side. Pilot has to slowly guide the ROV in, very gently nudge it up against the structure, and then keep just a little bit of forward thrust to keep us in place. Well, there's vertical face of sulfide chimney. It doesn't stick out too much.
There's nothing gonna hit my bumper part. It just seemed like a lot of the smoke was getting lowered out there. What do you think? Pretty good if you hit both.
Yeah, I think if you're against this part here, you're gonna be maybe a foot away. Yeah. We'll see. Just to add requirements, we're gonna have to see the orifice to put the gas tight in too.
I was just getting one over. What's that, Dave?
Just to make it more difficult, we're going to have to see the orifice to get the gas tight in there because it's got no other way of knowing if it's in or not. Can we see it?
I don't know. I've never been here before.
Yeah, okay.
We'll do our best.
Yeah.
Just grab that science camera.
So it's the smoke from the target vent that's coming right at us.
It's bouncing off that thing.
Yeah.
We don't have much of a ledge there. It's just
Yeah, it's just a bump.
Because then you can, if the vent was above the bilage, then you'll
I
see it.
can try and put my corner.
Yeah, let's try that. Try to put the right corner on it.
Probably check for about to die.
Shrimp are quick. They get out of the way.
What's that? I'm not smoking on this. Okay. Down.
These chimneys are really challenging places to try to sample. The vents are not conveniently located on a nice flat surface that you can see and reach. You gotta figure out how to work around the precarious perches up here. So what we're thinking now is that maybe we can wedge the front right corner of the basket just under one of those white lobes there. We want to get down. The smoke that's coming up is the thing that we want to sample. So it's blowing its smoke right in our face when we're trying to get in there. Coming in a little bit under it. Oh, is the starboard arm hitting?
Yeah. It's up against
Quick look over at the starboard arm.
Hold it.
Hold on. Didn't quite hold, huh?
No.
Was
I
the...
was just trying to dial it in. But,
Yeah.
I think I can do it though.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It seemed doable. I messed up the cruising a little bit there.
Your starboard arm okay?
That's fine. Yeah, there's a black smoker right there too. Yeah, it seemed like I had it there. So, and it looked like I probably had a decent position to do a sample.
Yeah.
Did it look alright to you guys?
I think so. If it gets us down low enough, then you'll be able to see the vent. Crazy place to perch, but that's... Coming in here like a 7,000-pound hummingbird. Sucking the nectar.
maybe.
Yeah, well, that one.
Grab.
I'm trying to do that. It's actually sounding big white show. Just looking at your road.
And when we bring it so we can set the context how big they are.
Yeah, and you can do some of that right after we sample here if you want.
The ship seems to not be helping us either. Well, it seems to be in the trunk somewhere.
Okay, we've moved the suction hose a bit.
I think the smoke changes direction. I think it's me. Think so?
Hopefully it's going to get on there. Yeah, man, this tube's facing upgrade, so if you have a piece of it, it'll work.
What's that?
The tubes are now being upgraded.
I think you're gonna.
What's that?
I think you're gonna get it. If that was a 3D camera, that'd be an amazing shot. All those pinnacles sticking up at us.
So.
Okay, step one, the vehicle is parked.
You can see right on this way.
Parked on the edge of the structure.
Okay, get ready for the big speed.
And, oh yeah, now the ship's rocking.
So I'm going to zoom first. Like I'm literally...
Yeah, we're up here on the ship. We feel it moving, rolling back and forth a bit. And then we're worried that motion is going to work its way down the cable. So hopefully we'll be okay.
Starboard Manip's camera? Would you be able to see that?
Can you get it around there? Oh, that'd be slick.
That would be a move and a half. You can back it a bit more.
There's so one of the cameras we have is located right on the end of the starboard arm. It's currently pointed down at the fluid sampler nozzle, but when you move the arm, you can move the camera. The question is whether we got enough room to
oh, that's not bad.
get the arm out and moved across.
Look what that did.
Oh, yeah. That's looking good.
Here comes the movement of the ship.
So we have a view of the spigot.
Get your arm ready there, Dave.
Got a view of the spigot. So now we've got the gas tight in the arm. Got the spigot in view. Got to line the gas tight up on the trigger ram.
No, I'm okay now. I'm very delicately perched right now.
So we got to line up with the ram. See that? Looks like it is. That's our yellow-green bottle.
I just want to see if you lined up, just turn it on.
Yep, it's lined up well. Okay. Wow. These are hard samples to take. They're kind of you know, they're really valuable, these gas tights.
Feel where your arm is? Here, I can let me show your arm.
You got to rely on the visual to know that you've got that intake nozzle in the vent, and then fire it, because it happens in an instant as soon as the valve opens.
So really, do not push on there. Just line it up on the outside, and
You're going to look for the water to deflect off of the intake nozzle, intake tube. Get it right down in where the smoke's coming out. So, if possible, you want to have it so you can start.
You want me to
start with the tip in front of the smoke, and then see as it goes in.
You ready for a zoom in?
I think so.
Russ?
So see if you can get the tip in front of the smoke, and we'll figure out right when it goes in and somebody's on the trigger. Who's the trigger man?
Adam, you got it? Get ready, Adam.
You ready?
Hang on. Not yet. I think that's good, but what happened? Is it?
Can you bring it back a little bit, Russ?
Okay, there it's out the other side. Okay, you should see it deflecting. Okay, that's getting in there. Okay, hang on. Ready with the trigger. Okay, almost one. God, I can't see it. I think it's in there. Okay, zoom back in. All right, sorry guys. All right, one more time. I think you were in it, Russ. So let's
wait until it focuses. Come back. Come on, focus. Alright, tip. So close. There it is. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
That's nice. Yeah, there's the focus.
Blow it. Okay, fire. Oh, it slipped. It fired. Did it fire?
I don't know. Did it fire?
Did the ram go in? Okay, I think the ram moved it, but
the ram moved
it fired.
Yeah, I think we need to put that rubber on that handle because that makes it that compliant.
Okay. It's done. You can pull it back. Yeah.
Think we got it?
I think it started in it, but you know, depends on how long it takes to open. It's
Probably got a half a sample of it.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, don't try and put it away. Let's just get off of here. Do you want to do anything else here?
Well, I'd try the other one, but you can't pick. You got to go back and read.
Or you want to come back up here, guys?
Well.
Do you want to try a hover and grab?
You want to grab a chimney piece?
Yeah, there's one. already cracked at the base. It's right there. It's like right on the edge.
All right. Is it something we can reach with the starboard arm?
With the starboard arm, when it's making that.
Okay. There's a smoking chimney right in our face there. We wonder if you could grab that with the starboard arm. Is that
Which one?
that one that's smoking right there?
Down or up?
This one.
Okay, I'll adjust it. Oh,
It might not be, it might just be diffused, but it's got the white sort of material. It's already, it's right at the edge.
Right, that piece right there. I'm trying to move my mouse up on it. Hey, Adam, see that thing right there? Yeah. I'll drive it. Not sure.
Good to learn this.
So while we're perched up here, so we took a gas tight sample. We are going to grab a little chimney sample now. So that was the what, yellow green?
Yellow green.
That's the call. Yeah. What do you think?
It's going to be hard to reach.
It's hard to tell if it's far away.
They're joining you. You bet.
Your arm is like right. Well, yeah, but yeah. Maybe. We'll see if he can reach there.
Are you torched out?
Yeah. Oh, I can actually no. I can torch tomorrow actually.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. If you want to free fly it.
Yeah, that's nice. I know.
It's so easy. That's true. Okay.
Getting the cars, like 4 of us. I think I'm on stuff.
Okay, are you guys ready? I'm gonna back off.
They're going to try to get a chimney sample, and can't reach it from this position.
So,
I mean, is there anything on the right that you could?
Do you want to go down up again anyway?
I don't know. We'll see.
That the gas tank got fired.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I mean, well.
Would you not think that it would have gotten?
Well, if you turn it, we can check whether the.
This one here.
Is it that one there? I don't think it got fired, but what, you think it got pushed,
Well, because that
in?
was pressing into the pump.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know. Adam said he thought it might have fired, so. Does that look shorter to you? It's hard to
It
tell
pops
the
back
thing.
out, so it doesn't stay in once you push it in. So you can't really tell by looking at them. There's an O-ring on it that we have down on the base. So if you can look at it with the arm camera right out on the end there,
Yeah.
we could see whether the O-ring got pushed back.
I think regardless, we're going to be moving off this perch, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about trying to get a chimney while hovering, if that's, so, I mean, we could do that. But can you do that while holding the gas tight, or do we need to...
yeah, we could use it the parallel.
Right.
You want to do that?
If that's manageable, yeah, let's do that. And then we'll go down and stow this other gas tight.
Yeah, you want to do all that from there.
Yeah.
Do what? Put the gas tight back in the rack?
You want to wait till the bottom thing?
It just depends. I mean, whether you need that port arm for anything with this. I mean, you're gonna do the grab with the starboard arm, or?
No, probably the parallel. The parallel is usually easier to do than fly in. This starboard one Or part 1? Okay, I'm going to be bringing the basket in for us.
So let's hang on to the bottle until we get down to the bottom, and then.
You have raised anyway. Can you run my science camera?
Where do you want to go?
Just center it. It's good. Okay, coming off.
Just get a jaw in there, lift it. Let's put that bolt. When you position your arm like this, Jason, try to slide it and we'll get it.
Where is it again? Oh, I see. Yeah.
So we're going to try to hover and move in with the arm, with the starboard arm, and pluck off one of these little chimneys.
Get it out there more like this.
This is again part of getting some active hydrothermal chimney samples for the zero age part of the dating,
Can you level it off?
to go along with some extinct chimney fragments that we're getting from other parts of the field, to get an idea how long hydrothermal activity has been going on in this area.
Yeah, if we had the one with all the shrimp on it right now, right? You want to get it right below that bulb, right on the shrimp? Right where all the shrimp are.
Fantastic. What is that actually? Yeah, there's a hospital on the basketball court. Kid walls. Yeah. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna back up and you're gonna put it more on the screen. Okay. And bring it over. Actually, bring it down. Or tilt the camera. Yeah, bring it down so I can kind of see when it's in your jaw. Go down more. Yeah. And tilt up. Hold up. Exactly. Out like that, because I'm going to fly in like that, right? The way you got it now, I have to kind of, yeah, like that, more like that. You know, and then work our way around the backside. Actually, even more. Yeah, more.
So these chimneys are venting fluids that are at least 345 degrees Celsius, probably a bit higher on the interior, and they're forming a lot of copper-rich copper iron sulfide minerals, chalcopyrite being the main one that we can recognize just by looking at it. There's also certainly a lot of dissolved iron in the water, manganese, zinc, lead, probably a little bit of silver, and maybe a little bit of gold in there.
What was that? A pile drive is. Wait a minute. Like here's the pile drive.
Gold's transported in solution as a complex with the bisulfide ion, that's HS minus, as one of the main ligands, or one of the main chemical species in the water that forms a bond with gold and keeps it in solution. Actually, one of the best compounds for keeping gold in solution is cyanide, CN ion. But there isn't much cyanide in these waters, fortunately. They're bad enough as is. They've got hydrogen sulfide. Toxic to us, not toxic to the organisms that live down there. That's one of their main energy sources. These sulfide chimneys are not particularly gold rich, or in general, they're not the richest type of gold deposits, but there is some gold in these. But for the most part, these are iron sulfide minerals with, in some cases, a lot of copper or zinc. Those being the main metals that are forming sulfides here, and then trace levels of other things like cadmium, lead. Taking these samples will let us know exactly what elements are in there, what are the trace elements, in addition to doing the barite radium radiometric dating, and will help us understand overall how these chimneys grow, what the deep reaction zone is like, possibly tell us a bit about what kind of rock they're reacting with, although we can collect the volcanic rocks and see what's here. So we'll try to put those two things together, see if it makes sense. The temperature and chemistry of these fluids can tell us, how hot does it get in the reaction zone, how deep is the reaction zone. This area definitely has a deep reaction zone. It's long-lived. It's forming really large chimney deposits. So this is a system that's been active for quite a while and is not currently in a state of an eruption phase. I don't know. How's it going to go?
It's too brittle to fly in with it. Because it's in a little hole too, right?
Yeah.
We could.
Were you trying just for that one, or did you see anything else?
Do you think there's anything in this little
This is where we were looking before, but
We can have her down and see.
yeah, what about the one that's sort of at the level of the lower smoke there and on the left? That bulbous, you know, pine cone shaped one?
I think all these chimneys are super fragile.
Put that bowl thing. Go in right there. That thing can go that big. The little one, go for the big one.
I was thinking the one that's in the center right lower part of the you know.
Almost looks like a little teardrop.
Yeah, the pointy topped one.
Yeah.
With,
bring your arm on you.
how big is that? Is that?
Or zoom out or something.
Yeah, that one in there.
Yeah, the teardrop. So grab the whole thing. Just below the teardrop, but don't squeeze 100%.
Let's figure out how big it is.
Yeah, I guess
it's not too big, right?
So
if it's a beehive, if it's a beehive, it's probably really porous.
Against it and then slowly close. Russ, you want to run his jaw for him maybe?
Heidi, what do you think? Is that a, well, let's get a closer look at it, but think it's a porous beehive type structure?
Yeah, it's the same shape as the one we tried to get yesterday, which we got like some crust off of.
So is it
I
worth
think
it?
the reason we're getting these little chimneys is because there's no large orifices anywhere.
Yeah.
It's all like really fine grained all throughout.
No, I'll bring it.
I haven't seen a single thing that has like a distinct, well-formed orifice. When we break off pieces.
Yeah. Not much of a channel inside of them.
No. So, and that of course would be the strongest part. It wouldn't fall apart.
Yeah.
So you don't want this?
Maybe not. What do you think, Heidi? You think it's just going to break?
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Try it right here.
Oh, okay. We could try it. Maybe we'll get lucky. You're gonna grab it more like at the base where it's
Okay, I gotta back up now.
where it went.
Thanks, Bob Driver. Whatever. Just frick. I was this close. Which one? I thought we were also going for the wrong one. What's that? Which one? You didn't know it was the behind one? No, I thought it was the one in the middle of the screen. Oh, the big one?
Yeah. That's why I was wondering if you're a little bit optimistic.
Okay. Let's go down and put the gas tight away. Okay, let's go down and put the gas tight bottle away and maybe check the one on the basket to see if we can tell if it's still all right. So, John and Marv, in case you've been watching, it's still there. Still got your sampler, don't worry. And actually I had an idea that you might want to take a chunk of sulfide from the base of this thing. You know, it's been falling off of here for God knows how long, 100 years. And you know where it came from, but it's old, so it gives you some idea of what the history is. And there's all kinds of chunks down there. We could just try to break something off. All right. So, well, the trip.
So happy because I'm like, oh,
That was like a collision between the left and center fielder or something. Yeah. So this trip to the bottom will be both putting away the gas tight and trying to grab a chunk of this old stuff here as a sulfide sample.
And also, like,
That ought to be easy.
also we have like a piece on our right basket that we nudged on.
You want to put that back?
If there is one.
That's still part of that sample that we put
No.
in the basket.
A
Oh,
new right piece.
over on the right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When we get down.
All right.
It's like there's a camera arm. Before when we were nudged.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is Cody around there? He wanted to hop in here.
That would be the much different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want me to land on this? It's kind of a rock.
Yeah, you can land. It's bumpy on the bottom here, but
On this way. You ran away. I thought you were going to take over. Well, it's really been super easy so far, so probably some more to say.
yeah.
Yeah. Because I first put the marker out. Basically just nosed in.
All right. See if we can put this bottle away. And as we do
So I'm
it,
basically like this.
can we look at the trigger bolt, the trigger ram on the bottle? Just spin it so we can see where that O-ring ended up.
We're gonna check out the gas tights and see if there's one still available, and then a rock sample here, and then maybe chimney sample up there. It's 4:30, so we got about an hour left. Probably so.
I'm gonna use that camera for a second.
Yeah, give it.
Okay.
Were you pushing me? Oh, God, you're trying to kill me?
There's the O-ring.
Effort was
It's way down. Keep going. Right. More. Right there.
That's the O-ring. It's just a little bit off. It just moves. It's
So,
tucked all the way down. And
so
started.
that means
Well, yeah. I knew this was fire because it moved.
You can see the crack.
Obviously lined up.
No,
The question is, what about the one in the basket? So,
we're gonna look at that one.
so okay, we can put that one away, the red green or the yellow green. The nozzle has been reversed now so that it goes in the vent. You know. Whoops. Almost. Easy Putting the gas tank back in the cradle. Okay. Now with the starboard arm cam, yeah, let's zoom in on the other bottle. So we can look right down at the base of the hydraulic cylinder ram. Okay. Right, just a bit.
down to the, whoops, where are we going? Oh, you're tucking that in, okay.
See where you?
I'm trying to see that base of this ram here.
Oh, the green one or the red one?
The red one.
Yep.
The red one with the blue, orange, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure. We can look at it. Sir, I was trying to see if it's
Lights on.
good.
Your drivers are gonna get lights on.
Is there more light that can shine on that? Do you have another light that would put more on that spot? Okay, that's, I can't tell, but that's all right. I don't want to use that as a gas tight right now anyway. Let's continue to try to get some sulfide chimney samples.
There's a piece of chimney on the basket on the right side.
It's like way over on the right by the suction sampler hose.
Yeah.
There's a piece that we want to try to retrieve.
Your arm cam over here looks good.
There's your lights.
Oh, right over there.
Where is it? It's in front of the
See it
box.
right there? Right by the hose?
No, we gotta put the strap on first.
Oh, you want to put the strap on? Or do you want to get that sample first?
Yes. You see the strap there? There's a line hanging off there, right? So to the end is in front of the box. Yeah. Get me a camera, good edge. Down. Touch. You can see the bungee right there. You can see the bungee there. It must be stuck under the rock.
Yeah. You're wrapped on it.
It won't fall out. So.
Can we just pull up on the end of the bungee you can see?
That's the cable not to dislodge that net. Easier to get it with my joint. Is that white here?
No, there's an empty behind it that we use to see the gas tanks in place, so they don't fall out on the trigger. No, they look like they're...
Actually, try the white handle.
The right hand is the bungee.
That is the bungee?
Yeah, that's where I left it.
Oh, okay, we thought it was the piston net or whatever.
No, this was the other one, trigger.
Couldn't really tell. Probably not. For now, I just want to get the sulfide samples and then that's it. What, you think you dive over then, or? Usually it's 5-ish. Okay, then we can roam. Half an hour is enough to cover quite a bit of ground. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was from when we were getting the gas pipe and that saw it was much and a bunch of stuff around.
The sun's here. Almost there. Try that again.
Because this other stuff is when we're doing the sulfate and the HFS samples, right? All the-
Yeah.
That fell forward too.
Yeah, and it was also that one that we took and set there. It fell there for a bit. We already got a lot of that one in the box. Okay, well, what's happening right now is we're trying to refasten the bungee cord holder that keeps these gas type bottles in place for recovery. And that involves hanging on to the loop on the end of it and pulling it down and sticking it over a bolt to hook it.
That's so late. No, I was taking myself in the evening.
I want to get out of this chair.
Do you want me to get rid of it?
Bill gets to have fun driving around now,
Billy got
looking at
15
things. Yeah. Just a teaser. So,
I haven't been
good.
watching the last
Good.
10 minutes.
We're not quite finished, so we're strapping in the gas tights.
Okay.
Done with those.
Did you figure out if the other one got triggered or?
Not yet. We're not going to use it though.
Okay.
He took a look, but let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to see if the O-ring had moved, but it's not conclusive. Anyway, it's really hard to see the limiter, so I don't want to try it again right now.
Okay.
But we want to pick up a chunk of this old stuff here.
Okay.
As an old sulfide sample that came from this tower. Yeah.
That's Sequoia.
Right. And there's an active piece that fell on the basket that's sitting over on the far right side of the basket, far right corner of the basket. And we need them to try to retrieve that and store that as a
You
sample.
can get this on there, you can slide it in.
Yeah, it's right along the
Top of the
head
loop
nose.
there?
What it is. It's
Yeah,
right along
down
the
here.
right edge.
Okay.
It's a longish little piece. So that'll be another active sample. Put that in the bio box, grab an old one, and then drive to wherever you want to drive to.
In an hour?
Yeah, in an hour or less.
Okay.
Less. So, not a lot of time, but enough to extend the view a little bit.
I think you got it.
Go look at the east end of
No,
things?
no, no.
Okay, sounds good.
Or you can go east, go north if you want to, whatever.
Good.
But you got targets to the east. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop out of here.
See your bolt over here.
So I guess, well, I'm gonna go save the video for the first thing tomorrow.
We got a lot of the first stuff.
Yeah, we did. So that's true. We did. Yeah, we kind of have done that. So. But it's like another chunk of video, I guess, but maybe not now. That'll use up your whole time.
Yeah. Okay.
When's on ours? 2 hours. Or dinner.
Okay. So we got about an hour left in our dive here, and we're just doing some basket maintenance, making sure things are stowed so they're not going to fall out when we return to the surface. And it sounds like we have a sulfide sample on the right side that we need to secure.
It's jammed right in between two.
Okay. So we need to get that into our bio box.
You're not gonna get that out.
You think you can't reach it?
No.
So are we back? We've backed off from the chimney. So
We're backed off. We're down, perched on a little rock. Pan up, you'll see.
but this is some little sulfide
Yeah.
kind of stump or something.
Something that probably fell down from below.
Oh, really? It's just a piece that fell? Not a base of another chimney?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, okay.
But something to think about looking at all those burls.
Something to think about what?
After looking at all those burls above,
Oh, yeah, right.
things falling down.
Yeah. All right, so we're trying to pick up this piece of chimney that fell in the basket, but it's awfully, yeah, it's falling apart. So Heidi, it sounds like they can't really grip it.
No.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to grab something off to the right there?
Yeah.
Just like that piece of that slab over there? Okay. I guess they're...
Can we scoop it in the scoop?
The which?
The one that's sort of basket.
I think they tried to grab it and it just pulverized. So...
Yeah, it's just like sand.
So these chimneys are made of, they're like sandy chimneys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not very hard. We're going to grab a piece of this rock in front of us.
This stuff in the front, you're going to get more of that? Okay.
Is that what you were after? Yeah, yeah. There's a rock. Those two they look kind of big though. If those don't work, you probably have to.
You want to break one off, or just the one that's those giant ones over there? Those rivals.
Those are pretty giant. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, one with the scale worm. Which one is that?
Well, we could get the pile driver in there first.
Don't know, I'll drive that
Is there a mountain lion knocked over?
We got the guy.
Which one do you want, Verena?
There's a white scale worm on one of them, but it won't last long.
The next one?
Keep going up. Oh, it went over the side. He jumped. He heard you talking.
You knew he fell in the sun.
How about, what do you think of that nub right under the 206 of your heading? Yeah. Can you break that off? It looks kind of well attached.
You can try one of those big ones. It'll probably see. There's a smaller, more skinnier spot right at the top that will probably break off.
Yeah. Let's see. We can try it.
Yeah. So if you go in on the skinny.
So this is probably sulfide rock. That's. It looks like a big part of a chimney that's fallen off. Yeah, if they're well cemented.
Grab that.
Oh, there's the scale worm. It's hard. That one.
Finally, not a brittle one.
There's another one right behind you.
Yeah, that's a manageable size.
This is roll that one.
Oh, my word, look at him swim.
Grab the worm.
Just get him out of midair. No.
Buzz could do that. Buzz could probably suck it up.
How can you tell that's not awkward rock and salt instead?
It looks so bulbous, and it looks like the chimneys, and it doesn't look like lava. A lot of tiny little squat lobsters over here.
Might be able to meet you all to your level.
There you go. Perfect.
Kind of try and hold it up to the top.
Okay. Good job.
Dave, why don't you chat with the people in the library about thoughts about tomorrow's dive? We were going to talk about it on the way up.
Okay.
Like, do we need more sampling here, or how much of tomorrow's dive do we want to explore versus come back to known sites?
Okay.
Or
I need one more good guess type
from
hot water.
Okay.
I don't need it.
I think Julie wanted another large volume bag. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
When
Assuming these samples work today.
Yeah.
Probably got my fill of hot water.
Okay, good.
Likewise for the temperature array, the hula array, it depends on whether all the samples work.
Oh, yeah, we need.
Then we'll want to take a few more.
All right, we need to end there, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So with the remaining time, if you think it's feasible, I'd like to scoot to waypoint 789, or at least 89. So I'm guessing it's 400 meters east. Those are hundreds, so 1, 2, 3, 3 to 700. I'm sorry, 3 to waypoint 7. Do you think?
Are we stopping off the way to
No.
driving on? Or
No,
just
we're
come up 100 meters and beeline?
Yeah, we could do that.
Sure, why not? The first 5 minutes? You just want to see it?
Yeah.
Well, we can drive. It's 550 meters.
Why don't we go to 8, which is the next one west.
Yeah. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Go to 8, and then we can continue on.
Yeah. See how much time we have.
So, 100 meters. Shift right there. 420 at 90 degrees. Due west. 420.
Due east.
sorry, due east.
Don't send them west.
420 due east, half a knot.
Okay.
Hey, Phil, 420 meters.
East.
Half a meter.
Alright. Guess you need to go on the north side of the chimney, huh? Or else you won't go very far.
That won't go very far?
So did we just come off of that thing where we sampled?
I don't know. I just got this.
We came off and then down. We
So
went
straight back and down.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
Okay.
Now we
Do you-
get some wide shots.
We're gonna zoom to the east.
Floating around.
Yeah. Do you think we did get a lot of video yesterday, I thought, of the chimney? Did you think that was not?
Like the big kind of wide shots, it mostly relatively tight. It's just nice. Like it's just the scale is really hard to get.
Okay, we can probably do one pan up the chimney before. Do you have to wait for the? You have to wait for the ship to start moving, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's about to start moving.
Okay, so why don't we come up the chimney with a wide shot? Here, Tom. Because the trouble with the wide shot is you're usually far away, so then it's dark, and then it's,
Yeah, but it's
there's that camera, yeah.
Started heading that way.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Is that good for distance? Okay. You want to do highlights?
Yes, highlights would be great. And it's just as
We gonna pick flowers here?
No, we're just
get
gonna.
nice and wide, just to sort of try and show the scale.
Yeah. Go up.
Hey, Buzz, can you fix my screen right here?
Fix you what?
Fix the screen.
Where you want it?
I want it back on the ROV and out of that. I'm gonna have to start moving short.
Okay. Just come straight up if you can.
If I can get it sort of.
Yeah, we're nice and far. There you go. Nice and fast.
You wanna come in?
That's good, actually, because usually we go up so slow, you kind of lose track of what's what. That is actually a great. Look at that. Yeah. That was actually a great shot. That is really good. Yeah, usually we're in there going so slow. Yeah, all the way up, so it goes out of sight below. Yeah. There you go. Cool.
You want to look down on it?
Yeah, possibly.
Pan down on yours. I'll pan down mine at the same time.
Yeah. Bringing your down.
Oh, good. Unfortunately, the front of the basket gets in the way.
You'll have to go down.
Yeah.
Pay it in slow.
Okay, look down now.
You need all the work. Just want that shot kind of from higher up. It's just showing how it goes.
Little smoky. There we go.
just switch to the, can we switch to the other camera?
No, the highlights are only the 4K.
Yeah, that's like the thing. Alright, we're going to keep showing more. The more you can show of it, the better.
Yeah, I think we got to follow the ship because it's moving.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we'll be returning here tomorrow one more time because Dave needs to get another gas tight sample. So we can try to do that again.
Yeah, just a minute. Remember that shot
Okay.
coming into it, just to set the scene.
Turn the HG off.
Yeah. Highlights off, please. Oh, they're already off.
You coming up with much of it? I just got game tomorrow.
Yeah. Which I...
Your way is away from the ship. Just come up. Just come up off the deck. Just come up over 50 meters.
We're going past the crater. All right, so we're gonna transit to the east as fast as we can. So we're probably going to be above the bottom for 10-15 minutes, so we can reposition ourselves. Try to explore some parts of the vent field we haven't been to yet. Half a knot.
You're pulling the whole loop along, so I would auto heading it. Come up off it there, so you know where you're going. Now you have the vent coming into your field of view. Get the next one. Up all down. That one is,
Waypoint 4, yes. Something like that.
That's Alba. Alba wasn't very tall.
Yeah.
Got them overlapping now.
We're driving over Alba.
What's that?
Said we're driving over Alba right now.
I know Alba. Maybe we didn't get any lost in Alba, but it was good enough. It was a beautiful man.
Is the donut have a name?
No.
Voodoo.
Voodoo? Why?
Voodoo Donuts.
Voodoo Donuts?
That's pretty, that's legit.
Portland, yeah. Voodoo Donuts.
Okay, Voodoo it is.
I think voodoo.
That's legit. You like that?
Voodoo donut, I think, is both words. Looks like a donut.
I need a name to put on my labels. I can't
Voodoo.
writing loud.
Voodoo?
It's Voodoo.
Okay.
Voodoo.
Whoa.
Get yourself up. I think that was...
Did you just go through Alba's vent field?
Get up.
How long? What's the picture?
You were at 30. The depth bottom's 3290 or 80.
295.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of smoke down there.
So when we do the readings over here for altimeter, that's actually from the LDO. It's not real altimeter.
Right. It's not a separate thing. Or no, it's not. It's supposedly from the Doppler sonar, but the Doppler's really flaky. So it's. I mean, it's usually doesn't have bottom lock. It seems like here, there's no reason why it shouldn't right now.
I've forgotten. I have to go look up what the surface actually is, and then they cut it off the screws, and then they
The pianos pulled off at 7, right? When they
special machine.
Yeah, and we didn't spend much time there yesterday, but.
Well, sure, a lot of targets beyond and a little north from the, was that Century?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Stuff there.
What if there's another?
Yeah.
30 minutes.
So it's 10 minutes. And then somewhere else.
Let's see, that's 7.
We can do just this really the bottom. We don't have to take out that.
Well, you're not flying the way that's the way it is.
He's not going to be this big. I guess that's why you picked the places you picked. So look at these guys.
Yeah, but this whole thing is volcanic. Although I don't know, there could be chimneys mixed in there.
That's interesting. Nothing there.
Yeah.
But that's close between those two.
That's auto heading?
Well, that was auto depth. Just pulled back. Poured it oil away from us. You're going to here, right? Running right here. Auto head. Are we going to 7 first, or are we going to go straight to 8?
Let's go straight to 8. 230 is the other way. Be more like 50, be 70 degrees.
Oh, sorry, read the wrong number. That's why.
Reading meters.
Yeah, I read the meters. It's actually starting to come up.
So you're getting deeper, or no, you're getting shallower because you're 31 instead of 32. So you're about 100 meters up.
Yeah. 77 is where there's a spot courses. Alright. You'll hold or you can't tell? No, there's lots of holes.
Yeah. We're up about 100 meters, but what's the limit of the? That's about it.
There. We should have it right now. like 120 meters away from the ship, you can make it closer, maybe it'll be a little bit. I mean, it's quite significant. Just go there and check it out.
Yeah.
Recon.
Yeah.
Try and make it over to the other one or not worry about it?
See how it goes. They're, what, 100 meters apart or less? Maybe 50 meters maybe?
How far are you away now?
It's off, a little bit off the screen. To 8.
No, not just the ship, to the next ways.
They're 128 meters apart.
128?
88 meters?
128, she said. Yeah.
Meters. We're halfway.
I took all of the bath towels in our room, and I was fortunately one, because it's like, for some reason we had 7 bath towels, and I just got with my towel. Yeah, thank you. Because I was like, yeah.
I had 2 big ones. Oh, the little ones?
Yeah, I got all big ones.
Yeah, get it on my, I tried to grab it.
Okay, well, I just got 4 big ones. They're just the other couch.
These two.
I just think.
Is that right? 7? No, that's 8. That's 7.
Are you in 8 or 9?
Going to 8
Okay.
first, see what's there. See how much time's left.
Okay. So you went to bed?
Yeah.
No, we have to grab when we get out of here. Stay over. The ship's going so There's limited hours. Yeah? Why think it's been once in a while?
What's that display on the right? Is that your vertical or oh, that's the delta. Plus or minus what? It's the change in the delta or? Oh, okay. And what are the 2 different arrows?
ROV versus pitch versus ROV.
Huh. So you're coming in is the so that's you're the left on the left side? And the ROV's going up and down or something like that?
Part of the problem is when it's bouncing there from negative to positive. For whatever reason.
Meters per minute, yeah. See it okay?
Right. You okay sitting there or you want to I don't want to come back in that hour? Oh, we can't control it. Sure. Staying down for mine, how many people need to know? Okay. No, but they made it through last night. Well, look, if it is it, you never see it. Well, they just have it together. Well, they put it on. Oh, they do it together. What's it? I don't think they try it. I didn't really, I didn't put it on Spider. But then that train, that one, that's a perfect. Oh, it doesn't mention that. I got no trust for going in the dark. Not have one of that.
Shit, thought I had that thing on. Done it several times. I don't know if I wasn't getting pulled that much. It's 5 o'clock now. Would you reckon John 6 off the block?
I know, I'm not flying.
No. It's fun?
Yep.
Ah,
That'll do it.
On the way up again.
It's all coming together now.
It's all coming together.
Now you can see mine is cool.
You guys know way too much from me.
At the bottom of the ocean is over.
I'm going down. Just manage my bill till I got it.
I'm managing it though. Don't worry about
You said 112, you got 120.
It's not even be 100. Take whatever dumps I give me, I'll write it. Push it down 100, push it down 100.
Full speed. But I'm not going to go any more fast.
Well, that's alright, the ship will catch up, the whole thing should start to move here. The umbilical's fine, it's starting to come back to Earth.
That's a burn.
Yeah, that's a burn.
You got some eyebrows from my iPhone?
Dump it all in the ocean floor and just drag it back down to the bottom.
Oh, it's not. Tether.
That's right.
Like a team match.
Dump it all out. Johnny Oil.
You pull the load, you dump all your tether out. So fast.
Really chance for him.
Ted did the real bit.
Jack was a little dump hell of every ounce of tether you possibly put around and drag it.
Lloyd used to do that too. Old Lloyd. Tether. More tether, better. More tether, more issues.
Coming down at about 40. I want to get that thing upgraded and changed. Same one, but this whole thing is their brand new supermodel, like experimental. So we got to get the new firmware into the other one and then slap it on.
Yeah, really.
Well, I mean, put it back down on the bottom. What's that? So I guess we should put it back down on the top. I hit auto death when I crash down.
He just can't miss.
Hey, almost.
I was trying to stop. I was trying to take it as no strikes, huh?
That was almost I think that counts as 2 shots. That's definitely, that's mulligans. That's all your mulligans.
Huh?
Jedi style.
That's you, right? Doing some real ROV work. What was there? Auto head.
Oh, yeah.
show us how it's done, John. Did you get that sample? Did you get that sample? I got some samples.
They do look like the Ghostbusters style trees.
It does. Looks like the Sith Lord.
Different kinds of oils and different speeds from different places of Peru and here.
Not strong.
There's a line between
Probably be good to come down to the bottom before you get there.
See what it says. Probably gonna pull my bag. Probably gonna pull my bag. Yeah, come on, man. My co-pilot. Help me out here. You got the bag on there?
We haven't been here, so we don't know. These waypoints are based on a photo survey, so we know there's biology there, maybe some chimneys, but we don't know. Haven't been there with an ROV.
Are we there yet?
Almost. We gotta come back down to the bottom though.
So what was it, waypoint 7? I felt like we sort of advanced in there.
Yeah, we didn't really look around very long. There were a few chimneys, but I think there's probably more there than we saw. These are based on just the Sentry photo survey, which went north and south. Yeah, and so these are just spots where there were concentrations of animals or chimneys. That's just glare. We're still 70 meters up or something.
Does it look like there's anything tall here?
Not in the bathymetry. I don't. Did we make any notes about these waypoints in the GIS? I don't remember.
No, you have a note that says vent, but how would you know that? Because no one's been there.
Right. That was just wild guess.
No, there was no notes. But that sure looks much more interesting. But okay.
I know there's a lot of
You think that's just like a sheep flow?
Yeah. I know there's a lot of dead chimneys in the north, so that I think this is where all the biology was concentrated, I think.
Starting to get bottom on the sonar.
Why did it jump you there? Yeah, what?
Alright, Cody, you got the bottom side on the sonar. Got it on tray cam. Anything on sonar?
Yeah, look, there's something big.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, if you find a vent down in the control room, we've got a rainbow right above us at the moment. That might give you an indication of a name.
Okay. All right, we're back on the bottom. Looks like some really jumbled up lava. So we're still about 50 meters west of this waypoint that we're looking for. There's some, a little bit to your right, Cody, in the science cam. Yeah. There's some animals over there. Let's go have a look at that.
Something beyond.
Not much there. Looks like there's something bigger behind. There's a chimney. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is like the little chimney chimneys.
Look at that little old plant you love there.
I'd like to get a better look at this before we go on.
Do you want your highlights on?
Sorry?
You want the camera?
Yes, please.
It's all yours.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay. Highlights on. Totally.
The other one is about 7 meters from here. You got it right there.
This is a pagoda.
Right now it's 15.
So I see shimmering, but no black smokers, huh?
There's a little beehive there, though.
Where?
Isn't that? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
There's a lot of smoke behind it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of smoke behind her. Yeah, there's definitely smoke behind, huh? Let's see, so we're looking, what do you see in your sonar? There's something big to your right, huh? Okay. All right, let's go check that out. If we can be a little lower, that'd be, yeah. Wow.
Now that we found salt. That's quite a nice plan. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Boy, that thing's really sticking out, isn't it? With all the chimneys. Yeah. It's amazing. So I see.
So there's little black spigots there on the other side.
There's some shimmer, huh? But not.
Black.
Okay. 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 Sounds good. I'll zoom out on the science cam. So we're gonna look to our right, just to make sure there's nothing off to our right, and then we're gonna swing around that side. We're gonna. Yeah, you can stop and start whenever it's. Yeah.
that's definitely good. It's like 4 incline coming up at 30 meters. Okay. Up and then doesn't look like it's cheap.
All right, so this is the one we were just looking at, huh? Let's get a look at the top.
But nothing to start nothing like these guys. We're talking about, and then that's a return on the bottom. Okay, so to me, it's all out there. Check it out there, Bill?
Yeah.
Just get some imaging.
Yeah, and just see what's here if we want to return here tomorrow. What's
Marker right here there, Mike? Mike, you put a marker here.
It's already done.
Awesome. Thank you,
It's
sir.
safe, so you can go to
If you got a visual on this, I will go right now.
So are there any little hovering crustaceans, those sort of white whales or something?
Thanks, Mike.
Copepods, I found a few source ones.
Let's take a
Calling this die 41, Mike?
Yes, correct.
Got the marker.
I was quite surprised that there was stuff.
There we go. Taking a look at the top. Just some little chimlets at the top, nothing active. So all the venting's sort of down near the base. So it seemed like there was smoke coming from somewhere.
On the approach.
Yeah.
This is either elevation. Let's do what?
Yeah, we're not going to go that way anyway, so.
It doesn't show up. There's on that other one over there, we saw some smoke.
Yeah. Northeast.
Backside of the road.
Could it just be diffuse?
Could be, yeah.
Generating enough water.
Yeah.
See if there, it is venting at the top.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
diffuse.
Okay, let's see if we can zoom in. Oh yeah, there is a little smoke coming out the top.
All right, can we sample that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so where it's
Yeah, that's probably where the smoke was coming from. I think it's from your sonar. That was all that we saw, huh? But maybe we could kind of come in closer and go get a good scan down all the way to the base.
I feel like I've only, no, and this is, so this is why understanding the sulfide mineralogy, but understanding the animals is important. But the chimney velocity is like, these are just, there's just no.
I think that's cool how it displays the sonar on the map. Yeah.
Because these things are so heavily mineralized.
And they are,
And you can just see, you know, the conduits are down here, it's not like.
I just can't go with the differences.
There's so many individual little pipes coming out. It's just, I don't know.
But so many minerals of some sort that
What's that?
Looking at the blue stuff on the right.
The right on the bottom?
That we were looking for, I think.
Oh, down at the base?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all inside.
I've lost my zoom. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know whether it's my monitor is blue or not. But
It's blue over here too. Try it again? Okay, here we go. I got it back. It looks more like matte, I think. Want me to look up a little?
yeah, I'm just trying to decide if that's what we were.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
It is amazing. Look at all those spires. That's really colorful.
It's your choice, Bill.
Try what? I think we're kind of out of time, but
Just offer a quick grab.
is Heidi here?
You want a quick grab?
Sure, if you're willing. And any of those little spires? Yeah.
Preferably one.
Highlights
Here, and it's got critters on it.
Can you get a little closer there, Yeah. How far out am I? Meter? Give me a second. Maybe just tilt down on your You're about a meter out.
Yeah.
Probably like 2.5 feet over. How far can you get your arm out there? Because it's real bumpy right there. Yeah. And what I'm laying on right now is pretty flat.
There's a mussel there.
Oh, yeah.
Down below. See that little mussel, Verena? See that mussel?
Yes. Shrimp on his green lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to get you closer.
Okay.
Yeah, just, you want something right in the center. Looking at it, sit. I got all my shoulder down.
Okay.
This monitor makes it look bluer than it is, so I like that. But still, it's good.
Oh, yeah. It's a little rough.
Are those red ones on the right closer to you? Okay.
Oh, look. Right where your arm is, I can sit right there. Go and stow it real quick.
But what is that?
Really soft. Millions of years. We have landed. give a little
Somebody give a little
thrust
thrust to that guy. Just really ruined his day.
Gonna shake hands?
It's really software, I like it.
That's that shit up. It was.
That was smooth, I think you are moving just a little bit.
This is so settling. That's settling?
Yeah.
Look at you.
I'm settling. Full thrust down. Yeah. Really soft where I'm at.
I think you're probably just on a dome, so you're not don't have a lot of contact with the bottom.
Oh, they're wicked, so it's, it was frustrating to them as well.
Gravitate?
What's that?
Get up there and grab it.
So close.
You want me to give it a low thrust forward?
Not right now.
You can grab it real quick.
It's not quite there, is it?
No. Careful extension too. You got it. Grab it. Grab it. Up.
Hold on.
You got it.
Squeeze.
Forward can.
Hey, here. Right here. I don't even close that.
That squat lobster's on your arm. Squat lobster.
Yeah, you might have to flick it off. Those red ones on the right look closer, don't they?
Yes, they do.
You want one of the red ones?
Well, closer's good, I think.
We could not be stretched out anymore. What about that one real right next to it? No, we gotta get that.
How about that great
We,
big
get the vehicle.
Rocking pretty bad.
Can you just do a little hop over to the port side there a little bit? Right here. Right here? Right there. We want the white ones, not the bluish ones.
At this point,
Can you just, like, you can't just pop over port side? I'm like, so close. Here, hold that.
I'm gonna free stick it so I don't want to hurry.
we see a lot more.
As soon as you grab it, you're gonna have to move.
You're still pretty not stable yet? Or
Yeah, I got a free stick here. We're gonna make it open around.
I can get this little one here maybe. It's a little closer. You okay with the little one?
Whatever you can get.
I'm not locked in. Really rocky right here.
You know when you're really
Go for it.
There you go.
Back firebox, where's it going, Heidi?
She's not here.
I think it's the back half.
Rainbow vent.
No, there's something in there. Something in there. We're full. Can it go with something totally different?
The bio box is full. Brina, the bio box.
Can it go with the white snail?
Ask Rena.
Can it go with the white snail?
Okay, so it's right aft. Right aft small bio box.
Yep. Where the snail is.
Oh, he's on the lid.
No.
Is that him?
Yeah, he is. What a big foot.
He's trying to get out of the way of the rock.
I guess you won't crush the snail.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Pop it right in there. Okay, and let's close that lid.
All right, we're coming up.
Very good. Thank you very much. Another good dive.
Were there animals on that?
I didn't see any, but we didn't zoom in real tight.
Keep on that bridge there, mate.
Okay, so we're off the bottom. That's the end of our dive with the SuBastian ROV dive number 42. We're at a newly discovered back arc vent site that we're exploring on the research vessel Falcor using ROV SuBastian. This is its first science cruise. We're in the Mariana region, up at a latitude of about 17.0, and we'll be making another dive at the site tomorrow morning, weather and vehicle gods permitting. Probably be in the water around 7 a.m. local time, local Guam time. And hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for joining us today. Bye-bye.